Hey.
Let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Boston.
Hello, beautiful people. It is Winter Wednesday, January 4th, 2023.
Whoa.
Holy shit. This sports show starts right now.
Football
is going into its biggest weekend yet. Not only is it the final weekend of the regular season, we need to take it all in, but the national championship for college football is happening on Monday night as well. We got NFL games on Saturday.
Right.
We got NFL games on Sunday.
Right.
We got a national championship on Monday.
Right.
Let's enjoy the hell out of that. We're getting updates from Jordan Rooney and the Hamlin family about what's been taking place at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center with Damar Hamlin. We will have Ian Rappaport joining us in about 17 to 27 minutes, breaking down all the latest. Sounds like an optimistic operation going on. Zito, your microphone is on in the back. I believe it is an optimistic situation taking place from the reports that we are hearing. What's real, what isn't, not 100% sure. We will chat with Rappaport in 17 minutes. Hopefully he will give us more. Now, today is Winter Wednesday. We'll be announcing all of the winners from the last week of giveaways that we've done on this program and on Twitter. We didn't really get to overreact to the games that happened this past weekend because obviously a much more real and a much more important story kind of took the day yesterday. I feel like Hamlin will always have our positive thoughts and our prayers, and hopefully we'll learn good news today. But we also have to chat about a lot of things happening around the NFL that we have not got to just yet. The Talks Table will be here at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. Connor, wearing an MIT hat. You look fantastic, pal.
Thank you very much, Pat. Yeah, I figured I'd bring, the big brain hat in today. Maybe, step up the mental game, perhaps. And then, this is the famous quote that we got last year after Adrian Peterson stole my one on the stage.
Oh, I forgot about that. We are getting into the playoffs. Yeah, it was gifted. It wasn't stolen.
Excuse me.
Kind of got deboed, but we are getting into the playoff season.
Yes.
We're getting into Radio Row season.
That's right.
We're getting into the most important time of the year for the football. Let's try to enjoy the hell out of it at Ty Schmidt Sunday night in the main event of Week 18. The Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football will be at home against the Lions in a win in your in situation. The Lions need the Vikings?
Seattle to lose.
Seattle to lose.
Yep.
If Seattle loses, then it will be a win and you're in. If Seattle wins, the Lions are only going to play spoiler. Where's your mind at? Where's your head at? I believe we'll be in Los Angeles to watch this game. What are you thinking on, pal?
Incredibly excited. I mean, we talked about it all year with how weird this NFL season has been, but it really wasn't until, 2 weeks ago where I started thinking, hey, this is a possibility. The Packers actually might sneak into the playoffs. And then after that Vikings game on Sunday, I'm full tilt. Hey, this team could beat anybody. I've done a complete 180 on where I was, the week before Christmas. Holy shit, we have meaningful football, winning you're in. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you dream for. This is the kind of stuff that you live for as a fan. I cannot wait.
Hell yeah, having a meaningful game.
Yeah.
In Week 18 is important. Now, the Giants are able to rest their players, taking on the Eagles, who are currently in the lead of the NFC East. They potentially end up as a wild card as opposed to the number one seed in the NFC.
Nuts.
The Giants, who just pounded the Indianapolis Colts. And the Indianapolis Colts got a lot to figure out, obviously, this offseason. I've heard Chris Ballard will be here through it. I have faith in Chris Ballard's big brain. The team he put together on paper, seemingly great.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to have to rebuild. Colts are not in the conversation this week, though, because they don't fucking matter.
Nope.
The Colts should matter this week. They do not. That's an embarrassment. Let's move on. The Giants could play spoiler to the Philadelphia Eagles from having home field advantage through the playoffs to being a wild card and having to be on the road. Insane. That is bananas to think about, but that's why this NFL season has been so beautiful. At Tone Diggs, Kenny Pickett has come in and become an absolute rock star for the city of Pittsburgh. Obviously, formerly University of Pittsburgh Panther, teammates with Damar Hamlin. I assume he's going through a lot, as we all are right now. Becoming the Steelers' quarterback, big comeback win over the Baltimore Ravens. Everything you said could happen after the bye week has seemingly happened, and I don't know if it's just because of Kenny Pickett, but damn, Tomlin's got to feel good. Steelers got to feel good. How are your anxieties going into the final weekend of the season as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan?
It's Kenny knows him obviously. Mike Tomlin spoke so eloquently yesterday.
Known him since he's 12.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Unlike
That's another thing about Tomlin. Yinzers, Steelers want to fire this guy every single week. Not all. Okay. It becomes a conversation.
Yes.
That Tomlin needs to get fired. This year, it got real loud because this is going to be his first losing season in the history of him being a head coach in the NFL. Now, there's always ways to diminish credit whenever you want to. Well, Ben Roethlisberger never had a losing season in the NFL either. When was the last time he won does the regular season matter? Okay, in Pittsburgh, we care about having winning seasons. And if he's been around for so long, why can't they fucking make a real run in the playoffs? Having a winning season every year, does that mean the roster's shit? And why do we hold Colbert in such high regard? There's a lot of those conversations that take place. But what Tomlin has done with this team this year, new quarterback regardless, whether it was going to be Mitchell or whether it was going to be
Mason
Rudolph was even in the conversation.
Never.
Now Kenny Pickett. They go on this run after the bye week. And then when he starts speaking, the amount that Tomlin has given back to the Pittsburgh community over the years he's been there is admirable. It's something that every city wants. Good for Tomlin getting the team to where they're at right now. But you're right. Him talking about Damar I thought was incredibly cool. And also showcases something about Tomlin that we never talk about. It's like this dude has embraced the city of Pittsburgh as much as any coach has. And he got the boys back in it. Here we go.
For me, Coach T could be there as long as he wants. Fucking do whatever you want. Be there as long as you want. Unlike these two. Okay?
That's not true.
Who has doubted their teams all season
That
long.
is
I sat here right here and I said, after the bye week, you give Mike Tomlin the bye week. Kenny has done nothing but improve his entire life as far as quarterback goes. He's the guy now after the bye. TJ Watt potentially comes back after the bye. The schedule lines up nicely, 7-2 after the bye. We'll have a chance to make the playoffs. Now, there's some help. We need some help. Need the Dolphins to lose, need the Patriots to lose, which both very, very possible.
Patriots are going to lose.
Patriots got the Bills. Dolphins
Mike
got
winning.
the Jets with who knows who's playing quarterback. All you're asking for in week 18 sometimes, not all the time. I mean, rosters pass week 18. This would be a disappointment. But week 18 for this team, all you're asking for is a chance, Pat. Anything could happen on Sunday.
And you do. You certainly do. Congrats to the Steelers getting out of the pit that they were in earlier in the year when Diggs certainly gave up.
No.
Earlier in the year, Diggs certainly gave up. Unlike these two.
That's when 10 was the quarterback. Okay?
Erroneous.
I understand.
Looking at what draft pick they'll have.
New time, new place. Kenny Pickett's quarterback. You guys are doing your thing. But this is what Week 18 is. Do you hear what he said? Need the Patriots to lose. Need Dolphins to lose. Both very feasible.
Yeah.
We need to win. That's three things that have to happen in an NFL season that we have not been able to predict at all. But that's what Week 18 is. Darius J. Butler, host of the Man to Man podcast, Everything DB. Can't wait to watch what you have this week. I believe there's some trickery and fuckery on that's going to get broken down. But Week 18 in the NFL season. Here's there's 3 pages of scenarios right now. Okay?
Insane.
3 pages of scenarios, and we wrote them down just so we didn't get them wrong because there's a lot of can clinch 1, can clinch 7. If this team wins, this team loses, this team does this. It seems like there's more teams alive right now than we could have ever imagined. Doesn't matter. Do we already know who the Super Bowl winners are going to be? Do we already know who's going to be in the Super Bowl? All this bottom of the bubble that everybody's jousting for right now doesn't really matter in your eyes.
Always matters. Always matters, man. It's a new season once you get into the playoffs. We've seen how crazy this year has been. We'll have my guy Justin Herbert in the playoffs for the first time. Nobody wants to see that guy. So, it always matters, man. Jostling for seeding. And then for the teams, it only matters what you can control, what you can do as a player, what you can do as a coach. So you had 3 pages right there. A lot of people gave Ron Rivera shit for not knowing he could be eliminated after the game.
Wow.
Sometimes he should know.
He definitely should know. Maybe he was joking there, but a lot is going on. But players just got to handle their business.
Carson Wentz obviously throws 3 picks in a game that they had to win.
Yep.
Ron Rivera allegedly, and we're saying allegedly because we assume he was joking.
But
I hope so.
He could have been trolling, but also if Ron Rivera comes out and goes, I was so focused in the game, I'm not worried about what's going on elsewhere, also gets a pass. I don't think he has said that, so now here's the video of what happened with Ron Rivera and the media reporter just the other day after the game, after they lose, and he is told basically, your playoff hopes could literally all end here in a couple hours.
To clarify, you said you would talk about quarterback next week. If you guys are eliminated today by what happens at 4 o'clock, is Sam Howell in consideration?
We can be eliminated.
Yeah, if the Packers beat the Vikings, then you guys are eliminated.
I had no idea.
Could have been fucking with him.
Yeah, maybe.
The look on his face. What?
would sell the fucking with even more, right? I mean, I think he could come out and say, obviously, I knew we could get eliminated.
Sure.
That person was talking to me like I was a dipshit. Like, that's what Ron Rivera could
Yeah.
do. Hasn't done that, though.
No.
There's been no response since that moment, so we must assume that he didn't know, and that's because he was so dialed into the game.
That's right.
Biggest game, next game.
I don't know why you bench Heineke, who's won a lot of games in a
Yeah.
must-win type game that they had. Heineke will start this the last game of the year, even though it does not matter. What does that say for the future? We don't know. We have no idea. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. The Commanders are expected to turn back to Taylor Heineke as the starter for Sunday's season finale versus the Cowboys, but rookie quarterback Sam Howell is also slated to play, marking the NFL debut for the 5th-round pick per source. Barring change of plans, this will be the setup. So Sam Howell, did he get hurt? Is that why he hasn't played all year?
Liz Frank at the start, like in
Training camp, right? So now they're getting a chance to finally get a look at this guy. Could he be our guy for the future? Is he another Taylor Heineke?
Very
Possibly.
Very possible.
Does he have all the X factors of Taylor Heineke off the field? We'll see. Taylor has them all. Remember?
Yeah, he does.
He is beloved by his team. There's a spark when he goes in there. Is he top-tier talent quarterback of all time? No, but they seemingly win and try harder when he's playing, and they don't give away games when he doesn't. Them trying to replace him and find out who the next him is going to be something they're going to try to do until they find a guy. But Heineke won them games.
Yeah.
Heineke won them games. They went on a run. The only reason why they were in it is because Taylor Heineke was the quarterback of a team that won. No chase for a majority of the season. I wonder what their mindset is going forward. Are they going to try to unload Carson? Are they going to try to get another quarterback? Or are the Commanders going to have a new name after the new sale? What a massive question mark in Washington, Darius
A
Butler.
lot of question marks. I think you might just have to revamp everything. Man.
Yeah.
No. They already debuted a new fucking
Mascot.
That too.
Hoggy.
Who
Sergeant Hogg.
voted on that
Hogg,
bullshit?
Sergeant.
That
what?
shit's
Who voted
terrible.
on it? The
Yeah.
Commanders.
Yeah.
The Commanders
Oh,
make
yeah.
no good decisions.
Major Tuddy.
Look at this.
Sorry.
I saw Kyle Brandt said this, and it's probably the best take. And we didn't talk about this yesterday. This was on the agenda yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
This was certainly going to get chatted about yesterday. Kyle Brandt said, halftime week 17, why is this the time?
What the hell?
And I think that's a great way to look at it. Like, I wasn't going to mention it. I was going to talk about how, like, he got a full intro and the way he's just fat offensive line doofus,
Yeah.
basically.
Face of the
Is what it
franchise.
is. This becomes the whole thing. How is this? This is a tribute.
Is this diving into the full commie? Like they're just going all in?
No, I think this is a tribute to the past
Yeah.
of what it used to be, trying to bring them in.
the Hogs.
And I don't think anybody from the past fans gave a fuck about a mascot happening.
No.
This is just another decision made by the Commanders that makes us all believe that when this team is sold, it'll be for the better of the entire NFL. But hell of a run from this fat pig.
Yeah.
I
Love
think
you,
they
Tuddy.
were honoring the team's past Hall of Famers or something.
They were.
And like the Hogs and everything, so they tried to but Dan Snyder apparently wasn't even there.
Yeah, or his wife.
And the Hogs were going to sue them if they were going to do something with that name.
Yeah, it's terrible over there. Let's move on. They're right.
Yep.
Commanders are completely out. We'll be joined by Ian Rappaport in 5 minutes or so to see what the newest update is on Damar Hamlin at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center and also everything else going on around the NFL. There's a lot of different injuries. I asked Rapp this morning, I'm like, Rapp, what do we, because I don't like to ask him a question, him not knowing the answer, and us having to tell him information.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
That's embarrassing.
We're bringing him on to be the inside. Like,
We're burying them.
like Ian, you don't know this, but like when we're telling you information, that's not
not
good for the
good.
gimmick.
You
That's
look like
not,
a
that's not
buffoon.
good for the insider gimmick.
No.
Like all off season when he was at the Harry Potter Museum
Right.
in the Lego factory.
Yep,
and
Pez
then
dispensary.
Pez dispensary, 10 different golf courses. And we're calling him and we're like, what have you heard about insert storyline? He's like, I think blah, blah. And we're like, Ian,
Dude.
that changed this morning.
Come on.
We're going to stop wasting ours and your time here. I think he's still dialed in. And by that, I mean, I asked him, I'm like, what do we need to ask you about? What do we need to talk about? He says, well, a little bit update on Damar, obviously, a lot of talking there. Commanders quarterbacks, he said we can talk about that. Dolphins, Eagles, what happens with that game? What happens with Jalen Hurts? I think it's okay to continue to chat about future implications of the games. I'm like, okay, this conversation with Ian
Here we go.
is about to be
Huge.
a great one. Darius,
Yep.
week 18. There are teams that have already had their offseason scheduled for 4 weeks or so.
yeah.
4 or 5 weeks. How come those teams sometimes show up out of nowhere and have like the greatest of all time? Do you think it's because of fuck it, last time out here? Or there's some guys playing that have the ability to put on some good tape to hopefully get an audition somewhere else? Why do you think there's going to be a team that's completely eliminated this weekend that we're going to watch that have sucked most of the year, and then somehow they're going to battle against somebody this weekend, and we're going to wonder how and why that took place. Why do you think it is as somebody that was in a locker room and understands the locker room as much as you do?
Yeah, number one, that's the reality in the locker room. You know, every year that locker room is going to be different the next year. So when you go out there for that last game, you know, if you got 53 guys on the roster, like, you know, 43 of them are, you know, their careers kind of in the balance almost year in, year out with a team. So maybe 30-something. But so you trying to put your best tape out there, trying to put your best foot forward. Whatever you got left in the tank, you're going to leave it all out there for the most part. And then some guys, you know, fuck it. They know they're going to be good next year. They know they'll be back. They may be nursing something. They're just trying to get out of there healthy, especially on the heels of what took place with Damar this past weekend. So it's going to be interesting, though. A lot of different teams and different situations. I'm very interested to see how the Eagles handle Jalen Hurts this week.
Because one seed's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Lane.
Especially because of and you talk about Lane being injured, but like, you think Jason Kelsey wouldn't mind a week off?
Yeah.
Probably would like that.
You know what I mean? Like, you think a lot of those guys that have played very physical football, you got some OGs on defensive side of the ball, too.
D-line.
You don't think they'd want a week off to kind of freshen up in this whole thing? But to do that, are you putting Jalen an extra risk where you could give him another week to kind of settle in? Obviously, Gardner Minshew has had success in the NFL. They're a much different team when Jalen's playing versus when Gardner's playing, because Jalen has solidified himself as a guy completely. That's a great question. I think you play Jalen.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
What's that?
I'm with you.
I thought you were going to say how much, too, because that's a whole thing. Like, when do you
pull the plug?
Yeah, because you don't want to risk any more, because you want that extra week that you're about to get for Jalen as well. It's like, hey, the next week we get a bye week. That's great for Jalen's shoulder as well. That'll be a fine balance by Sirianni, who's known to be a dog. How do you put like kind of restraints on him, like you're up there in Alaska running the
Iditarod.
The Iditarod. How is he going to be able to handle that? That is because this is a big game for them.
Huge.
Yeah.
One seed versus wild card is a vastly different world in the playoffs.
Yeah, you get to play in Philadelphia for the entire time. How tough that is for other teams, and how much you think it depends on the Giants too. Because if the Giants rest their starters, because they can't move up to 5, they can't fall down to 7, so they're actually just kind of stuck where they are at 6. Like if they play maybe half their starters, if they don't play Dan Jones, like do you think Sirianni's maybe even waiting to see that kind of almost a game time decision? Because if he knows they're not playing those guys, then you would assume he'd be comfortable with Minshew going out there and getting it done.
Here's the NFC situations. Philadelphia Eagles can clinch the NFC East and the number 1 seed with a win over the Giants.
Okay.
Just beat the Giants.
Simple.
Giants got nothing to play for.
No.
Nothing.
But Big Mo's a real thing.
Yeah.
You just beat the Colts 38-10.
Yeah. Ride the hot hand.
Do you want to continue to do that going into playoffs?
Yeah.
Probably. I don't. Are they going to rest people? Do we know if they're resting people?
We don't know yet, but it's kind of like the Jags played everyone against the Texans last week when they didn't have to and just fucking took care of business.
Boat race them because they need to win against the Titans this weekend.
Yeah.
That is a big game. I'm a
New
firm.
coach, too.
What's that?
Same situation. New coach. Obviously you got Trevor Lawrence in his second year, but you got Dougie P. That's the first time they're together. So this the time you want to kind of be hot.
I think so too.
You want to be playing your best ball.
I'm a big fan of Let's Go.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why I'm a big fan of Let's Go is because my rookie year, we rattle off 14 straight wins.
Ooh, yeah.
Number 1 seed in the AFC locked up by the time fucking week 15 ended or week 14 ended or whatever.
Wow.
So then Bill Polian made the decision to rest the players week 15, week 16. I believe everybody started week 15 against the Jets, and then everybody got pulled, and it was a preseason game. A lot of punts. We lose to the Jets. We let the Jets in, actually, because we lose. Then week 17, game 16, we're in Buffalo. Peyton, everybody starts. There's obviously 100 catch records that are on the line. They're drawing up plays in the actual snow. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. Then everybody gets pulled. We lose again. We go 14-2. Now we win that next game after we take the bye, and we win in the championship round, and we get to the Super Bowl and we lose. But I remember every single player in that locker room, and I was too young to have an opinion, way too young, and I'm a punter, so shut up. But like, everybody in there was pissed about it. They're like, there's only been one team that's gone undefeated, throughout the entire thing. We could potentially be that team. And also, we haven't played our best football yet. Like, there is still time to grow. I understand the risk factor of people getting hurt. That could happen in practice.
Yeah.
That could happen in practice. People could get hurt. So they're running full-speed practices during the week because we got to keep our cardio and conditioning up. But then we're going to rest you for the game. It's like full-speed practice still could potentially be an injury if we're going to live like that. I'm a big fan of let's keep going. Let's keep building, but I'm also not in a position where I could potentially get hurt every single fucking play. So it's a tough thing.
You said Poland obviously had that comfort to make that decision. And you got Peyton, too, who had obviously been there.
Dallas, Jeff, Gary,
Reggie,
Joseph. We had vets.
Seymour.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they could run that offense and that operation, in their sleep at that point. Hurts, what's going on with Danny Dimes now in New York, Jacksonville, like all these teams, like they're tasting their best success right now. They're really I would want Hurts in there. I know he's gonna be hurt, he's gonna be banged up, so he's gonna have to change how he plays, I assume. But I would want him in there with that offense with his new right tackle. If it's not gonna be Lane, whatever it's gonna be, you got to figure it out. And the whole offense is different, obviously, but even the run game, like just having Hurts in the backfield. You have to add another defender that has to account for him. Every time he carries out that fake, like we have to be prepared for that. He may get two guys. He may get two guys with that, and that may mean 15, 20 more yards from Miles Sanders. So it's a game changer. You want your guys in there playing their best ball at this point in the season. And for health reasons, you definitely want that bye week and that home field advantage throughout.
And if you're the Giants, I think you play Danny Dimes. You play everybody.
You have to.
We just played our best football.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you don't have any big known wide receivers, so you can't get anybody hurt there.
No, exactly.
Which is certainly something that Dayball is going to have to figure out, but it's football. Like, it is football. Philadelphia Eagles clinch NFC East and number 1 seed with win over Giants, or Cowboys lost to Commanders and 49ers lost to Cardinals.
Need that.
Niners need to win, though. Right?
Yeah, because
Niners, in their mind, they could potentially still go to 1, so they are going to be trying against this Cardinals team that seemingly...
Oh, yeah, they threw it in.
But
no, shit,
you mentioned them. That seems like the team who maybe we're watching on Sunday, and it's like, how the hell are the fucking Cardinals hanging around in this game? Like, that's the team where they are seemingly dead, but it's like out of nowhere they fucking take the Niners down to the wire, and it just makes no sense.
Yes.
Raiders.
What's that?
Raiders?
Yeah, Raiders too. Or
talent.
Yeah.
Teams that have talent, that have a long offseason that they probably don't want to sit on playing like shit the last game, could come out of nowhere and surprise people. Raiders is a good one. Niners clinched number 1 seed with win over Cardinals, and the Eagles lost to the Giants, which easily could happen. That is something that easily could happen. Dallas Cowboys clinch NFC East with win over Cardinals, our Commanders, and Eagles lost to Giants. They clinched the NFC East and the number 1 seed. Cowboys are still in it for the number 1 seed right now.
Wild.
Win over Commanders, Eagles lost to Giants, 49ers lost to Cardinals. We have no idea if that'll happen. It is the 2022 NFL season, though. Packers clinch wild card berth with win over Lions. Detroit Lions clinch wild card berth with win over Packers, and Seahawks lost to the Rams. Seattle Seahawks clinch wild card berth with win over Rams and Packers loss to Lions. So they need something to happen, not just win. They need Lions to lose or Lions to beat the Packers. It is bananas what could potentially take place. And on the AFC side, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. 7, 8, 9. 9 teams that have implications this weekend.
Yeah.
It is a lot that could happen for the biggest time of the year in the biggest league on earth. Joining us now is the senior NFL insider for the biggest league on earth.
Here we go.
He's the insider for the network it owns, the website it owns, and a podcast called The Insiders.
Okay.
The host of the weekly wrap-up with Rap Sheet and Friends, although it's been 2 times this week in 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the friends. He is Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport. Rap, buddy, let's get right into the most important news in the NFL, and that is, where are we with Damar Hamlin? The University of Cincinnati Medical Center, have we heard anything from them? Is everything hearsay right now? I believe vibes are moving in a positive direction from all the reports we've heard, but we don't know if any of them are legitimized or not. What are you hearing, and what are your expectations of today for Damar?
Okay, first of all, we have not heard yet from the Buffalo Bills except a statement essentially saying that he is, what he had, cardiac arrest, that he's in critical condition. That has been since overnight on Monday. We have not heard from UC Medical Center. So the updates we have gotten have been from lay people, not doctors, which is important and should be noted. The family spokesman, who is Jordan Rooney has been giving some positive vibes, as you might say, some positive updates, telling Cam Wolf and then texting me a couple minutes ago that things seem to be heading in the positive direction. Now, we don't know necessarily what that means, but positive is much better than negative, so that is good. And I would also say that just for like expectations standpoint, this isn't necessarily going to be a thing where like he's going to pop up and we'll say everything's okay. Like it's going to be a matter of not minutes or really hours, but probably days until we know 100% sure how Damar Hamlin is.
Okay, so obviously the first things first is we hope he survives and is alive. It sounds like that is. We don't want to speculate. Sounds like that's going to be a thing.
Positive direction generally means yes. Positive. If things are heading in a positive direction, it generally means that you'd think he is going to survive. That is my assumption. There's still some other questions once he does. Come out of this thing that need to be answered by people who are not me, but medical people. And I hope, just from a general information standpoint, that we get that at the end of this. But positive vibes are way better than negative vibes.
Okay, we agree. We concur. Obviously, we'll continue to put our positive thoughts, prayers, vibes to Damar Hamlin over there and his family and everybody. Not easy situation at all, Ian Rappaport. Are you getting an update right now? No, okay. Thought you were maybe getting a text from a doctor. You are the person that would get that. And we can't wait to hear, hopefully, more positive vibes out of the entire situation at Cincinnati. Let's pivot away from that. Week 18 is taking place. There is 9 AFC teams that have implications this weekend happening around the AFC. On the NFC side, it basically all revolves around the Philadelphia Eagles Giants game. Now, there's other stuff that can happen, but that game is determining whether or not the Eagles are going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC, or are they going to be a wild card, which would be a huge shot, I think, across the bow to the Eagles, especially with how this season has gone. We believe that a massive part of this game is hinging upon Jalen Hurts playing, Jalen Hurts not playing. What is the mindset in Philadelphia? Jalen's playing. How long is he playing? And has Sirianni really chatted with anybody about how he plans on handling this game against the Giants?
So I would agree with you. It's a big game that probably does, well, not probably, it does affect literally everything. It sounds like Jalen Hurts is in a really good place physically, so if he was needed to play, which I think he will be, then I was told he is expected to go. I would expect him to practice today, move forward from there. He was really close last week. If you had guaranteed me that he wouldn't land on his sprained SC joint, if he could just function, I would say he definitely would have played last week. But they wanted to make sure he didn't land on it and aggravate it, so he did not play. However, I would also say this. We don't know what the Giants are going to do. The Giants don't have anything to play for. When Buffalo, which is where Brian Daboll and Joe Shane came from, when they were in a similar situation a couple of years ago with not much to play for, they had starters come out and play a couple of series and then exit, and then the backups came in. So this game may hinge more on that than anything else, which is simply like, how many guys do the Giants actually play?
Yeah, this could be like in basketball. When starters come out, we'll take our starters out. But if you're the Giants also, and Daboll's running things now as opposed to McDermott, and it feels like Daboll has a much different vibe on the sideline than McDermott does, there's a lot of fuck yeah, from Daboll. Daboll literally looks like he's at my family cookout. Daboll literally looks like he is from our like my family. The way he acts, drives that F-150 that's beautiful, the dap up with the team, the excitement, the energy, and I think the Giants needed all of it. Wink Martindale, he also big, beloved by the players, swag, talk shit, not scared about it. I think that's a vastly different situation than what happened in Buffalo with these two running it. If I'm them, and I know I'm just a punter, and I know I'm bottom of the barrel, and I'm a doofus that wears a tank top on TV. As a person that's been able to see this situation firsthand from, like, in the team meeting room, on the sideline, and playing in the game, limited reps. But seeing, I would want to keep momentum. They just fucking smoked the Colts. Danny Dimes is playing the best football he has played. The defense, although Thibodeau is a classless human being with what he did next to Nick Foles' dead body. I don't think he knew Nick Foles was dead.
I don't think so.
I don't think he had a clue while he was doing that. The sleep thing, obviously, like, Bob, read the room, okay?
no.
We're all in the NFL here. This is not what you should be aiming to do. Let's not rub it in the face. I appreciate the swagger. I appreciate the moxie. I like when people celebrate, but I don't think he knew it was Nick Foles. I also don't like, to Jeff Saturday's point, we're paying a lot of money to some bad guys on that offensive line. A couple of them have tried to treat me like I'm some punk. Your quarterback gets buried, broken, and a guy's dancing next to him, and you don't fucking do anything?
Yikes.
That's a problem. Like, there's so many problems to that. I don't think Thibodeau doing a snow angel is number one. Sleep thing, I'm like, bud.
Come on.
Not a perfect. Like, that's not cool to do. And I think everybody in the NFL would say that. But the Andy Dalton situation that happened with the Cowboys pretty much.
Can't have it.
That takes place with Nick Foles with the Colts. Like, that's not our team. Let's move on. Well, don't want to talk about it too much, but that is a real thing. Like, the Giants have played the best that they've played. Why would you? I think Daboll and Wink are going to want to continue to do that. And Giants-Eagles, that's a big rivalry, right?
Yes, but I agree with everything you said, including that the biggest issue with the Colts thing was that the linemen weren't like, get this guy out of here. Like,
it was a trainer, one of our trainers who might be the biggest dogs in that building because they've been around the longest. They were the only. Did you see the trainer?
I didn't see the trainer.
Comes. It's not Kyle. I forget dude's name. He's been around for a while. He came in after I was there. I've met him. Good dude. He comes in, kicks Thibodeau's arm pretty much, and is like, "Get the fuck out of the way." And it was like he was the only person sticking up for our fucking quarterback, our trainer.
That's a problem.
But they were thinking about Cancun. You got to give them a break. The old linemen weren't thinking about the football game.
And that's a problem.
I don't want to see any of those guys in bathing suits in Cancun. I'm just saying.
Oh!
Although Quentin Nelson probably looks good, I would say. That guy probably looks great.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, honestly, I do not know. The whole leadership in that Colts building is problematic. But there's been a lot of things that have happened.
Yeah.
So there's probably a lot of guys that are like, I'm sick of this shit.
Yeah.
And I can understand that as well. But if one of your guys,
Quarterback writhing in pain.
and there's a snow angel happening next, I don't think Thibodeau knew.
Long snow angel too.
You know,
He didn't know.
Thibodeau's not looking at the jumbotron there. He's literally looking up at the sky. So that could be in football. There's piles fucking everywhere.
Eyes could be closed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who knows what
it's
that could
snowing,
be?
yeah.
But there should be somebody that gets a 15-yarder.
Yeah.
For sure.
Fuck this.
dragging him away.
Especially
from
because that game doesn't matter for the Colts, so who gives a fuck if you get a 15-yarder?
Yeah.
Bro, what if it's the punter too? Because that was third down, right?
Yeah, that was third down.
What if Hawk comes out and just get the fuck
that
like
is-
anybody? You know, it should be the offensive lineman for sure. Too much talk about the Colts. They're dead. They stink. Nothing on the line this weekend. But let's talk about the Giants.
To go back to your question, I agree that I am a big momentum guy. I am with you on that.
It's real.
Still,
rap
nothing
sheet.
as important as the health of your really good players. So if they were asking me, which no one has asked me, if they were asking me, I would say I would never do anything in a game that doesn't mean anything. I would never do anything to risk having to play someone besides my really good players.
I understand.
And I don't care if it helps a rival because it doesn't matter. Like, the only thing that matters is the Giants are as close to 100% as they can in the playoffs.
I understand what you're saying, but I think the game does mean something to the thing that we're talking about that we do all believe in on this call, even there are some people that don't, and that's momentum. I think that's a massive. I don't think it just means nothing. Like, I think that is a big deal. You get embarrassed or whatever, obviously it doesn't matter because your starters aren't in, but you're on that plane ride with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You're in that locker room afterwards.
Yeah.
And they'll throw the tape out. They won't break down the tape of that game. They're like, we're just moving on. Who cares with that? But you have to have a real mature group just to be like, that ain't us.
Yeah, you want to play, man, especially for the Giants. You just beat the shit out of the Colts, and then let's say you rest, this last week, and now you're going into the playoffs with really 2 weeks. You haven't really had to play your best football. If I'm the Giants, I want to play a good Eagles team, beat them, and then go into the playoffs. And you go into the mindset, should we just beat the team that's been the best team in the league all year? Like, we can beat anybody. So I think it's important for them to play.
Let's remember the Philadelphia Eagles clinched the NFC East and the number 1 seed with a win over the Giants. If not, they end up in a wild card.
Uh-oh.
That'd be a big move by the Giants
to
do against Philadelphia Eagles for the future. So saying it means nothing.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
And we see what you're saying.
Well, we knew we had to inform him today anyway.
Yeah.
And New England always, Darius, New England always played their guys, right? If I remember.
Yeah, but we did
Fucking right.
lose Wes Welker. My rookie year, actually, down in Houston.
Oh,
we
yeah.
lost Sammy towards ACL, I believe, like week 17.
Was that the Houston grass? You remember that?
Oh, ACL tear, right?
Yeah. So
Bernard
and then
Pollard.
after that, we pulled. I think we pulled starters. But yeah, New England usually does it. But I don't know.
Different strokes, different blokes, different situations
football,
too. Like,
yeah.
I think there's some teams, if there's legitimately nothing to gain here, like, all right, let's get our guys healthy. If we have a veteran group too that can handle it, like a veteran group that can just handle
also true.
Sitting out and kind of doing, I think it's good. You're the Giants, so
Giants are very young.
You're still trying to build that culture.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, and this might just be us being NFL fans, wanting to see the Eagles and Giants have a good game, because I think both these teams are playing great football, especially if Jalen's back. But for me, player perspective, in locker room, watching a team rest. I watch a team rest.
Yep.
My rookie year, watched our team kind of bow out last 2 weeks of the season. We were 14-0. Could have gone. Every player hated that decision. Every single player hated it.
Really?
Yes. Every single one in the locker room fucking hated it. I was too young to have a decision, but I would bop over to like the defensive group. I would do them, boys. Big rest day, Don't even fucking. All right.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys. Okay. And then I would go over offensive line group. Boys, get the day off or whatever. They're like, that's nice, but only one team's gone undefeated in the history of football. We had a chance to do it. Okay, so we're still not happy over here. All right, let's go over to the skill guys. Boys, we're going to fucking fly around quarter and a half or so. I have to put up 4 or 5 tuds against these guys. Okay, nobody's happy about resting in this, so I will always feel that way, but I do understand why people want to rest. Connor has a question for you, Ian.
Yeah, Rapshi, now that we're entering the playoffs, there's obviously that talk when Jimmy G first got hurt that he might come back, in 8 or so weeks, which would be the NFC Championship, and right now they have an unbelievable team. If he is healthy, is there a chance they're going to start him, or because of how good Brock Purdy has been, they're just going to ride Purdy probably for the rest of these playoffs?
Okay, first the health of Jimmy G. So he got out of the walking boot late last week. I was told he's still not walking regular, right? So he's still not walking. Forget about running. He's still not walking regularly. This was described to me as more of a 3-month injury rather than an 8-week injury. So it is far-fetched to say that he'd be out there in any sort of playing capacity anytime soon. However, the playoffs, talking about the NFC Championship game, maybe the Super Bowl, that's a month from now or a little more. It is conceivable that he could only be the NFC title game or the Super Bowl, but I wouldn't expect him to start. I would expect him to be the backup if he was active at all, which we don't know. This is interesting.
Breaking news!
Matt Eberflus has just announced that Nathan Peterman is starting Week 18 for the Bears.
Come on.
That's so
Justin Fields
White
has a
flag.
sore hip. He has a hip strain.
How many yards away was he from breaking the record?
Oh, God.
What is it, rushing record?
Yes.
Close, right?
Like quarterback record as a whole?
Lamar Jackson's record.
Yeah, single season rush yards.
It was
Eberflus
60 yards away, I believe.
Hey, we're still like top
64.
5 pick right now. Yeah. You've played great. We appreciate that. Yeah. This game means fucking.
No, top 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
I think the Colts can
Couldn't they
sneak
get
in
the
though.
number 1?
Colts
can sneak in though. Yeah. We can go get it.
Yeah.
Texans win, Bears win, Colts are up to 1, I believe. Yeah.
Texans are 2-13. Colts are 4-11.
Yeah, so there's no, we didn't talk about that because we're talking about the jousting at the bottom of the playoff. There's jousting happening for the number 1
Hell
pick.
yeah.
And the Colts are back in it. We are back.
Go.
I'm happy we have it because that is certainly a pick that we could have traded away at different times to get rid of some contracts
Still
of
might.
people. But for the Bears, that has to be just Eberflus going, we're not losing to you. Okay?
Yeah.
Shut her down. We're sorry you didn't get the record. Guess what? You'll get it next year.
Yeah.
Better online.
And we will be back. I don't mind that decision from me. See, there's a decision that I don't mind from Eberflus because there's nothing on the line at all. Now, do you play him because he signed up to play this many games? He's the future of your program. He's your franchise. He's the reason why Bears fans are excited right now? Sure, you can definitely play him. But you lose Justin Fields to an ACL in this game, and then all of a sudden you're right back in the fuck. Like what do we do?
Yeah, preach it.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move.
You lose him for this game. You're talking about him coming back in October.
Yeah, missing the beginning of the season. I think that's a smart move.
Good play, Eberflus.
As long as it
I
was
think
his
so, don't
decision.
you?
As long as it was
Thank
coach's
you,
decision.
Flus.
This is the situations or situational type situation where
There
we're
you
like,
go.
need you to play for momentum. In this particular one, like, Bears need to prove nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
They already proved we got our guy in Justin Fields. We've learned a lot of lessons on how this building works, how this operation works in our first year here. Now we attack the offseason and get better. That feels like a smart decision.
Is QB kind of the lone position?
Yeah.
Like, would you say the Colts would think about resting like Quentin Nelson or some of those other pillar players that they know, like, hey, this game doesn't matter?
We should certainly think about keeping all our potential trade options healthy. Yes.
Okay.
I think that is. I think that is something we should
That
think
makes
about.
sense, yeah.
You know what
Also,
I
the
mean?
Bears, like, you want to lose, kind of, at this point. Like, winning this game does nothing for you other than potentially taking you from the second
Well,
pick to
Outside of the
everybody's-
players and the coaches.
Hey,
You want to evaluate.
Yeah,
You
okay.
want to evaluate younger players. That's
That's
obvious.
legit. But,
players want to win.
but
Yeah.
like, front office, I mean, they don't
Yeah.
want them to win this
Well, if
game.
you're trying to lose, I wouldn't put fucking Peterman in it, okay?
I did hear from over there, and that was Tone's penis hitting the bottom of the desk whenever you heard Nathan Peterman was going to play because of how excited he just got
This
over
desk
there.
is way too far away.
But
for
yeah,
that.
players and
And
coaches.
the Steelers have the Bears' second round pick.
Actually, it's like pick number 33 right now.
Hey, congrats to Eberflus on that's a tough decision.
Yeah.
Good decision. Smart decision. And we thank Justin Fields for his service this year in the NFL season. You were electrifying, sir. Absolutely
you.
electrifying.
Good year.
We don't know how much time you have, Ian. We assume you're very busy. Tone will sneak one in here for you.
A couple games where quarterbacks matter. Are we getting Josh Dobbs for the Titans? And then I can't remember who the other one was. Or Josh Dobbs playing for the Titans?
Nailed it.
We are getting. First of all, I'm okay on time. I got another 7 or so minutes if you guys want to have me.
Oh, and the Dolphins quarterback too.
We don't.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yes. Okay. So Josh.
You didn't deserve that.
So
You
Josh.
didn't- we only got 7 minutes.
Josh Dobbs is going to play for the Titans, which is actually really crazy because, first of all, the whole world seems to be happy for this guy. Like, of all the people, like, he must have touched a lot of people in the NFL. He's smart. He's an astronaut. He has been on a lot of teams where it seems everyone he encounters is rooting for him. So he came in and I thought played way better than his statistics, which were actually fine, but way better than his statistics last week. He gets the offense. He's only been there a little bit. But he is going to start for the Titans, and they could win. They could win, and he could be the quarterback of a playoff team, which is bonkers, but it is definitely possible.
What does the
The
future
Dolphins.
look? Let's go to let's finish the Titans, and then Darius has a
Okay.
question about the
Go ahead.
Dolphins. What does the future of the Titans look like? Tannehill obviously gets healthy. He's their guy going forward. Malik, it seems like he got benched. They've seen enough of Malik Willis, even though he was drafted in the 3rd round. GM's been fired. What's Vrabel going to do? They were like this. They've gone like this, which is very abnormal for that Titans team under Vrabel. What does the future look like for them? Is Dobbs potentially a guy going forward? He gets this win.
I mean, I think he's a potential part of the organization. In other words, like pretty good backup if that's what it is. Malik Willis, it's just too early, and he's very, very talented. Seems like he's not ready, which is okay, but was just not. They have a quarterback decision next year, and Ryan Tannehill doesn't have any more guaranteed money. I would say his play has at least warranted them taking a look at who's out there. Not saying replace him, take a look at who's out there. And you look at the guys who are going to be out there, Jimmy Garoppolo, possibly. No, possibly, definitely. Derek Carr, available via trade. What about Tom Brady?
Right.
Free agent. If he's not back with the Bucs, remember he looked at the Titans last time.
Yeah, their receivers are good.
Some people think that Ryan Tannehill was the person that Brady was talking about. You know,
I thought that
some
was
people
Carr.
think that.
I thought it was Carr.
Unclear, but some people think that.
You're sticking with that motherfucker?
I think it was Carr.
We thought it was all Carr. You're saying there's still league circles
People
are
think
saying
it was Tannehill.
Wow.
So, you know, that's
no
that's
wide
something where
receivers.
Brady wants to be close to his children. Nashville's pretty close to everything. So, plus Nashville's an awesome city. That's pretty close.
To a team where
Pretty close. Right in the middle of the country. I've been there a couple times. It seems close.
Yeah, I mean, I guess anywhere that has an airport is close to anywhere.
Sure.
I mean,
That's
it's what you
That's
just said.
That's exactly right.
He wants to be close. Maybe he goes plays
Very
for.
close.
Maybe he plays for PSG. Then
Yeah,
Paris
possible.
Saint Germain. Over there in France.
That's
Then
close
he's
to his
just,
kids.
7-hour flight away?
Yeah.
Simple.
7-hour drive,
Well,
7-hour flight.
New
Brady
plane,
and
though. He might be,
Mbappe on the
he
same
might be
team.
only 4 hours.
You're the best. Raiders are where Tom's going, right?
I would say they would be one of the possibilities. Yes.
Tom's not retiring, is what you're thinking?
I don't know, because he's gonna have to sit down and be like he's had some not great games. Then he's had games like last week where oh my god, that looks like
430.
or against the Saints,
Russian time.
or I mean that's.
His rank goes.
I think when he started quarterback sneaking again, I was like, Brady must be feeling pretty good. He had a good one last week,
Do we think maybe?
So stats
he's
here
feeling
goes Jalen
young
Hurts
again.
stats.
If he played again, I wouldn't be surprised. If he retired, I wouldn't be that surprised either.
Do we think that maybe the family was like, hey, there's no reason for you just to be diving in there with 700 pounds of humans diving on you. You're 45 years old, okay? And look at you. You're thick. Can't be taking those shits anymore. You've been doing too much TB12. You need some real ice cream as opposed to the avocado ice cream, but you're sticking with the avocado ice cream, so we don't need you fucking diving into a scrum anymore. Gets a divorce, gets the crypto lawsuit out of the way.
They're not covering the center.
Fucking let's go.
Has he?
Can't fucking
You know the deal, Hainsey. We're coming fucking right under center.
I was like, oh.
It's still in the middle of it. I think it came out public that it's happening, though, so that probably made his life a lot easier. He is the OG of the Jalen Hurts, Jason Kelsey quarterback sneak. Like one of the best to ever do it.
Oh, yeah.
Because of his ability to
The
read
best.
and everything like that. Jalen Hurts is going to end up taking the title because they do it for like 2nd and 7s.
Yeah.
We're going to do it right up the gut with Jason Kelsey in front of us. But it was nice to see Tom be Tom again. And Mike Evans didn't go off the field ever, stayed on the field, was healthy. That's a big deal for the Bucs as well. Excited to see what happens with Tom. Darius has a question for you, Ian.
Hey, Rap.
Last one here.
Are we really getting Mike Glennon down in Miami? Is Teddy Bridgewater for sure out this week? And then number 2, Jarrett Stidham. He had an unbelievable game this past weekend against best defense in the league. Any considerations with him being a long-term guy there in Vegas?
All right, Dolphins first. So Bridgewater has a dislocated pinky on his right hand, but it's not broken. As of now, he cannot throw a football.
Shit.
And if he can, then I think he will play. So then I think it'll be either Teddy Bridgewater or Skylar Thompson. If it was Glennon, he'd be elevated and would be a backup. Being able to throw a football would be fairly important for Bridgewater, so I would imagine if he can't do that, he won't play. He is trying like absolute crazy to be able to play. I just don't know if he will be able to. Jarrett Stidham, that was crazy. Now, it's different when no one has a scouting report on him, so I would expect it to change a little bit. But, like, if you're the Raiders, and there is at least a possibility that you have someone who's capable of putting up 40 points against the best defense in the NFL on your roster, you would have to think about that. And, like, that would be – it's like the 49ers finding/developing Brock Purdy. It's an amazing gift. Mm-hmm. And if Jarrett Stidham ends up being real for the Raiders, it will be an absolute amazing gift until they have to pay him if he is indeed that guy.
And that he knows the offense, has been in it longer than anybody else over there in Las Vegas. It is a great setup, and I'm happy to see him have success. And I'm happy that Connor got to see him have success because before they traded for Cam Newton, it was Studham time in New England. He was supposed to take the baton from Tom Brady and be the next guy. Now he's out in Vegas. Will he do it there? Or will he back up Tom next year?
Possible.
We shall see. Last question. I know I lied to you a second ago and you have to go. Ty has one for you, though.
Rap sheet, is there any truth to Harbaugh being interested in the Carolina job? And then they also mentioned him in conjunction with Denver. Is this all bullshit? Is this just him coming off 2 college football playoff appearances and trying to sweeten the pot there? Is there a chance that he actually – it says he met with David Tepper. Is there actually a chance he takes that Carolina job?
First of all, I don't get the sense there was much, if any, substance at all to a phone call between Harbaugh and Tepper. Like, they may have spoken. I don't doubt the report at all. I'm sure they did in some form or fashion, but they're not doing any interviews or anything until the season's over. So if they did speak, I can't imagine it was very much. But I would expect him to be at an NFL job. We'll see if he can get it.
Say what you do. Hey. Whoa. You cut out right there, like the most important thing. You do expect what?
Okay. I would expect him to explore getting an NFL job.
Okay.
I expect him to consider it. I do not know, and I've spoken to, God, I feel like everyone involved. no one has actually said whether or not Harbaugh is truly interested or whether just wants a absolute bucket of money from Michigan. I don't know. But he is going about it as if he is interested in the NFL. He is going about it as if this is real.
Desmond Howard on College Game Day, whenever this conversation even came up at the Rose Bowl, his only take was, every year you can set your clock to this happening, he ain't leaving or whatever. And I think that's a lot of Michigan people saying that because they're like, what are we doing here? We finally got good. You're great. 2 years in a row college football playoff. Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. You have an identity 2 years in a row. Here we go. But I don't think this is Michigan fans making this up. This is everybody else wanting Jim, which is good news and bad news, I guess, in the coaching profession. Maybe Harbaugh comes back to the Colts and saves the team that he is in the Ring of Honor. Anyways, can't thank you enough for joining us. Please keep us updated. We will follow along on your Twitter, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
At Rap Sheet.
That's right.
Rap Sheet's a good place to get all football news and other cooking news, too.
What's that cooking news? I heard there's a show tonight.
What?
Tonight, 9 o'clock.
Where?
Wow.
Where?
On the Food Network. Fried
Yeah, you can
squash
see me in the background.
blossoms.
Right? You see me in the background?
Yeah, judging, doing what Ian does. Fried squash blossoms are an easy, crispy bite, perfect as a side dish or appetizer. Sonny Anderson calls them the soft shell crab of Mother Nature. At NFL, hashtag tailgate takedown premieres Wednesday, January 4th at 9/8 Central.
Wow.
All right.
Yep.
All right, Ian.
Good, Rap.
Appreciate it.
Hey, hope you
Please
didn't.
luck. Thanks, guys.
Hope you didn't embarrass us, ladies and gentlemen. Your rap boy. Eberflus says the doctors have ruled Fields out, so it wasn't necessarily just his decision. Doctors also understanding the situation of Week 18 and what's on the line, potentially a number one pick, have ruled out Justin Fields for this game. I do wonder if the game mattered if they'd ruled him out. Doctors.
Well, his legs are tired too.
Yeah, doctor's gonna always make the best choice for the players. Come on,
Is that right?
Duh.
Oh yeah,
Doctors.
That was just like when Cooper Rush was on that run.
Oh yeah.
And then as soon as he gets hurt and they lose, Dak Prescott cleared. This guy's good.
Need you, Dak.
This guy's good to play. McCarthy, don't worry about the decision-making process. We got that thing all handled out. Dak can't even play right now. Yeah, Dak can't play. Dak can't play. Dak can't play. Cooper Cush kind of plays bad, gets hurt.
He's back.
We got you. He's been cleared for full contact, and he is good to go. See how that works, Mike? Yeah. That's what we do around here. Obviously, massive coincidence.
Right.
Not that they were doing it on purpose.
No.
But I like this move by, even if it was just Eberflus. Zito, I think this is a good move for the
Absolute
Bears.
amazing move. I do know Eberflus had like a press conference last week, and he said he will not sit Justin Fields at any cost. So I'm guessing the doctor's like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, he's sitting.
No, the doctors might have seen that he was actually hurt. Yeah. And Eberflus also might have said that in a press conference.
Yeah.
And then everything was laid out in front of him. If Justin Fields was to get injured in this game, let's just say.
Possible.
He did take the record, though, for most sacks. He took away from Cutler, so for a whole season. So that was probably part of the decision there.
I love the thought of Poles, that's the GM.
Yep.
And
Cunningham.
Everybody else in front office. Send your influence, sit down. Have a seat. Heard the press conference. Not sitting them. Okay. Dry erase board here. We took about an hour and a half to kind of put it in different colors here so you can kind of see it all. You see that red part? That's worst case scenario, okay? Worst case scenario, we lose the game, obviously. Also, right underneath it, lose our quarterback until October. Do you see that? What does that mean, Eberflus? In your second off season, OTAs, when you're still trying to put in your culture, in your training camp, in the beginning of the season, you guys are still trying to figure it out. You might have the number one. Also, look at the green here. Might have number one overall picks. That's right. You see this side right here. Still might not have the number one overall pick. So might have number one overall pick. Won't be able to practice with our quarterback if he gets. And then if you look over here a little bit, in the bold black letters, this does not fucking matter. You see that too, Eberflus? Just want to make sure we see kind of the whole plan here. Are you all right with our doctor saying we can't clear him because he is injured? If it was another game, maybe he plays, but with his hip, Eberflus is like, I just said in the press conference that that's why we're going to say he can't play. You didn't lie.
We got you.
We got your back. And Eberflus was like, I guess, fuck, is this the NFL? It is. And walks out of there.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Justin Fields can't play, not cleared to play. And we would assume the doctors are all doing everything they can to read things accurately. But sometimes it feels like it works out for everybody's best interest in some particular cases. Justin Fields, hell of a season, though.
Yeah, unbelievable. Bright future, right?
The Eagles have some breaking news. Ian Rappaport literally tweeted while he was on the show with us.
Jeez.
The Eagles have designated safety CJ, GJ, and defensive end Robert Quinn to return from IR, 2 potential big-time additions for the playoffs. Now, they could return, doesn't mean they are returning. Right?
Yeah.
During the regular season, I believe it's a 21-day window. I don't know what the playoffs is. I don't know how it works for the playoffs. Do you?
Like, will they play this weekend? Will they get some? Will they get some run this weekend? Just to get some, maybe some
legs,
some rust or some jitters or some game before you get into the playoffs. Like, that's a decision where I'd understand. Like, let's not just throw.
Exactly,
You know what I mean? Jalen, different team.
Yes.
CJ, GJ, stud, absolute stud. They've been able to win without him.
Yeah.
Robert Quinn, incredible addition to the team. They make a move, bring him in. Incredible. Do you want to? How do we want to monitor that? I think that's a rep thing. I think that's.
I was told the Eagles would be the same team with Gardner Minshew playing QB.
I saw Chris Sims go crazy about that, didn't he? He was not happy about that.
I didn't understand that as much.
What's that?
Him losing his mind. I thought it was pretty clear that Jalen Hurts is like an MVP candidate, one of the best players in the NFL.
Well, to be clear, I did not listen to the entire thing. I get uncomfortable.
To be clear, I just read the headline. I didn't even click on it.
Yeah, so that's our problem.
To be clear,
That's like
I got it.
That's like Bart Scott was getting crushed yesterday.
Sure.
And the headlines were much more.
Did listen to that.
I think the headlines were much more
salacious.
They were.
But he even gave him an opportunity to write that headline, which is what everybody that's from football is like, come on, can't even, why are we even doing that? Yesterday, we didn't say old buddy's name one time because I assume he's going through it mentally in a bad way.
Yeah.
Routine tackle, Bart Scott knows that. Bart Scott knows that. So I don't think what he said was as salacious, but I think he did give people the opportunity
Open the door.
to do it, which is, in the world that we're in, problematic, especially from a former fucking player that knows better, I think.
And it's a lot of emotions right now, a lot of anger. Sometimes it's misdirected or put it to wrong people. But he definitely, you don't say no shit like that, especially a young kid. He's probably dealing with that just being a part of the play. But that's a routine play. As far as these guys, I would definitely, I wouldn't rush him back for this week, but CJ, GJ for sure. They're a different team with him back there, and they have been getting a little diced up with that secondary.
Will he need some reps this weekend, you think, or just drop him back?
Not game reps. I think he'll be good getting in the playoffs. He only played 11 weeks this year, and is tied for the league still with picks. Yep. He went on the stretch there. He had 6 on the year, but he went on the stretch where he had like 4 or 5 in a row, and then he got banged up. But that's a huge. That's great news for the Eagles going to the playoffs.
Well, and I believe next week Lane.
Yeah, he's back next week.
They're so Lane, Quinn, CJ, GJ, Jalen, and they potentially have they need that bye week. They need that bye week. I think this is a must-win. The only must-win was World War II.
True. Actually, a good line.
What a line! That was incredible. I never heard that before.
No, never.
And
it's true.
I really enjoyed that.
I can tell you who won.
It'd be great to win, is what Aaron was saying. I'm about sick of the must-win. The only must-win World War II, big pop, and I started thinking about. You're right. But it would be great to win. How do we? What word should we use for that? I guess we'll figure out the new saying as we go forward. But the Eagles, it'd be great for the Eagles to win this game against the Giants.
Talking about these guys and practice reps and game reps and people who haven't practiced in a long time, and I forgot to ask Rap about this too. Lamar hasn't practiced in like 5 weeks. Is that a worry for this week, or can he practice like 2 days next week and be fine for the playoff game?
Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
I would think it's a worry, especially with how that passing game looked even when he was in there, and the talent around him. Because once he gets in there, it's all on Lamar to put the team on his back. So yeah, he definitely needs practice with those guys that's out there. But it's
In a side note, not to take away from this, we'll get back to this conversation. Avatar will pass Top Gun Maverick at the worldwide box office today. A lot of people calling it a bust. Okay.
Wow.
Let's get back to Lamar Jackson. Congrats to Jacob Solly and the boys.
There you go, Jake. Jim.
Anyways, there's a whole nother movie coming out, too. Same budget. The next movie is going to have 0 budget because everybody's comparing 2 movies' budgets to this
one.
movie.
Yeah.
So this next movie just has no budget, I guess, because they created so.
Well.
Tom Cruise is clenching his hand right now. It's
A
good.
4-hour movie is
Well, there was. There was one big, huge country not allowed to see Maverick because we don't want fucking U.S. They didn't want U.S. propaganda in their country.
So that particular country is bigger than the United States, Mexico, Canada, Central America, like the population.
Yeah.
I was watching this thing last night. Their population, I believe we're talking about China.
Talking about John's country.
We're talking about China. Yeah.
Their population, there's 40 some cities in the world that have over 10 million people or something like that.
And yeah,
They have like 11 or 12 of them.
Yep.
Or something like that in China.
they have a law that people can only have one kid. They have. I mean, there's almost 8 billion people in the world, and 1 billion live in
Does
China.
that always counts for like the movie stuff? Because are those people getting charged?
Oh yeah, the China as a country, they love going to the movies.
In like 1979, they were open for business. They did a lot of business with us. Things were good, and then they just shut it all off again. Everything just kind of got shut off. They have like zones in China. They have zones in China where it's just like no rules. Right? It's like you could still have American relations business-wise, and then you step like out of this zone. It's like not allowed to talk to anybody outside of China.
Yep.
So that's where all of I learned a lot last night
Yeah.
about everything going on over there. They didn't dive into the
obvious,
the biggest
one thing that's going on that. We
and
just
it
mentioned World War II.
Maybe I fell asleep during it, but yeah, the camps and everything they got going on
Yep.
over there did not get talked about. But anyways,
It's because
I didn't want to take a shot at Avatar there. I just heard someone take a shot at Tom, and I didn't love
Yeah,
that.
I didn't love that either.
who took a shot at Tom?
Someone in the back. I didn't.
who?
Whoa.
I think it was Zeet, and I don't know why.
It was
did.
definitely Zeke.
I said he was clenching his fist. He was pissed off.
No, Tom loves the movie industry. Okay?
Yeah.
He's happy for everybody.
He is.
Yeah, I remember.
A rising tide
he loved
lifts
first
all
place,
boats.
though.
Well, so does The Rock. You heard The Rock talk about our box
Well,
office.
China screwed The Rock big time.
Boy, oh boy, I saw Black Adam. That movie is so bad. You
How about
have
the
to.
first 27 minutes of
What?
story building, or give me more Rock?
Yeah, I went into it thinking like this movie's going to be terrible, and because of that, it was a fine movie. But that's only because
The last hour, he wasn't even in it.
Yeah,
The first 30 minutes, he's not even in it.
It was
Dewey.
it's also the same exact movie as this movie called Shazam. Legitimately down to the superhero, it is the same movie, but instead that was marketed towards kids. This one was marketed towards like this is the most badass superhero you've ever seen in your life, and turns out he's kind of a dweeb, and it stinks.
Well, then the guy from he's not. Black Adam might be.
Dewey is not.
Dwayne is not.
yeah,
Watch
Dewey
him out.
isn't, but Black Adam is. Technicon or something.
The guy from Marvel comes over to DC and tries to ruin its best thing, right? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, Jimmy Gunn.
Yeah.
Jimmy Gunn fired from Marvel because of everything that took place. DC hires him to be the main guy, and he goes, who's the biggest threat to Marvel, who my allegiances are still with, everything I created? Boom, Dwayne Johnson. This ain't ever happening again. Isn't that what happened? Is that what took place?
He's also still working for Marvel, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, or he said, "Hey, listen, I've been working for Marvel. Like, I know how to make money. Guess what, Dewey? This movie fucking sucks. So the first thing we're doing is we're scrapping your entire franchise. All right, we're in the black right now. We need to get into the green. Okay, pal. Like, this is not good.
Do you have a Green Adam character?
Yeah, exactly.
That maybe we can make some money off of that uses, solar powered stuff.
Sure. Recycles everything. I mean, they legitimately took two characters from the Marvel universe and just made them into kids in the DC universe. So it was just a complete failure.
All right, let's get back to football.
Sure.
Quarterbacks that are potentially available next offseason. Lamar Jackson, remember his contract's up.
Yeah.
That has still not been settled. So whenever we see him play and he hasn't played, how will he play? Like, has he, in the back of his mind, subconsciously made business decisions all year so he potentially didn't get hurt in lieu of a $200 million payday that is potentially and should be on the other side of this season that we thought the Ravens would have taken care of by now? They have not. He can get franchise tagged twice. Will they do that? Will this upcoming playoff run change anything with the Ravens? We have no idea. Go ahead, Ty.
I mean, when he's not playing, they aren't worth a shit. So
or
it's
worth watching.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, you know, like him getting hurt, maybe that hurts his overall value, but it's also like plain as day. Like, oh,
No, I think it helped his value.
That's what I'm saying. Like some people were saying, like, oh, you know, this guy can't stay healthy. It's like it is abundantly clear if he's not playing quarterback for the Ravens, they suck.
And the Ravens had to have seen that too.
Yeah.
And even if you have power in a high up team and your team's winning, like the quality of play matters.
Big time.
And that team is fucking tough to watch when Lamar isn't playing. Tom Brady allegedly going to be available. Danny Dimes going to be available. Derek Carr, Jimmy G, Ryan Tannehill, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Andy Dalton still doing it. Jordan Love, Mike White, Zach Wilson, Heineke, Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, Mitchell Trubisky. A lot of quarterbacks out there all of a sudden that could be great Indianapolis Colts. And let's start at the top of the list. Baltimore, you don't want this guy. Guy can't stay healthy. Guy can't stay healthy. Get him the fuck out of there.
Yeah, Zach Wilson being on that list is mean. This guy's in the second year of his rookie contract.
Yeah,
Bob Saleh.
Spotrac said potentially available because he's going to get fired probably. I guess ownership not happy with Bob Saleh either.
Yeah.
Is what I've been told.
I saw that
Zach
as well. And then
Wilson.
Bob
Don't they-
Saleh came out and said that he was still part of their future plans, Zach Wilson.
Packers have a decision.
Fully
there.
guaranteed.
They absolutely do. Zach, yeah, but it's low, right? What is it, like 8 and then 11 or 12?
Probably.
Something like
His
that.
rookie, yeah.
$220 million salary cap next year?
Yeah. It's like
He
8.
can eat that.
Yeah, on third
But will
year.
they? I don't think they will. I don't think ownership's going to want to get rid of the number 2 overall pick.
No.
If number 2 overall pick isn't working for the fans or the coaching staff, naturally, I think the owner in the past has said, well, that's the coaches and the fans' fucking fault, not our number 2 overall pick. But they also drafted Mike White.
9-5 next year, 11 the year after.
If he were to go somewhere else and play well and like redeem his career too, like that. ugh.
I don't think he will.
I don't think so either.
I think he
He's-
sucks.
he's-
Oh, yeah.
I
he's
am
gotta get
out
coached.
on Zach
No,
Wilson.
he's not any good.
Anybody that's not liked by your teammates is an immediate thing for me.
Yeah.
Like that's why the Russell Wilson stuff was so important.
Exactly.
Them sticking up for him, even if people are saying, he paid him, he did this whole thing, it's like, still came out publicly in the face of a lot of scrutiny and said, hey, this is our guy. We haven't addressed. I think that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I think that's a massive ordeal. Nobody's done that for Zach Wilson. Actually, they've started chanting the other quarterback's name while he is being discussed. It's like, I don't want that fucking guy in my locker room
No, wearing
at all.
I mean, all those guys were wearing Mike fucking White t-shirts like the day after he got benched.
Yeah.
It's like there really is nothing else that needs to be said. Like, oh, they love this guy and they fucking hate that guy.
Hey, he does have talent, though.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
does.
Can
too.
throw a football.
He's got good swag.
But let's remember, everybody in the NFL has talent. Speaking of, let's take a break. We'll join somebody on the other side will join us who has a lot of talent.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Oozing.
I believe Stephen A. Smith will join us tomorrow.
Come on, Steve.
We lost all power to our building 4 times this morning.
That was fun.
We have no idea what's going on. We have a generator. It kicked on. We lost TV though for a while. It comes back on. While the power was down, we started seeing tweets on our phone. Stephen A. said he's going to be on your show today. It was like, did he?
Really?
Let's go.
That's awesome. So I sent him a text. I said, you're on our show today? That's amazing. He said, I ain't got time today. It was amazing. I was like, how about tomorrow? He was like, good. I'm like, perfect. Stephen A's on tomorrow. Can't wait to chat with him. I wonder what he'll be cooking up. What will he be chatting about?
Always something.
I can't wait. We got AJ Hawk on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend. Take 5! Yesterday was, a day that I've been waiting for my entire life, preparing for my entire life, dreaming of my entire life.
Ain't on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change.
Obviously, we had the Daily Show for 3 hours, about 15 minutes here. You send Josh Allen to the Colts?
I would trade myself before I trade Josh.
Immediately following doing this show, I went to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and filmed an episode of Peyton's Places with Peyton Manning and Jeff Saturday.
best one yet.
Hey, I memorized some lines.
Oh, really?
I was up in the crow's nest where you wave the green flag and then the checkered flag. The ladder to get up to that thing was literally this thick. And then you're standing on top of the track. I'm just hanging out there for a couple hours. I guess that episode's coming out in the fall. Got to see Jeff Saturday again. Love chatting with Jeff. Got to see Peyton again. Love chatting with Peyton. It was amazing. I was very thankful to be a part of that. And then immediately after that wrapped, hopped on a plane, flew to beautiful Chicago, Illinois.
Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most. Got the whole team on my back.
And I can't thank the people of Chicago enough for the love they gave me whenever I walked out in the arena last night.
WrestleMania, I'm preparing day and night, 2-a-days, 3-a-days, eating healthy, getting back into the best shape of my life so I can beat the hell out of Austin Theory. And tonight, dream come true, mission accomplished.
Yesterday was one of the coolest days of all time, and I can't thank everybody enough for allowing me to live this life. It's the dumbest life of all time. I will continue to try to enjoy every single moment. I will continue to try to do my best at everything I am doing, and thank you all so fucking much for all these opportunities.
What is it? Why is that thing up? Why is there a light in the sky? Is that an alien? What up, alien? My name's Pat. This is Foxy. Let's chat. The city you're from.
It was a hell of a Monday, wasn't it? Show, Peyton's Places, Monday Night Raw debut. Now we're back home. Got a meeting in the morning. Back at it. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode, the FanDuel Thunderdome on this January 4th, 2023. Hour 2 starts right now. Football is getting into its most important time of year. Week 18 of an 18-week regular season for the NFL wraps up this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, a bunch on Sunday, then Monday. The national championship will be held for college football in SoFi Field. We will obviously be doing a megacast for that show. This morning, a lot of it was spent trying to figure out how the hell we're going to get everybody there, how we're going to get home. It's really come upon us pretty quick.
Yeah.
As soon as we got back from the Rose Bowl, I was running on like 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours of sleep. Wake up yesterday, kind of have a little bit of a voice back. Didn't have one the day before that. Do a show. After the show, I'm told, hey, we got to get hotel rooms, credentials, microphones. This is what you're available to do. And we're doing our show live from there on Monday. Where do you want to be? How do you want to do it? It's like, this has all been pretty wild. But we are very lucky to be a part of this fucking thing.
Pumped.
What we were able to do down at the Peach Bowl, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it since then. That was a blast. The Talks Table was there at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. Joining us at SoFi, one half of the Hammer, Dahn Cowboys, my college football professor all year, Tone Diggs is here. Tone, I wish you would have, now I know, baby, family, lot going on. And none of us would have expected you to be able to make it with what you had going on there. I wish you would have been out there for that fucking Peach Bowl. I'm excited for you to get to SoFi. Wait until you see just how this all goes down. We're being placed into a movie. We are very lucky to be doing as such. It's a lot of work. Figuring out all the bullshit to get to this point, credentials, and we won't be able to walk like getting from place to place. It's all a nightmare whenever you're talking about an actual event. And this is a thing that maybe because we're independent and we don't work for any network, like I do GameDay obviously on Saturdays for College GameDay. This show, very much, I own the show 100%. So whenever we're doing stuff, we don't necessarily have the people in positions that know people at places or have the time to call and see how things are. So we're relying upon another business to look out for our business, and that business has a much bigger thing going on than our show. So it's been a fascinating day trying to figure it out. What we're saying, though, is with the text messages I just received, I think we're in a real good spot for Monday, and I'm thankful and I'm excited to get out there. And I think our show on Monday is going to be from a hilarious location.
Okay.
Everybody, yeah, I think it's going to be from a hilarious location. And then I think the megacast and the setup we have for that, more hilarious than the Peach one, specifically because we're just buying a field suite.
Yeah, we're just saying something.
So we're going to buy a suite that's basically on the field. So we could literally have anybody in there, and if we have we'll be
game changer.
Yeah. Now probably should have planned this out 3 weeks ago.
Sure.
4 weeks ago. Did not even have a thought about this happening until we get back from the Rose Bowl. I think learning from the Peach Bowl of what happened, how we went down logistically, audio-wise, microphone-wise, what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do. Because once again, we've been hired by Omaha to do these megacasts. We have been given the full reins of the megacast, but now we're dealing with ESPN and college football playoff, what they are allowed to have. But once again, they're the ones that are putting us on the sideline of the field, which is fucking awesome. So it's a give-take situation. So being able to experience Peach Bowl, see what it was like, what we had access to, what we didn't have access to, what we thought could have been better, what could have been worse, I think that's helped us make the decisions here for Monday. Could have never planned for this 3 weeks ago. But it has been a chaotic 24 hours here in the Thunderdome, I'd say, Ty.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so as well. And like you mentioned, just being on the field and being able to do what we like. I don't know if I really had any expectations, or I didn't really
think about it.
Didn't know what to expect. You know, and a lot of times at those things, like we've kind of done not something to that magnitude, but something similar. And there's always someone saying like
caveat.
Yeah, hey, can't be there. Hey, you need to move. Like even like you're holding an ESPN mic, and people think that you're just walking around trying to get in the way, and it's like. For the most part, I mean, outside of maybe like a couple badge-heavy Barney Fife fuckers that were working there.
Certainly were those. I was almost going to get kicked out. I was being told that I was going to be kicked out in the middle of it from where I was standing. Like in between breaks, I'd take my ears out. And I go, Zito would be like, hey. And I'd take my ears out, and Zito would be like, I guess this security guy right here just told Ben Hogg, who we were working with, producer, who's been at ESPN for 18 years, So cool to us.
He's a dog.
So fucking cool. Darius J. Butler was there, and I was planning on getting to you to get your take after that, but a conversation just started, so definitely need you to be a part of it. And also the man who is live from an attic in Ohio right now, college football national champion, Super Bowl champion, Ryder Cup champion, potentially had the worst trip to Atlanta of all time. AJ Hawk is here. AJ, do you remember that moment where I was told by Zito and by Ben Hogg from ESPN, hey, this security guy's saying he's going to kick you out? And me and Zito both start laughing and go, please tell him to kick us out.
Dude,
please. I would, because we had 4 tickets still in like the front row somewhere because we didn't know if we were going to be able to get everybody in there. So obviously I get kicked out from there. I'm coming right back into that stadium, getting the microphone from the front row and doing it from there. Like, it would have been magical. But normally, you're right. That was just one situation, and then a full convo happened between us, that security guard, and their supervisor. And like, all right, come on.
I'm standing here.
Right here. Yeah, I'm like, I have to be right here. Have to be. There's some people watching this. I don't know how many people. We have some people watching this. We will get out of the way. We will not be in anybody's way. But we have to be able to do this. To the guard's credit, who was a Barney Fife fuck, was like, okay, but they were certainly sticklers for that new. Hey, we came to your, like the game is 100 yards away. The game is 100 yards away. We're just trying to do our thing. So there's always going to be that type of stuff. This one went much smoother than I could have imagined. Now, AJ, obviously you got your Sprinter van windows busted in.
Right.
And Axel puked twice on the way down. Who knows how many times on the way back with no windows. How that whole thing was. We don't have to dive into that. I assume it wasn't great. And Ohio State lost in devastating fashion, but put up a great fight. That was an incredible experience. I cannot fucking wait for SoFi. AJ?
It was awesome. I told you before the game, like I was like, I'm pumped just to be here on the field and watch these guys. Like, I stood there during warm-ups with my old teammate Ben Hartsock, who I saw on the sidelines, who lives in Atlanta.
Love Ben.
And he knows a lot about the Georgia team. And I was watching their D-line warm up, and I was like 5 feet away. And I was like, okay, that guy's a first-round pick. That guy's a first-round pick. Like every single player.
Have a zero round before the first round? Looks like that guy.
I was scared. I'm like, how does anybody play? Like, it just seems like everybody is so big, so fast, so athletic. And the game proved that, too. Like, it was high-level football. We got to see it firsthand.
Darius, we were strolling across the field 20 minutes before it kicked off. Just as a crew of like 7 or 8 of us.
Casual.
Just casually walking right in the game. The TCU, which fucking hell of a win.
Another one.
The TCU game, Michigan game, was up on the Jumbotron, but the Jumbotron straight up like this, and everybody in the stadium's looking at the sky. So we were able just to walk, like we were just moseying around the field. I did not expect that. As a player, I don't think I remember seeing a crew of like 8 or 9 people just rolling around the field, dapping people up, chatting with them. Pat, nice to meet you. Coaches doing the whole thing. We are very thankful to ESPN, Omaha, and everybody that allowed us that access. And I think we try to do it I feel like we try to do it a justice as well, the way we call it.
We're pros, and huge thank you to you for letting me be a part of that, man. It was awesome. And for us, obviously we were on our game day too, so we were there from the morning. And then you just kind of saw the building, get more and more alive as the day went on. And as people started to file in, and you just felt the kind of energy start to change. And then obviously the game was a great game from beginning to end also. And the boys, they killed it with the Fiesta Bowl to kind of start it off. And that was good for us to kind of see them do it a little bit first and then get our own. But it was unbelievable to be on the field. Literally, me and Connor, we're on that first touchdown. Like, we see it, like, literally developing. We're watching Marvin. We see it. I hear Connor, come. Like, it was an amazing experience. And hopefully this TCU Georgia game can be a great game as well.
At the Fiesta Bowl, the boys were telling us that the TCU fans were loud. The TCU fans were bananas. The Michigan fans, I think they were expecting, obviously, to win, and they started getting blown out early. So it could have taken the energy out of there, even though the game ended up being what it was towards the end there. But they said the TCU fans were very loud. And I'd like to report from my voice. You can hear it. I literally lost 85% of my voice on Sunday when I woke up in Pasadena in a building that was built in 1909.
Jesus.
Wow.
1909, the building.
They were in California then?
I think, back in, the Gold Rush was
Gold Rush.
a long time ago.
1849.
Oh.
But anyways, I lost my voice. I was screaming because of how loud. Yeah. Gold Rush, 49ers.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. That's where it supposedly was. But a lot of people, obviously, they settled. Didn't make it all the way. That's why they were the
Settlers.
Like, for instance, what's that?
Idiots.
I don't know. Those who settled in Phoenix seem to have worked out.
Pretty good little location.
It worked out okay. There's a lot of different cities across the country that people are like, I ain't fucking going anymore.
This one's fine.
This one's good. We're going to set up here. And it ended up being a great city. So I understand that. But, yeah, that's why they went all the way out there. Anyways, I woke up, had no voice. The Georgia fans were fucking loud. Did you expect that from the Georgia? I don't know what I expected. And on the field, you're hearing – they're literally screaming at you.
Yeah.
Ohio State fans showed up too.
Definitely.
More than I thought.
Well, Ohio State fans are. I mean, it was in Atlanta, and if you're the number 1 seed, you get preferential treatment on location for the semifinals. That's a part of it. So it's going to be a home atmosphere for Georgia. I knew the Ohio State fucks were going to be loud, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We kind of knew that. But the Georgia fans, I don't think I expected them to be as active the entire time as they were, especially, like, they could get kind of used to it, right?
Yeah.
National champions, we've been here. When Ohio State is making that a fucking fight early, Georgia fans could have easily been like, these guys suck. Instead, it wasn't like that at all. It was, they were real. So if TCU does that, Georgia does that. I know SoFi Field is a canopy and there's space to kind of get out. I think it's going to be a good environment, which is normally a corporate environment, right? These national championship and Super Bowls. I think Monday could be awesome.
Don't you think, especially being in LA, it has the feel of it could be a corporate situation, but I feel like with TCU and how special it is for them to get there. And
they got money too, I think. I think TCU people got money. So does Georgia.
Yeah. No question. Georgia, this is the standard for them. So I feel like, they're going to travel and they're going to be very, very loud. And we mentioned on the broadcast multiple times, like both offenses were dealing with away crowds. Like both offenses, there was a ton of noise. They probably had to go silent count mostly the whole game. And I just wonder if SoFi is going to be the same field.
I don't know. Like, that's what I think it could be.
Yeah,
I think it
far
could
away
be.
out there. It's pretty far away. It's hard to get there.
Yeah, but they all got – Georgia's known as being a pretty, I think, sophisticated bunch, even though there is – but I think jobs that come out of Georgia are high-paying jobs. A lot of khakis.
Yes.
A lot of khakis. Not that is necessarily an indicator of that type of thing, but pretty good stereotype to say.
Yeah.
A lot of khakis, croquis around the glasses. We know exactly who we're talking about. Love their dogs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just as much as anybody else, they love their dogs. And I got another part of respect for it. It ain't Georgia's fault that their education and jobs they get afterwards are high-profile jobs. They don't act like that, I don't think. Not that in my experience, at least. And then TCU, I've heard they got fucking cake. Like, it costs real money. So for an L.A. Super Bowl that it does cost a lot to get to, a lot of time to get to, travel isn't easy right now. I believe these are maybe the two fan bases that it's like it's a good thing that they are a part of it.
TCU will definitely travel. We experienced it last year. Last year's national championship, there was more Georgia fans than there was Bama fans. And there's that situation where it's like Bama's like, we'll just go to the next national championship. Now that Georgia
that was in Indy.
Yeah, now that Georgia's done it 2 years in a row, do you think there'll be less Georgia fans this year or more?
After what we saw at the college football, I wish you would have been there. Tone has been my professor all year for college football. And those college football playoffs are like college football festival.
Yeah.
It felt like. I don't know what it was like in Phoenix, and they should think about having it
stacked in the same
back-to-back days maybe, or like, I don't know,
Or-
in the same.
Could you do noon and then a night game?
They should think about doing
Don't they want to spread it out?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, they want
like to spread it out though.
Yeah, well, they have to give like Fiesta Bowl and like those are going to change. I think who's getting it.
Right.
So you're trying to show love to all the big ones, but just as somebody that has seen like a WrestleMania that has like shows on like 3 days and like how the Super Bowl was set up.
College basketball Final Four is that way.
Same, like if they were to be in the same city,
F1.
one day and the next day, that festival would be.
Maybe when they go to 12, they should do something like that.
Yeah, maybe it's like
Well, they have home games when they go.
Couple
to 12,
sites,
right?
a couple different sites or something.
first round home games.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Good reminder there. Whatever the case, we're thankful to be a part of it. We think we're through the logistical nightmare that I put onto us because I didn't think about it going forward, which also takes me back to Monday. I understand I'm supposed to think ahead, especially when we got a lot of things on the horizon. We're very lucky to be doing that. That is a weakness of mine. That is a flaw of mine. I enjoy I enjoy this moment right now. Okay, so like where we are, I want to pour everything into. I want my investment in the time. I want to be where my feet are. I want to listen and take in everything that's happening right now. And then wherever I go next or whatever I do next, I'm doing that same exact thing everywhere I'm at. And then, hey, do you want to do this? 2 weeks from now, this will be happening. I think that seems like a fun thing. I asked the boys, do we want to do blah, blah, blah? We have an open discussion. There might be some disagreement. My vote's worth 2, which is sweet. And then we just kind of go through it all. And I've missed on that. Those 2 votes have gone the wrong direction before.
Wow.
And I have talked about it, and it has been something we've chatted about behind the scenes, But whenever we do that, it's always like, yeah, that would be cool. And then whenever it's time to get to that, then we're fully invested into it, So that is a flaw of mine. Once again, I do say, though, I am a checkers player. I am not a chess player. Always played checkers. Okay, I'm trying to, whatever's in front of me, let's go. And then hoping to get fucking kinged, and then I guess I'll just come back. Like that is how I operate. The show was affected by that potential mindset on Monday because offered an opportunity to do game day at Rose Bowl. Didn't have to do it. Because it is during the week sometimes. Didn't want it to affect the daily show that we have whenever I had said negotiation to figure this whole game day thing out. Because at that point, I don't think I fully understood college football as much and everything about college football. I also had in there not going to production meetings on Friday either because it affects the show. But then I go to production meeting and I'm like, you know what, I'm lucky to be here. I enjoy this production meeting. I'm learning a lot in these production meetings, and we adjust the show, okay? AJ will come. I'll hit in from there. We figure that out on the fly, though, like days before the first game day. Like that is days before. So Rose Bowl hadn't been in my brain literally since negotiation. In my mindset since negotiation with ESPN to just get off the field with fucking the Peach Bowl, vastly different than where they were. So I just assumed Rose Bowl, sweet. It'll be the same setup as like a production day. We'll run game day 9 to noon as normal. I'll find a place at the Rose Bowl to just do the show from. We'll do the show. We'll overreact. We'll get through it. Then I'll fly home or whatever. Show was not 9 to noon. Show was
For some reason.
Show was 10 to 1 over there. Rose Bowl is like the hardest fucking thing to get into in the world. It's 10 different checkpoints getting in there. So I was like, I'll just do the show from there. There's no way that was going to take place. So it was just plain ignorance on my end that we missed the show on Monday, and I do apologize for that. It was very cool to get to experience the Rose Bowl, to experience game day, but it did affect this show, and that's something I said I'd never do. So I apologize for that. We did get to have an overreaction Aaron Rodgers Tuesday, we thought on the other end. That was thought on Saturday. I believe Saturday
at dinner.
Or maybe Sunday that was decided upon. So got to grow in that area. Got to grow just like what led to this morning, us being like, oh, who's getting a credential? Where are we staying? It's Monday? Oh, people have been planning a year for this.
Yeah.
Credentials, cameras, who's where, who's sitting where, everything. And we literally just thought about it yesterday into this morning. We think we have it figured out. Big thanks to fucking everybody for that. And I apologize for fucking it up on Monday.
Well, your 2 votes really haven't steered us, astray at any point. But also when you think about, being in the moment, I feel like that's kind of why this show is successful, is because all we think about really is the next show. And then when you also think about how we do the show, when we were doing the watch along or the alternate cast, mega casts at the or the college football playoff, there really wasn't any time where it's like, man, this is really long. Like this show kind of prepares you for how that goes. So that's why I feel like it's kind of changed like the view on those type of watch alongs, especially with some of the other ones we've done where it's like, hey, this is going to be a 4-hour thing. It's like, well, we go live for 4 hours most days anyway. So like, what's the difference here? And the difference is, well, you get more breaks and there's more time for you to just kind of like sit around. And that's why it's really not that big of a change. Sure, you can't say goddamn and shit, fuck, all that shit. But
had a couple of those on Fiesta Bowl, had a couple of those on the old Peach Bowl. Did not hear about that from anybody.
No. Well, I think Kirk Herbstreit helped us out a lot with that because of his Roll Bowl flub. Thank you, Kirk. Love you, Kirk.
I do love Kirk Herbstreit.
He's the best.
Dude, he has his fucking name on a booth at the Rose Bowl.
That's wild.
Yeah.
How about that, AJ? Ohio, fuck Kirk Herbstreit. Centerville, Ohio. Elk has his face and his family's name on the Rose Bowl, which is like the most Hollywood thing of all time. I was I didn't learn that until right before the show goes live on game day, and I'm like, your name is on this? That is a fucking big deal.
Yeah.
Kirk is awesome.
He is, isn't he?
He is college football.
Yeah,
he's a dog.
What'd you say,
I
D?
said, been able to steal his little pregame sheet to help you prepare. I promise you one thing. I will know more names
Yes, me too.
this upcoming game.
Yeah, me too. I did an old, look at that's a great catch there.
22.
That was tough.
AJ, what are your thoughts on
It is hard to identify numbers when you're down low like that
Tough.
sometimes.
well, and also we're on camera. So
Yeah, you can't really. Hold on.
Three
one
people
second.
with the
Look,
same
I can't-
jersey number. I saw dudes literally coming out of a field goal, taking a jersey off that didn't have a name on the back.
see,
Saw
why did
that.
you say that? What do we that's why
So,
we're on the
A
sideline.
lot of shit going on.
Darius, why aren't we that is literally
I mean, it wasn't.
that is why we're
I
on
don't
the
think it's very
sideline.
relevant to the game, but
AJ, did you see this and you just decided what are we doing here? That
I didn't see it. I knew there's double, triple numbers for
he just
everybody.
threw
It
you under
seems
the
like.
bus.
Yeah.
Say, yeah,
Wow,
Darius,
dude.
Well, you guys
But-
were on the other sideline. What do you mean? He was on the other sideline most of the time.
yeah, it might have been a different operation for their squad than the squad we were covering. To D-Butt's point about getting to watch the Fiesta Bowl, they were moving way too much.
Way too much.
Way too
early.
They were sprinting
Early,
down
though.
every drive because there's so many touchdowns, so they kept moving to whatever.
Why were
end
they
zone.
laying on top of each other? Did we ever figure
Good
that
angle.
Well, so we did hear that whole
Love it.
story
Great
from.
TV they did. Great TV by them, but yeah, just curious.
I don't know about TV still shot. Great still shot.
Yeah, great meme photo.
Great still shot.
This one right here is perfect.
Great
Thank
meme.
you.
When your scramble team is trying to line up the birdie putt after 7 beers each, and everyone's all going a different way.
Right.
I mean, there was like 100 of these, so I love it. Everything about it. We learned the story from AQ because we did wonder how he ended up being the big spoon on old Cole Kublik, and how did that all take place? Well, we were told, and there might be some differing tales amongst the 4 men there. Cole said, let's get Dahn in here and cover this thing, you know? And I love that. Cole did that. So Cole lays down. Taylor lays down next to Cole. AQ, eyeballing the scene, says, we don't need to go 3 wide here. That'd be way too wide. I said, did you think about laying in between them? And he goes, could have done that, could have done that. I just thought getting on the back of Cole, though, was hilarious. And I was like, good call. Look at AQ.
Yeah, AQ.
Look at AQ doing there. And then RG3 kind of planking on the opposite side, little hamstring core workout. I thought they did a great job. I thought they did a fantastic. Big thanks to these dudes for doing that.
Yeah.
Big thanks for these dudes for doing that and having the time of their life. And I think RG3 labor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his wife posted
Well, no,
on
yeah.
Instagram and said like that it must
False
got
alarm
lost
or
in the
something,
shuffle.
yeah.
Yeah, like she mentioned labor and he thought she was going into labor and she said he.
So what happened in real time? We weren't there. Obviously, we weren't there. We were in Georgia. Post-game group text from them, from me to them.
Yeah,
Massive piece of it was congratulating baby.
Bob. Yeah,
So she, what did you?
I said,
she
go
posted
Bob,
on
too.
Instagram.
We got the same agent, so I text agent, hey,
Please.
RG3, man, hey,
Congrats.
good energy to
It's
my
awesome.
wife.
Yeah,
Then he was on the Cotton Bowl the next day, right?
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
He hopped on a flight immediately because when she called him, he heard labor and he thought that she was saying, "I'm going into labor."
Oh, because it was so loud. It was
Exactly.
really like
Well, it was
classic
so loud.
miscommunication.
Yeah, and yeah, it was miscommunication, but he ended up just going back anyways because he thought that was going on, but it hasn't happened yet.
With everybody's travel issues happening right now, unbelievable effort by him being able to get home.
Yeah, well,
Like
I mean,
that.
Yeah.
he was flying. Did you see him running out of the state? He still has it.
He can roll.
He can, man, he can run.
raced
That
a
dude
hawk.
can run.
Sprinting.
Yeah, he beat a hawk.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
He did. He beat a hawk.
Yeah.
Now,
But I think, to your point, he did fly Southwest, and they're canceling, 2,000, 2,500 flights
no.
a day. So it is crazy that he got lucky enough to get on one of those birds back home.
Yeah,
this is like when Mrs. McAllister
bingo. In
goes
Chicago.
to the airport.
Yeah.
That's right.
Did he hop in the back of a polka?
Yep.
Polka truck.
Polka.
I'm excited to hear how that all went down and how that worked. But nonetheless, thank you to them for doing and bringing their energy and
out.
crushing it. Fucking shout out to them.
Helped us too with a bunch of stuff while we were watching it.
And I did let them know that. I wonder, like, what if RG3 was just fucking? Because if he runs to the airport and they got no flights, is he potentially doing this?
Yep.
Very
John Candy's
possible.
taking him home.
There's people living in airports, right, for like 2 weeks or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
There are people in the Denver airport after that on Christmas, after that weekend when it was the Flash Freeze spoof. They were in the airport in
No, it
Denver.
wasn't. It was there was some places got hit real.
For sure. Yeah, okay. But there was they were in the airport in Denver till Thursday.
Yeah, for like 4 days. There were bags stacked up to the ceiling next to
Could you imagine being at that airport? You just slept there for the last couple of days or whatever, not able to get in or out, and you're watching TV and you're watching ESPN2 in the airport, And then all of a sudden, you look to your right, RG3 is. Weren't you just?
What the fuck?
What are you doing here?
How'd you get here?
And then he just hops on.
Yeah, he
with him.
takes your seat on the next flight. because-
Well, if he did, we would thank him. But also, I would not have asked him to do it if I knew that there was a potential birth happening.
Sure.
Especially with my wife being pregnant right now. So, like, I understand everything that's potentially going on in his world. I wish there was a little bit more communication with me, because, I reach out. Hey,
He did the cotton, but where did he fly home? And then he got to the Cotton Bowl the next day, though.
He lives in Texas, right? I assume that's where it comes
Yeah,
from.
I believe he lives right near it.
Makes sense.
But anyways, I felt like an asshole, like immediately upon, oh my God, why would I even
ask?
Should I have known this too? Like follow up, I should have known that this was happening, but everything seemed to work
He
out.
probably didn't know.
Huh?
He probably didn't know because it's a window where it
Dude,
could
you don't
happen
know.
anytime.
That's
It
how
is.
Might have been unexpected for him.
This whole pregnancy thing is wild.
Yeah. Could come early, come late. You never know when the kid's coming usually.
Dude.
What?
Mine was 3 weeks early, fucking out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then every once, I remember that.
Yeah, that
and
was.
then every once in a while, I'll Google about it, and that's not the right move.
No.
The amount of things I'll read.
Stay off.
Oh,
Google.
yeah, there's a
Stay
lot
off
of
when
Google
you're about to have
anything.
your kid. You fucking stay off Google.
I'm like, I don't need to learn anything else. I
Yeah.
don't think.
It's like WebMD and when you have an upset stomach.
Yeah, I lost
And
like
it's
15
no.
pounds because of Google.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm starting to do that. I'm on that plane back from the Rose Bowl. Just like can't fall asleep. Obviously, why wouldn't you, brain? You fucking piece of shit. Just, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it though. So I'm just sitting there, and I go like, "All right, what are some things I should expect here? Over the next couple as we hit this new stage." Should expect all the worst things of all time, I guess.
You know that.
They just listed those. I'm sitting at 45,000 feet or whatever, going through a pretty good amount of turbulence, reading through this, going, oh my God, should I? Oh my God. And I just put the phone down, shut the windows, and I just sat like this for a good hour and a half.
Fuck this.
I was anyways, thank you to everybody, especially to all the folks that allowed the MegaCast to happen on Saturday. We didn't get to talk about it much there because I fucked up with the whole Rose Bowl situation. But we can't wait for LA, and thank you, college football.
Thank you, college football.
For this season and for the performances. That was one of the greatest days of football of all time. AJ, time to dive into today's NFL news. The Buffalo Bills have released a statement on Damar and his current condition. The Buffalo Bills have tweeted, Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement noted yesterday and overnight. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to monitor and treat him. This has been a similar message from everybody. And in 2022, I would like to say that I'm appreciative of that. Because in 2022, everybody seems to be trying to get clout. The University of Cincinnati's health medical center, somebody in there, nurse, doctor, anybody with this story and how big it is, could attempt to gain clout by leaking information that is of I don't want to say substance, but more than what we have heard as being kind of, and nobody has done it.
Nope.
I think that's fucking awesome.
awesome.
I think that is an incredible thing. The respect of the privacy of the family and the respect of the human that is Damar and what he's going through, I appreciate that because every message has seemingly been, even Jordan Rooney when he comes on, seemingly same message. It's like everybody kind of wants to just kind of wait this out.
Yeah.
Seems to be positive,
Yep.
but we haven't got real substantial evidence that's going to be positive other than vibes are going positive yet. Who knows what's actually happening, but I appreciate that we haven't heard anything, if that makes sense.
Good. And that's good because especially when it's, medical things, you got non-medical people kicking it to other non-medical people. So, and everybody's kind of on the edge waiting to hear some positive news. So it sounds like it's trending in the right direction. And obviously, everybody, this shook everybody. Players, I'm much differently, but this is some scary shit.
Former players, and Shannon Sharp opened up with it, and obviously that became a whole thing because they kind of bickered, but they do that.
That's the show.
That's the show. That's the show. So, that's literally what they do. Undisputed. I'm a massive Shannon Sharp fan.
It's incredible that Shannon hasn't slapped the shit out of
I
Skip
know.
Well,
but I think he knows that's the job, right? I love Shannon.
They get it.
Yeah, love him.
I love Shannon Sharp. I'm a massive Shannon Sharp fan. On the field, how he acted, what he does on TV, how he goes about it. Julio Jones thing,
It's tough.
kind of fucked up,
Not good, yeah.
but I do. I do appreciate Shannon Sharp. The way he talked about how it affected him, right? And he played a long time, I don't want to say a long time ago, but a longer time ago. It was the same exact feelings as like we all were kind of feeling yesterday about how like, yo, this fucked me up. And AJ, I don't want to say you're a, how do I say this? Because we saw some emotion there at the end of that.
I'm definitely a very emotional person.
Blocked off emotionally.
With your family,
to
with
us.
your kids, everything. Like, I understand you're
I don't have big I don't tend to have big like outward reactions to things.
Bingo. We saw a little bit there, and we're happy to see it, by the way. It was nice to see that the face of Ohio State still has massive amount of love. You were getting a little
Almost choked up.
Yeah.
There was a devastated AJ Hawk there.
It's a huge takeaway from the weekend.
We actually chatted
I mean,
about
that was a devastating loss for Ohio State, and being there on the field when you feel like you had it, that affects you.
Yeah, well, it was nice to know that it does affect you because we'll say OH, you'll leave the ducks on the pond. Anytime we start talking about you always try to deflect. You know, you're big. So watching you really lose it almost a little bit to Georgia Ohio State, that was cool.
Awesome.
Way to go, AJ.
Way to go. Need more of that, AJ.
And fully invested.
Proud of you, AJ, and I think Ohio State fans are obviously pumped about that, but Ohio knows you. You're an Ohio fuck. They know exactly what they're getting. That thing really, I felt like so many emotions I would not have expected to feel in that moment. Why do you think all former players are doing that? And I think I asked yesterday, but honestly, as the days roll on here, why do you think that happened?
I mean, I think normally if someone's getting carted off or someone has a terrible injury, which I've been on the field, Aaron mentioned it, where guys hurt their neck, you're worried like, oh, is this guy going to be paralyzed? Is he going to be able to play again? All of that, you're not questioning, is he going to live? And this is a time when Damar's down there and everyone, they see all the personnel, I think, scrambling. You see like everyone going in like, oh my goodness, this is for real. Like there's not a second we can waste. Like they're working on this guy and we're trying to keep him alive. Like that's, I think, what hit everybody hard. Like this is different. This is way different than just a football injury that may affect how this guy may walk 10 years from now.
Yeah, and then seeing the players' reactions, you know what I mean? Because you've been around the game, for however long. If you're on that field, you've probably been around football probably 15, 20 years, and you've seen some bad shit happen. You always, when you come in that stadium, you always see the ambulance. You always see it. You always know it's a possibility when you get on that knee before a game, if that's your thing, and you say that prayer. Usually, it's not really to win the game or it's, to play well and to walk off the field. And like to AJ's point, when you see somebody not only doing that, but it's a real fight for their life, and then they're out of your vision, you don't know what's happening, you just see the ambulance sitting in the tunnel, like it was so many emotions. So many people reached out too, which was odd too, that people I haven't talked to in a while. But and it just kind of showed you still that brotherhood, kind of that fraternity, to see the coaches come together and make the decision they made. But it was wild, man, and it was so good to just hear any positive news, because I feel like for a long time there, what seemed like forever, we were just waiting to hear like, hey, he's breathing, he's alive. Because at that point it was like, yo, did we just see somebody die on the field? And that was the scariest moment, because nobody, you don't really sign up for that.
Yeah, we all had everybody felt as if we had just watched somebody pass away on Monday Night Football for a routine tackle, which I think makes it even more grand for people who have a lot of friends that play football or even have played football. Like I thought about like, man, that could have happened to this guy.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, this guy could have happened to. That big round fuck that talks about offensive line. It could have happened to him. Literally any play, there's like that type of stuff happening. So I think all those emotions really kicked in, and it seems like every former player feels the exact same way, and I think that's why it's being chatted about so much. We will await more news out of the medical center. We are getting news out of the Cincinnati Bengals camp. Zach Taylor had a press conference and spoke to the media for the first time since the entire Damar Hamlin CPR event took place. Garrett Fuller is reporting that Zach Taylor said he could see how concerned the Bills players were in the moment after Damar Hamlin went down, which is kind of what Darius's point was. We've all seen a lot of stuff. Whenever you see everybody crying, basically, it's something very real. It says Sean McDermott told him shortly thereafter, I need to be at the hospital for Damar. I shouldn't be coaching this game. That, to me, provided all the clarity. More from Zach Taylor. I really felt Sean McDermott led in that moment. He was there for his players. He processed it the right way, which was incredibly difficult and really helped us get to the solution we needed to get to. Because this is in reference to the fact that there was a 5-minute statement made by somebody. Numerous people are now reporting that a 5-minute statement was made by somebody, because that's the standard protocol when an injury takes place or when somebody has to get carted off the field after a certain amount of time, whatever the case is. So Troy Vincent, who's the vice president of the NFL, said that didn't come from us. We were trying to figure out everything else at the time. It came from somebody on the field. John Perry, who's the rules expert for the Monday Night Football booth, he said he was told it by a league executive. He's the one that relayed the message to Joe Buck. Joe Buck was then the one that mentioned it. Then they showed Joe Burrow throwing the rock. Then the story was that Zach Taylor, even after, and Stephon Diggs gave a motivational speech on the other side, Zach Taylor goes over to McDermott and says, like, we shouldn't play or whatever because he walked over to the Bills side. What Zach Taylor was saying happened was, this is McDermott saying, I can't coach right now, this isn't it. But I do love the fact that Zach Taylor is like, whoa, I'm getting a lot of credit for this. McDermott was the one that was like, this is not for me, for my guys, I got to be at the hospital. Although I think Zach Taylor should get some credit that he felt it was a necessity to walk over there and be like, hey, what are we doing? Both of those coaches showed incredible class, and McDermott is continuing to showcase that there's no leadership for dummies books that you can read that would put you into being able to handle this situation properly. But, like, you have got to be one of the greatest leaders going to be able to handle this situation with your team. Paul Dahner Jr. is reporting that Zach Taylor, I did not feel any directive that guys needed to start warming up. There was no push for anything to happen. So Joe Burrow might have been warming up.
That was probably the guys, though, you know, because the other part about it that's kind of fucked up is we're programmed to, hey, at some point we got to go and finish and win this big game. You know what I mean? And obviously that was something that most of us have never seen happen. But in the back, I'm sure it's in the back. At some point, maybe those players, all right, at some point we're gonna have to go. And the quarterback, you know, they're hey, let me start throwing up, let me start warming up just in case. But so a lot of people were throwing fault, you know, at the NFL or at the broadcast or anybody. I think everybody was just put in a super fucked up position because of what happened. And you can't really fault anybody for how you act in that moment. Because even for the NFL office, because that's obviously it's a multi-billion-dollar league. So you think from a business standpoint, all right, we got to get this game going at some point. But I think everybody made the right decision in that moment. The guys after the game, RC, Van Pelt, Lisa Salters, like, because I was just locked in on the coverage.
Booger.
And we all were.
Booger, Chef, everybody. But
Scott Van Pelt afterwards.
Yeah, Van Pelt and RC in that moment, like, that was, like, unbelievable, especially for that situation. So shout out to those guys and gals too.
Absolutely, and I think the media has gotten a lot of that coverage has gotten a lot of. Aaron, I don't think I've ever heard him compliment.
Yeah, never.
Any media person ever.
Nope.
Have you? I don't think.
I'm sure there's people. out
No,
there
he
that-
loves Joe. Remember, he loves this crew. He loves this crew. He talks about EA.
Yep.
He does talk about some people, but as a whole, he talked about ESPN as a
not
whole.
ESPN's coverage of the NFL, definitely not.
He was like, that was. I think we all took that away because sitting at home, I was like, what would I do?
Yeah, that was the first thought.
I am not the human. I'm thankful that I am not in this situation right here because you're driving how the world now is feeling. And that 5-minute thing that was relayed to John Perry, allegedly, John Perry to Joe Buck, that was really the only thing that needed to be said for everybody to start going, this NFL, because the NFL is big business. They will do that in practices. You tear your ACL, we're moving practice 5 yards. We're going to get these periods in while we got sunshine. You can figure out your knee, and it's that type of business, always has been. Piece of gum, you chew until your flavor runs out, and then they'll take it, they'll throw it out, there's another one coming. That is the reality of the NFL. They move on. We move on. We move on. But I don't think the NFL ever had intentions of moving on with that game. I think the Bills and the Bengals were told by the NFL much earlier than the public was that game was going to be we are not playing the game going forward. But I do think somebody at the NFL should have told the public that quicker. As soon as that 5 minute comes out, I think there should have been somebody that's like, hey, this is a much different situation than torn ACL. The NFL feels that way. Can you please relay that message? As soon as they decide we're not playing this game, I think somebody from the NFL should have told fucking somebody at ESPN, hey, we are not, this game is, we're either postponing it or canceling it. We don't know which one we're doing yet, but we know it's not going to happen tonight. I think that should have happened because, especially in the world we live in now, the entire world was watching.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody has the capability to do this. And 10 seconds is an eternity on the internet, let alone 9 minutes, let alone 25 minutes, 35 minutes, an hour, let alone an hour. So I think they should have cut that off a little bit quicker so that everybody understands their actual position, which feels like they were genuinely like
concerned.
The NFL doesn't want one of their players to die on prime time on the field. Like, I don't think the NFL wants that either. So, like, I think the NFL fucks up. We've pointed it out. Fuck, we started a new league, the PAFL, this year because I thought the NFL fucked up and has fucked up. And we're players, so we know that the NFL has certainly made decisions that they regret, and they've tried to fix it and everything like that. But I thought they were getting I thought they were other than not telling people quicker, I think what the NFL did is probably the best in that situation you could do as well. I don't know what else they could have done differently.
Well, I think the most important thing the NFL has done is that they make these and they direct the trainers and all the doctors to do all this training all throughout the year when something like this happens. I mean, you saw how many people are out there working on them. Like, that's what's pretty amazing is all these trainers and doctors are out there, basically saving people's lives on the field. And the NFL, I don't know what their directives are, what they have to, like, check off to make sure they all get certified and they recertify, but that's what was very impressive to me.
Okay, NFL Executive Vice President Troy Vincent speaking. When was this? Tom Pelissero is reporting this right now. There was only one policy in practice that mattered that evening, and that was the emergency action plan by those first responders. So it was executed to perfection, and it gave our brother Damar another day to live. What they are referring to is this is a practiced routine that happens in the NFL to work on the field. Emergency cardiac situation, the paddles, the CPR. It is a practice thing. I don't know how often they practice it, but from the sounds of what Goodell said yesterday and what Troy Vincent's saying right now, this sounds like them saying there's a reason we do it, because there's probably a lot of people that are pissed off about having to fucking practice running onto the field in the middle of the day and doing it. Incredible execution by everybody. He says that gave our brother Damar another day to live. Troy Vincent on the 5-minute return to play issue. I just want to be clear, just that suggestion alone was inappropriate. It was insensitive, and frankly, it lacked both empathy and compassion for Damar's situation, who was still in the woods and fighting for his life that day. Do we have more quotes from that?
It's coming out. That was like 2 minutes ago.
So that's live right now. So somebody's obviously going to ask.
Yeah.
Who?
Well, who?
Who did that then?
Because I think they're standing by it. They got that word, right?
Yes, John Perry did. ESPN released that they were told from NFL officials that they're going to do that. NFL Chief Medical Officer via Tom Pelissero, Dr. Alan Sills says, it's not an exaggeration to say that the skilled and immediate response by all these talented caregivers prevented a tragic outcome at that moment. Sills says he doesn't want to address the cause of Hamlin going into cardiac arrest pending further investigation, but commotio cordis certainly is possible regardless of cause. Emphasizes rapid response is key in an event like this. Okay, Hamlin remains in critical condition. So it is amazing if what we're hearing, the positive vibes out of the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. I did not know a human could have to receive CPR for 9 minutes. That's a long time, I think, for 9 minutes and potentially live. I had no idea I had no idea that that's possible, and I think that's what we were all thinking as we're watching it. There's certainly a thought like 9 minutes of CPR. That seems to be way too long. And then your brain starts going like, well, that means no oxygen was no oxygen flow. If no oxygen's getting I've always been told if no oxygen gets to your brain, there's potential brain, there's just so many things you start thinking about. So the response, getting there as quickly as they did, administering it as quickly as they did, getting them out of there, I think it should be something that is like applauded, complimented, and a huge ordeal. So I'm happy that Dr. Alan Sills is like, hey, that's my team basically out there. That's what Alan Sills is saying. Like, I'm the one that had to implement these practices and these things. That's my team. I'm incredibly proud of them. I think that's a good move from a leadership position in the NFL as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they saved his life. For sure. You know, 100%. We'll see what happens and everything, but like if they didn't act the way they did and if they weren't, on the ball and know what they were doing, like there's a very good chance that he dies on the field.
NFL Executive Vice President Jeff Miller, who I've never heard of.
Nope. Me either.
EVP, though, means he's at Troy Vincent level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Troy Vincent has say.
Yeah.
So we'd assume Jeff Miller has some say. Says there's been no decision on whether to resume Bills-Bengals game at a later date. We'll consult with the clubs involved. Decision in the coming days. That conversation about what we do with that game has begun. Okay, so now we're trying to figure it out. I don't know how, this late in the season, I don't know what the right answer is for Jeff Miller. I think you just void it. It sucks for the Bills.
I don't know how I've heard people talk about scenarios like bumping things back, all that. I don't know how that would work.
Sucks for the Bills, but the Bills are hopefully hear good news about their teammate, and they can understand that this is an outlying situation that could have never been expected. They win their number one seed.
Oh, yeah.
They're against the Bengals, So they were certainly in it. Chiefs, Nobody at the Chiefs saw Damar Hamlin's injury and thought this is anywhere near okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Everybody was devastated over there, but the Chiefs might benefit from them
sure.
having to void the game. And I don't know what other answer there is. I don't know how they put another game in. I don't know when they would. I don't know how you even, at this stage. I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, that would be more, regardless of where you see it. I feel like that would be more of a disadvantage. You be playing an extra game that close to playoffs. Yeah, I'm with you as far as voiding it, and then this is just a situation that nobody expected to ever deal with.
And you're dealing with humans.
Yeah.
So there's always going to have to be change. I understand there's bylaws and this and so many asterisks in so many different rule books and contracts. I understand that. But when you're talking about a human situation and having to adapt and having to get by, and this is the checkers. This is the checkers, like handling this situation. How do we get past this current very traumatic situation in the best possible way? We will be judged looking back upon it, but the people that are judging us 10 years from now had no idea what it was like in the moment and what the world was. So we just have to be firm on our conviction that this is the move, put it behind, and just move on. And I think the NFL has proven that they can do that. Have they fucked it up? Yes. Will they get this right? I think they will, and I think the right answer is to not have the game happen. But what the fuck do I know? I'm in a tank top talking about sports every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation. And even the people 10 years from now, like, this has kind of reset the bar as, like, the worst possible scenario on a football field by far. Like, before it didn't seem like this could even happen, and now that it has, in 10 years, they'll probably still look back at this moment and remember, hey, if this were to ever happen, this is kind of how you go about it, because they have handled it as best as they could.
Okay, so we will continue to learn more about it all, hopefully. Jeff speaking, Troy speaking. We assume Goodell will speak. Zach Taylor spoke. McDermott, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Their media got canceled.
Yeah, not today. Not doing
For
media
the
today.
team, right?
Yeah.
And we can't reiterate this enough. When you watch Sean McDermott right now talk, in every step he takes from Monday on, you're watching a leader. Like you're watching somebody who's in a very difficult situation that there is no blueprint for. There is no Oregon Trail to go upon. He just has to figure out what the best move is at the right time. A lot to balance.
Yeah.
A lot to balance. A life is happening.
Yeah.
Relationships are happening. His job's still happening. It is. Good luck out there, Coach McDermott.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I do not envy that situation.
I don't think we could take for granted the fact that both these coaches were humans in the moment, had empathy and sympathy. We know there's some coaches that I'm not saying they would have handled it differently. I'm sure they would have handled it differently, but they may not have been as open early on. Like, yeah, they got their blinders and all they know is football. All they think about is football. They don't even understand, like, human interaction.
We talked about that yesterday where that memo was sent out from Goodell about what happened. And we said there is coaches around the NFL that had no idea that happened on Monday Night Football. You know why? Because they were locked in their office at their facility watching film on their next opponent for Week 18. And they don't come out of their cave until Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever it is. And when they read that memo, there was people around the NFL that goes, what? Hey, did you hear, going down the hall to the other fucker that was living in his cave for the last 24 hours about what took place? You're right. Zach Taylor and McDermott showcased. That's good leadership, though. Relationships are good leaderships.
Yeah.
Being empathetic is good leader. I love
A good leader is a good leader all the time, not just sometimes.
so much respect for Zach Taylor. I don't know if we've given him enough. You know, obviously at the beginning of his career, thought he was maybe a terrible head coach.
Yeah. Cup of coffee.
Didn't have an indoor practice facility, had to.
Why is that, though? Is it because you thought he was just like, he was young? He looked so young? Like
He was a
wasn't
part of that
qualified or
hiring
what?
process where it's like, hey, have you ever had a vodka with Sean McVay? Yeah. Boom. You're hired.
You're a head coach.
And then they were terrible. They were trash.
Yeah.
They were bad. And then the Andy Dalton benching after trade on his birthday after the trade deadline. Like I was like, oh, this guy sucks at coaching and appears to have zero self-awareness for anything. And it, you know, the Bengals were the Bengals at the time.
Yeah.
They didn't have an indoor practice facility. They have a smaller scouting department than anybody. I thought there was a chance that Zach Taylor was like, I don't know what I signed up for. There was conversation talking about Zach Taylor can suck as bad as he wants. He won't get fired because the Brown family doesn't want to have to pay him and another coach. Like that was happening. And then all of a sudden, you get Joey Burrow in there, and then he gets hurt. And it's like, well, this guy can't protect the fucking guy. I mean, it was.
It's going to kill him.
It was a lot. Like, Zach Taylor, even us, we were definitely a part of it. We didn't know who the fuck Zach Taylor was. We knew what the Bengals were for a long time, and we knew how they operate. Yeah. And then it was just happening in front of us. So we're like, this guy, fuck. Do we know Zach Taylor is a head coach in the NFL? I asked that numerous times. And then team buys in, turns around. They get an indoor facility, goes Super Bowl. It seems like everybody's going the same direction. It's like, damn, I am happy the Brown family couldn't fire him because they didn't want to pay anybody else. And they'll say it was patience, too. Mm-hmm. And he found his own. And then what he did on Monday, it's like, hey, Zach Taylor, pretty fucking good football coach. Yeah. And needs to be talked about a lot more, I think, by us and by everybody.
Yeah, almost him and McDermott, similar situation. Like, they both kind of took him a little, but they established culture, and then they completely turned the franchises around with those quarterbacks as well.
All right, let's get to a break. Hour 3 will be on the other side. We'll do everything DB.
Hell yeah.
We'll break down some DB play from this past weekend. That was fantastic. We'll talk about what teams have a chance to win a Super Bowl because of their secondaries.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about all the other games. We'll also chit-chat. Was it on a break?
I don't know.
I could hear it.
The whole time?
Yeah, the whole time.
I couldn't hear
it.
Very faint.
I can't hear it now either.
I can use it.
Still go.
Yeah.
I
What is
barely hear it. The music you hear?
Mm-hmm. I can't hear it.
Can't hear anything.
Super low.
I can never hear it. I can never hear it though on this end.
Hey, that did happen at the Peach Bowl. There was some conversation about us talking over top of each other. It was like, well, as soon as the producer came over the years, we couldn't hear anything but the producers.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to do. Like, he literally had to talk to us, though. Break, out of break, what's happening, when we're taking a commercial, like, has to give us information. But it was set up by, I assume, the same audio person.
For sure.
Good chance.
That forgot the microphones for the second half.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we'll be working with that guy ever again, if I had to guess. I'm just not 100% sure, but you missed the second half of the fucking college
awesome.
semifinals.
That was awesome. I hope we got that documented.
Foxy got it all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
We'll blur the guy's
Are we live?
face.
Are we live right now?
Are we? There was no mic. The microphones were taken by the audio guy at the end of the first
to change
half.
the batteries, and they forgot to change the batteries, by the way, too.
Change the batteries, and also because we were running to the bathroom, we didn't want to carry the mic, so it was like a full audio. This change batteries, and we'll take them. We'll keep them safe.
Yep.
Is what we were kind of told. Microphones placed in like a vault.
Yeah.
Is what we saw.
He definitely forgot where he put them.
Yeah, we learned later they were like placed in a vault in a bag, like fully set up in there, and it was hard for us to get back to the spot or where we're gonna have to do it because bands and people, and we ran to the bathroom. We come back to the spot. We had like 2 minutes before we were supposed to be there, but we had been chatting about what we were going to do. So we already had we just had to get to the spot, get the microphone, turn the camera on. We're back. We're good or whatever. Because as we're eating and walking, we're bullshitting. We get back. We're in the spot. Camera's there. And like looking at the clock, we're supposed to be live in 10 seconds. And I'm asking, are we supposed to be live in? Hey, we were told a time. Is it the actual time? And they're like, yeah, same time. I'm like, all right, we don't have microphones. We don't have
What?
We don't have microphones.
Excuse me?
I'm like, yeah, we don't have microphones. They're like, where'd you put them? We're like, we gave them to your guy. And they're like, where is our guy? Nowhere to be found.
Nope.
So then how long were we on there? Do we know how long we were just dead air?
They started counting you down. They started counting you down in the ear. I could hear them at 10, and then you started talking to the camera about no mics, and then finally someone's like, we're not on. I don't think we're on.
Yeah, but we were on.
We were.
It was just dead silent, I guess.
90 seconds.
The
Were we really? We were on?
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
yeah.
on the whole time.
I didn't
yeah.
know.
I think that was on the whole time. So then we see Buddy, who was interesting the whole day. The way old Buddy was acting. Potentially the one who told us not to flip our microphones too. I mean, and this person see the world vastly different. And
can't wait to see him on Monday.
He will not be there on
You don't
Monday.
think?
I guarantee. And that's not from our end. Guy missed the second half with the microphones.
Uh-huh.
They were not happy. There was a lot of
And we
people.
got him. We had to look underneath. What number are you? I was like, I'm number 8. I know that.
Yeah.
We're trying to match up the number on the bottom of your mic to your pack or whatever.
Turn it on. Battery's halfway. All right.
Ridiculous.
Are we live? Was the first thing I said. And
Awesome.
then in ears, yes. Welcome back to the Peach Bowl. But I don't think so for the second, we didn't get to talk about that. We actually had 0 microphones standing in front of the camera like this. live on ESPN2. Turns out old buddy got caught in the same traffic we got caught in coming back there. So we could see how it could happen, but that's a tough look for him. You know what I mean? And the way he was acting too, very cavalier, this guy. Audio guy, you running the show? Oh, you have ideas? Great. Okay.
This guy gets it.
Can we get this guy a microphone? Just keep one of the Just keep one of the microphones. I appreciate it. It was awesome.
I did like Stanford Steve sitting in for a little bit. He's very knowledgeable on the SEC, all of college football.
I love his vibe.
Yeah, he's the man.
He's cool.
Which is actually funny because they gave him a mic that wasn't working and then sent him on over to go with you
Oh,
guys.
the audio guy. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think that audio guy's going to be around.
There's a lot. There's a lot now that I think back.
I'm just now thinking of this audio guy. We'll blur him so he's not, because I assume this is not a night that is normal for him. He's doing this job for a reason.
Wow.
We did not get along with this guy, though, and he was not good at his job.
Nope.
So
He's probably not used to working with the crew he was working with, our whole crew that night.
our big thing is like, hey, are these on? Yeah.
That's all we need.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
I don't
That's
putting those on.
I feel like there were many requests.
Yeah. Hey, does this power? Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect.
That's how we started. That's how the relationship started. How would you like this set up? Just need a microphone in front of each seat. We're off and running. It'll be like 45 seconds to a minute. We'll send it over there. Just as long as the mic's on, we're good, man. That's all. Camera on? Yep, that's Deb. Remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Bev.
She was awesome.
Beverly. She was running. She was fantastic.
Yeah.
She was
on top of it.
She was fucking boom.
So many people. There's a lot of great people there. A lot of great people involved. There's a ton of people. First off, ESPN had a whole setup underneath. I remember talking to them, man, this is crazy. And they said, you should wait till next week. Like, this is nothing compared to the national championship.
And everybody was nice.
Yep.
Legitimately.
They're great.
Everybody was incredible. That's why I think like audio person even more so.
Yeah. He also told you to switch seats.
Yeah. I was like, I'm gonna sit right here. Well, you can't. What? It is a 45-second hit. I could just sit right here.
No.
Well, your microphone one, right? I'm like, and I picked up the microphone that was sitting at the microphone two. I could just be microphone two for this. Not a big deal. Once again, 45 seconds to a minute. Bristol's not gonna like this. Walks away. Storms off. And then he starts moving the mics, starts picking up two mic, puts it over there, acts like he's untangling it. Okay, and then whenever we get on right before, he was holding up numbers. This is the number 2, this is the number 1 mic. I'm like, this fucking guy.
Yeah.
I appreciate you carrying this much.
They also said the mic flip, like Bristol would hate it, but they literally had a replay on ESPN doing the flip.
Yeah, we mentioned the mic flip content idea was not beloved by audio guy, who, once again, it was not our call.
Did we stop? I thought we stopped after they told us maybe don't do it after the first time. Didn't we stop?
Yeah, so a lot of people watching at home probably wondered why we seemingly hammered the mic flip. It is because,
that guy
said, can you not do the truck? Dude told Connor. Connor tells microphone. Microphone is everybody at ESPN can hear.
Yep.
Everybody at ESPN can hear the microphone during the commercial break when we're bullshitting. Everybody can hear it. Everybody in the production rooms can hear it. Everybody that just has the ears in can hear it. So as soon as Connor is told by incredible audio guy who cared more about anything than everybody, he tells Connor, hey, can't do the flip. Connor goes, hey, Pat, in the commercial break, I'm being told that we're not allowed to do the mic flip. And immediately, they go, by who? By who? Everybody goes, by who? By who? By who? And Connor goes, and the guy says, the truck or whatever. Connor goes, the truck. The people from the truck were like, that was not from us.
Yeah.
That was not from us.
Awesome.
In our ear, immediately. And then, we find out, oh, okay.
It's the audio guy.
Okay, so no longer is it, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o! Now it's anytime I say big play. And there's a lot of those.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those.
Especially in that fourth quarter.
But
Hogg was awesome, though. I love Hogg. Ben Hogg, right?
Ben Hogg was awesome. The person holding the TV thing, awesome.
Yeah.
Camera people.
The camera guy with the mustache.
Awesome.
Yeah, he was a dog.
Can't say good enough things about the entire crew except for the audio guy.
One mark.
And heard that that was not our decision. If he's watching this, would like to let you know, if I was asked for my opinion, I would have said I would like to never work with you again. I was not asked. It was kind of like hey, missed second half, right? Yeah. And then I said, also, I don't think he liked us much. So we could, everybody else on the team, though, amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can't wait for SoFi. All right, let's get to a breakout here. Let's take 5 minutes. On the other side, we got everything DB.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so quickly, because we're going to make a decision here. Hard cam is shooting towards home sideline. What do you think?
Yeah, hard cam, at least based on the last
I
one.
just
hard cam
texted
was,
them right now and asking.
Yeah, hard cam was behind away side.
Shooting towards
at Georgia's sideline.
Okay, so we would like to be on the Georgia sideline, I believe, for this field sweep.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the middle of negotiating. So that's happening during the show right now.
Okay.
We're in the middle of figuring out our set. We're in the middle of trying to figure out our suite, how many credentials we have, and it's all kind of getting confirmed while we're live on air. Every message I get, though, sounds like Monday's going to be fucking awesome.
Here we go. Hell yeah.
I don't know how we're going to be able to get in or out of the building. That's going to be the biggest problem.
Okay.
Well, AJ,
I had a friend who had a dog that was real nice. Then whenever you left, it attacked you. That seems to happen in a lot of these stadiums that we go into.
Oh, yeah.
Getting out is maybe the worst part of the entire day. Gates are closed, can't go this way, got to go that way. Why don't you just open it up? Like, so many more people could just get out right here. No, we have a system, please go out this way. There's parking passes are already sold out, so everybody's going to, I mean, it's going to be, but who cares?
Yeah.
We're at the fucking Natty.
That's right.
It's going to be an unbelievable game. And hopefully SoFi, I mean, it's the newest stadium. They should have some sort of state-of-the-art
Oh, yeah, LA,
system.
they'll get it figured out traffic.
Yeah,
That's
they
for
make
sure.
sense.
All right, let's take five. We're back on the other side with everything DB. You look fantastic today, AJ. Take five.
Hello and welcome to the special investigative report. Much has been made in the media world on the life and charitable donations of the man Pat McAfee, especially lately with the rise of the ever-popular Pat McAfee Show, a show that in his own words, stinks. We thought it privy to dive into the inner workings and machinations of this tiny business, this small regional show that has reached international discourse. We sat down with the suit himself, Bruce Brown, to figure out what, where, when, why, and how they're able to give away so much money to the viewers of this incredible program.
So yeah, when you enter a Pat McAfee Show giveaway or win a FanDuel merch picks contest on Sunday, essentially, the entire hashtag will be downloaded into an Excel file and the winners will be randomized within that. And then we do a quick scumbag check, basically click on the profile and make sure, you aren't a robot or blocked by Pat. And then it'll be transferred over to Dirty Gertie, who creates the Winner Wednesday graphic, which then runs on the show each Wednesday in a commercial break. If you win over $599, we're going to need your email, or you can email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. If it's under $599, all we need is your cash tag. And if you win merch, obviously we need your size, address, and what you want from the store. Usually I'll just reply to you on Twitter. If you have any questions about any giveaway, whether it's cash that you either are waiting on or merch, you can just reach out to me on Twitter or email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. Please give us about 1 to 2 weeks to sort out your prize. That's typically how long it takes. But again, if you have any questions, just reach out to us.
We reached out to PMI's money man himself, CFO Phil, for an on-camera interview. Regretfully, he declined the segment, but he did give us the salacious, juicy details.
In an email correspondence, CFO Phil replied, $2.6 million year to date. Too much money. There you have it. $2.6 million given away, a pissed off CFO, and a show that quote unquote stinks. Good night, good morrow, good luck, and good fortunes.
We're talking hockey. Raldi and Rupp are talking hockey.
That was the first time I found out it was Mario Brothers. That's all. Growing up, like everybody called it Mario Bros. You know, that was just.
Once you're called the fucking king of New York, you didn't feel like you had to dress at a higher level.
What I love about New York is however you want to dress, however you want to, who you want to be, you just blend in, and it's so comfortable.
This is an organization in Arizona that wasn't paying their fucking bills earlier in the season.
Again, he's not trying to square off with Cats because no one.
Someone didn't pay the electric bill around
You
here.
fucking bum.
Where are you at? Away from the dungeon? What is that? You got the bricks in the back.
The
fuck's going on?
Is this a fucking Saw? Is this a Saw movie, dude?
Yeah.
Where's fucking Jigsaw?
Do you want to
play
a game?
Hey, boss.
Thanks for talking.
Hey. You said you swept the Stars. That kind of shut me up for the rest of the show.
Not one of my finest moments or proudest moments or whatever you want to call it, but I tell you one thing. It's infamous in the sense that I go into schools and young kids will come up to me and they go, "Oh, you really gave it to Bellows." And I got to oh, kid,
Yes.
you know, that was computer generated.
Get into the Blues alumni kind of unofficially / officially. They gave me one of these bad boys.
Oh, look at that. Got you one of
I feel
these.
pretty.
Look at that thing.
That's
What?
what?
We're winning the fucking Stanley Cup. The Red Wings are almost as bad as Fox internet service right
Whoa!
there. The Bruins are getting fucking ran out of town tonight. Your biggest luck, I got it. And Ty knows, even though he might be Mark Stoner in this thing, the Vegas Golden Knights fucking stink. Texas, what's that known for? WrestleMania's coming to town? Wally Mania's coming to town? Not the goddamn Dallas Stars. Let's go, Pens. We can't lose with 7 in the stands. Now,
Hey, great haircut. Good to meet
Yeah,
you finally.
great. You know, with
Yeah,
the
I love
soft side in the chair.
I love it.
Yeah, no,
It's as simple as this, okay? You gotta have fuck you in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't, you're missing something.
I said, "Sir, if I could just speak up on his behalf, this is like the second greatest player ever." And Mario turned and looked at me and goes, "Second? Behind who?"
All 4 of those guys aren't rolling, or it's not enough to win one round. This is supposed to be a team good enough to win a cup. We're talking about one friggin' round.
Aaron Burrows told me, and he said this to Henrik Lundqvist's face at dinner. He goes, "Henke, you know how they did the renovation at the Garden for $1 billion? It's all you, bro. It's all you being in the net. $1 billion renovation at the Garden, paid for in 5 years. It wasn't because the Knicks were in the playoffs. It's because the Rangers went on all those runs, and the stud on the team, among several, was their goalie, Henrik Lundqvist."
Gino, honestly, he's one of the funniest guys you can be around, and he probably busted my chops more than anybody. Why are you so slow? You old. Like, he would look up, like, my old contracts and be like, "What? No, you're no good."
Grab me on. This was good hockey.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks. And the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
Got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Boston
Welcome back, beautiful people, to our humble abode, the FanDuel Thunderdome. On this Winter Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, Hour 3 starts right now.
Football!
Has in... What's so funny, AJ?
Nothing. Why? Why'd you stop what you're saying?
Well, because I looked up and I saw it was a shit-eating shit-eating grin on the face of Ohio. Did you see it?
I saw it. I always see it.
Everybody watching saw it.
Every
I was just
time.
wondering what happened. Something take place.
I'm laughing. It's a fun show. A lot of jocularity around here.
That's just his resting bitch face.
That's one half of the hammer.
Dahn.
Cowboys.
Oh.
Tone Diggs burying AJ Hawk in his face. I think you have a great face. That's why I was surprised.
What's that from? Is that from Mean Girls or something?
Probably.
What?
Resting bitch face? I don't know. It took over the. Well, that's not how my face sits. It's like, well, does anybody's face sit like this? I don't know. And they're like, well, here's my smile. And you're like, you're right. Don't.
Yeah, Jesus.
That's not good.
Like even more
Bad
bitch. Smile.
So I apologize to everybody that has RBF.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know,
Keep going.
He does, yeah.
Nick is one of the ones. Everything will be going good. Everybody's having a blast. You look over at Nick. Jesus Christ.
It's so miserable.
Is everything all right, bro? Everything okay?
Yeah, having a great time.
Yeah, I'm having a blast. What are we? All right.
Okay.
Don't be
Show
scared
it.
to show everybody else.
Yeah. Show it, please.
What do you want me to do, Pat? You want me to put on some fucking clown makeup for you, too? Pretty much full
I'll
speed.
dance next time, I guess.
Is that what you want me to do? Oh, yeah, celebrate the whole time? Gee, sorry my face is built this way. Nonetheless, yours is not built that way. And you had a shit-eating grin whenever we came in. I think it's because the Toxic Table, at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt, yelled football into their microphones. We're in a crazy time in football right now. We have some updates on a situation that scared the hell out of everybody, including 9-year NFL veteran, a man who played corner, nickel, and safety, host of the Man to Man podcast and Everything DB that'll come very soon on this particular program, Darius J. Butler. Darius, we're learning more information about the events that occurred on Monday Night Football. Now, obviously, we all know Damar Hamlin is currently resting, in the ICU in critical condition. Because of having cardiac arrest on the football field on Monday night. Now we all wonder how we got to the point in which we got in the delay of the postponement and cancellation and the 5-minute warning. Everybody needs to get back ready. Joey Burrow warming up. Stephon Diggs yelling at the team, motivating the team somehow. I have no idea how that took place. Joe Buck reporting it. The internet going crazy. The NFL doesn't even care. A guy could have just passed away. They want to have the game. So now Troy Vincent is talking about it all. He says that his mic was open and talking to referee Sean Smith the entire time, and the only directive was to get both coaches together and ask the teams to get to the locker room to suspend play. So now the meeting between Zach Taylor and Sean McDermott was potentially initiated by Sean Smith, who had Troy Vincent in his ear the entire time. We had heard that New York was in Sean Smith's ear and microphone to be a part of the on-field conversation that was taking place before we knew what was going to happen next to anything and anybody. The call in the back on Dahn Aponte's phone was also to New York. We knew that. Now it is being confirmed that that microphone that Sean had was acting as a conference call to New York between the two head coaches. That was when Sean McDermott said, I can't coach this team. I can't do that. Zach Taylor did his thing. Troy Vincent is saying it was his idea, basically, to get the coaches together. Who knows what's the case? It is nice to know that's a fact. My mic was completely open and talking to Sean Smith, and at that time, I'm the center resource. At no time in my discussion, in that hour-long time frame, did we ever even, myself, reference or give any directives about getting players ready to play. So once again, this is probably something that should have happened on Monday night in real time. Troy Vincent, though, is the one that was actively on the call and making the decision. It should have been somebody else at the NFL that should have called and asked, I think personally. But we are learning more about Monday night as the day rolls on, and I assume we will continue to do so, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, we will, but why would Troy Vincent be the guy on the horn? Why wouldn't Raj step in eventually, or at least real early on?
Yeah, so I wonder if Troy Vincent is at NFL HQ for those.
Raj might be at home.
Yeah, depending upon which games or where. He's the senior command person today.
Someone's going to be in there.
Troy Vincent. You know what I mean? Like they have that. I wonder how long until Roger Goodell got involved, but go ahead, Darius.
I feel like Troy's always kind of at least the voice.
No, his mic is
Your mic isn't on, I mean.
No, it's pointed the other way. Oh, he's wearing that one.
It's not on?
That one wasn't on, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
this one was on, it wasn't.
I feel like Troy's he's been that guy, the voice or the face that we see or hear when it comes to these type of situations. And this is something that obviously we didn't, I think somebody's probably going to have to fall on this grenade, but this is something, once again, I don't think anybody should be looked upon bad.
I don't think so.
This is an unbelievable situation. And Troy, he was a former player, so I highly doubt especially after seeing what took place on the field, seeing those players' faces, that let these guys know 5 minutes. So I don't know where that came from, but the networks are sticking by it. That's what they heard. So
they released an entire statement backing up what they did, but I think the NFL isn't going to be pumped that for an hour on the internet and around the world they were being considered like a soulless entity.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like I think that's why, to your point, like somebody is going to have to, in the NFL's eyes, like, hey, that can't happen. We understand that is normally what we do, but we can't have the world thinking that we are the worst human beings on earth, especially in a time like that. Like, to your point, somebody's going to have to answer for that. We assume. We don't know. It's not Troy, apparently. Jeff Miller said that. I'm just talking about the games here. Somebody on the ground who was representing the NFL said something to somebody, right?
Yeah,
For sure.
Had to have.
We'll continue to keep an eye on the situation. Troy Vincent also chatted about what's going to happen to the game. Everything is being considered. They'll lean on the guiding principles from COVID, including value of winning and winning percentage. Need to give commissioner suggestions if game not resumed. I assume the commissioner has some ideas as well, but I like the fact that it is a groupthink situation. We've addressed this. You void the game.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's the only
agreed.
move.
You void in the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills
The Beals.
are certainly the ones who lose the most in this situation.
For sure.
But I think if good news comes, the Buffalo Bills and the Bills Mafia will certainly be understanding of it all.
Yeah, they won't care.
Come on, D-Butt.
No, man, go ahead.
What?
Finish, man.
You got something to say about the Buffalo Bills?
Nah, nothing, man.
Fucking spit it out.
Yeah, go
They have
ahead.
turf. They don't have supergrass. They have turf.
Prayers up to
So
Beals Mafia.
How does that work though? So with the void,
Winning percentage. He just mentioned winning
There
percentage.
was another
there.
tweet that
What about
made
a
me
coin
think
flip?
they're going to try to fucking play this thing.
Really? Troy Vincent?
Yeah, it does.
Because that tweet right there makes me think winning percent. Anytime
They
winning
said they
percent.
haven't canceled it yet. They're saying they haven't officially canceled the game.
Another one from Tom that said, like, nullifying Bills Bengals would have a potential impact on the AFC North title as well as the 1, 2, and 3 seeds in the AFC.
Who said that? Tom?
That was who was talking about that. I'll click on it right now.
If that was pundit Tom.
what about a
It
coin
was
flip?
no, that was Troy Vincent said it.
Like that.
Oh.
They changed seedings though. It's not. No one's going to be left out of the playoffs because
No,
of it, though,
no.
right?
No.
AFC North
Obviously, so-
champion, though. That's a home.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
changes
I mean, yeah.
seedings big time.
It definitely has an effect if you're not going to play a game, and number 2 and number 3 seeds are playing in that game. But once again, I think this is a situation where everybody would be like, yeah, this situation is terrible.
Yep.
We made a decision in the moment. We move on. You want to win a Super Bowl, you're going to have to win anyways.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and try. But it certainly is not fair, okay? Nothing is fair in this situation at all. This situation is a 1 in whatever. 1 in a million is not big enough, I don't think, because we've never seen this. This has to be 19. When was last time? Lions player, 1979?
71, I believe.
Sometime in the 70s, I guess a player from the Lions passed away on the field. Cardiac arrest.
Had a heart attack, yeah.
Had a heart attack or cardiac arrest, so that has happened. And Damar, all vibes are high that he has not passed away, but there was a moment where he was on the field, and we all thought it was like, this is a devastating situation that you can't expect, like, just normal decisions to be made for it, you know, and it's not fair. It's not fair to anybody. More specifically, Damar Hamlin.
Yeah.
But on the other side, there's going to be some of that. And COVID, I think we all agreed, like, hey, we're getting games. So you're playing on Wednesday, you're doing this, you're missing this game, we're going to void this game, we're going to do that. Like, COVID, we're all kind of in. I feel like we should have a similar situation here. Like, hey, this is not a normal situation.
I mean, if you're sitting there complaining about your team, the seed is off, like their playoff seeding is off because of this situation. I mean, read the room. Like, you got this guy's life is at stake. Like, come on now. Like, if you're, we were supposed to be the 2 seed, now we're the 3. Yeah, I get it, I understand, but yeah, it's bigger than that right now.
It just feels universal. Like, even for the Ravens, like, are the Ravens really going to be that upset about this
Lamar
entire
not
thing?
practicing today.
Yeah, like
again,
it just doesn't seem like there should be any like real discrepancy with what's going to happen.
What if all the teams came out that are involved?
That would be that should.
Yeah.
Everybody comes out that's involved, and it's just like, hey,
we get it.
Yeah.
Just void.
That might happen.
And it's those
Might
3
happen.
teams. It really is just those 3 teams.
Bengals,
Bills, Ravens,
Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Chiefs are the only one who
Benefit
from it. That's why I just assume that
Should be a part of it, though.
Yeah.
Like, if they're going to be a part of it, and they should acknowledge that
don't deserve.
Yeah, there's a
completely.
chance because
Yeah.
who knows how the game ends up with it. We understand that this is not, but like there's really nothing any of us can do about the situation. I think that is right. Is that the right play? Sounds like that's the right play.
I think Chuck idea with the coin flip. I would take a coin flip. At least both teams have a chance.
Some sort of competition.
They've done it before for teams to get into playoffs.
Yeah. So once again, situational. This is an outlier. We flip a coin. That game's done. We flip a coin. Okay, this is the winner. This is the loser. We move on. Everybody moves on.
Yeah, that's not a bad answer either.
And then then it just
Game voided though, right? Doesn't count towards your record, or is that a win loss?
No, I think it doesn't count.
Goes.
It's just a lean.
I think it's just not there.
What's the coin
So
flip
then
do?
what's the coin flip for?
Coin flip would be Bengals Bills.
That'd be win loss. That would be win loss. Oh, I thought you meant the voided game. Sorry.
No, yeah, but you're saying coin toss would be for a win loss as
Win-loss.
opposed to a voided game.
Yeah.
But maybe they just don't count it as a.
Yeah, you just void it. I mean, there really isn't because then if they're going to do a coin flip, the Bengals and the Bills are the ones that decide that, correct? Because then there's no point to ask the Ravens and the Chiefs if they're going to do a coin flip.
Yeah, so if the Bengals Bills do a coin flip,
Yeah, they have
that would
to-
just be the Monday's game.
Yeah.
And the outcome is
Whoever
the
wins.
outcome.
Whatever the flip is.
All right, let's do rock paper scissors then.
Yeah, perfect.
I know a coin.
That thing.
Yeah, the Jets one.
No, that thing was for gays.
No, the Jets one.
What's your problem? The
He's
honorable
worst.
coin.
He hates it.
Why?
I mean, that thing hasn't, What showed up for
The
work.
honorable coin.
That,
Yeah, what
there's
do
a
you mean,
coin on
what
Hammer
coin?
Down that picks some games every once in a while, and by every once in a while, I mean it hasn't showed up for work in like 3.5 weeks.
What?
What do you mean it hasn't hit?
No, it hasn't
Coming
made
from
a
you.
pick in 3.5 weeks.
What?
The coin has.
I remember running into that thing.
Yeah, the first time ever the
You got a
coin was
good
used in
memory
the
'cause it was
studio.
fucking last year at least.
About the last time you made a pick on the show too.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
What are you, big leaner these days? Is that what's going on?
Guy doesn't know he comes in for 2 minutes.
Oh! Jeez.
More picks in those 2 minutes than you do.
Obviously, I think coin flip can only happen if good news comes to Damar. I think if we continue to not hear news, I think void probably
What about a tie? Does that just completely screw everything up, record-wise?
interesting
Tie clinches the Bengals, I believe.
for the AFC North.
For the AFC North, Bills would be the 2.
Let's just eye test the AFC North and give it to the Bengals on that one.
Wait,
I'm good with
what's your
that.
problem?
Yeah, I also do not.
You're just saying like we do a group, we
I-
do a focus. Maybe
They're a
Elon
better
should put
football
a,
team than the Ravens.
have Roger Goodell, the commish,
Here
Yeah.
we go.
puts out a poll on Twitter. Who should win the AFC North? Okay, and what is the Latin phrase that Elon always puts? Voice of the people. He always ends his polls with
Via con Dios.
That's a good,
No,
What was that?
That's Zach Brown.
that means go with God.
Oh.
"Vio con Dios."
Vaya con Dios, yeah.
Vaya con Dios.
Is that Spanish?
Yes.
Okay, so Latin is, I think, what
Similar.
Elon. Different language. Different language. Certainly.
of love.
Let me think here.
Just go to an Elon poll tweet if we do it, and he would just something to poo. I forget who it might not even be Latin. I forget what it is, but it's like the voice of the people is the way we'll go or something. I forget what it is. He was putting it on every single poll, and that one poll said, "Should he resign?"
Yeah, that's.
I haven't
lot of
heard much.
people-
Have we heard much from him since?
A lot of
looking.
people are saying that he put that out so that he can get all the bots who are
Sniff
going
out
to
the
vote
bots.
yes, so then he can just put them into one group and get them,
See,
which I love.
I hope that isn't the case.
Bots.
You know what I mean? I hope that wasn't an entrapment situation
Yeah.
for AI or anybody else.
I heard he's hosting like a Willy Wonka to see who's running Twitter.
That's amazing. I'm excited to hear how that goes. I've been on Twitter for a long time. A lot of different eras of Twitter. A lot of different eras of Twitter.
Put your hat in there.
To run Twitter?
Yeah, run them up.
Who has the time? Not I.
No.
That's a tough job.
That would,
Yeah,
that would
that
not be a
sounds
fun job. Are you kidding me?
Can't get swayed at all.
Bet it pays well.
Said Mr. Beast is up for it.
Mr. Beast would be I think,
Kind of busy.
Isn't he a YouTube guy?
Jimmy?
he's a great businessman, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does great things. I think he has a good team around him as well, which you're going to need. That's because if you're reading any of these Twitter files, it seems as if a lot of the team around was making a lot of, we have a little bit of power. We have a little bit of, boom, we're going to do this. Boom, we're going to do this. Well, we're certainly going to mute this. Don't want to hear that. Hey, what agency are you from? You paid us how much? Yep, we're not going to say that. Oh, you, political person. Yep, we won't let that. Nope, boom, yep, boom, bang, pow, boom, boom, bang, bang. Is anyone going to find out about this? Like a Brett Favre text? Nope.
No,
Boom, boom.
They
It's
did.
all, maybe the algorithm might know. Can't speak, though. You know, Sweet Blake from Google said Lambda could speak. It can't.
He's lying.
Not ours. We fucking made ours muted. This son of a bitch can't talk ever. And speaking of muted, bam, mute this, bang, mute that, boom, we'll mute this. Nobody ever know. And now we're kind of learning about that. So I don't think that's a position that any human with any feelings should have.
No.
That's going to be an impossible hire. Somebody's always going to be swayed by the power that they will have. And that doesn't sound like a lot of fun at all. But what was we had to have found it.
I've looked up 3 different.
I found it.
Yeah, thank you. What is it?
I thought Vox Populi.
Yes, there it is. That means something. If we could
translate that,
I think you're right. I think it's voice of the people.
Yeah, like voice of the people or whatever is what that was his big go there when he was putting out all the polls. Commissioner Goodell should do the same thing.
Yeah.
He should say, all right, who wins the AFC North? This team or this team? Who won? Bills or Bengals? Vox Populi.
That means voice of the people, and if you add Vox Day DEI, means voice of the people, voice of God. That's the
So kind of via con Dios.
Kind of.
Yeah, just different language entirely.
Well, they all come from Latin. So.
True. Bingo. I was looking for the father then. You were bringing the son.
Bingo.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Let's take a break, and on the other side, we'll do everything DB. That is everything we have learned, okay, about the entire situation. What's that?
Now, then, there is quite the story going on. We should talk about it at some point.
You talking about the new Twitter files?
No, with the U.S. men's national team.
Really?
From 1991, I heard, right?
Yeah, do you know how the Federation found out about that?
Had to be Reina.
It was.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
It was the mother and the father as soon as Berhalter was treating their son bad.
They said blackmail, right?
This kind of feels like that, yeah.
All I read was a blackmail situation is what brought it to light.
Families.
So I did not read that it was the Reina family. As soon as I saw
put 2 and 2 together.
A kick in the shins in a soccer world, which that does. You wear shin guards actually.
Yeah.
From 1991 was being investigated. I was like, somebody hates. This is now wife, right? Married to this woman.
So, yes, is married to her. Reina's mom was her roommate in college, I believe. Berhalter's wife. And obviously, Reina's dad, Claudio, has known Berhalter since they were like 12 or something like that, played together. So, it's these two families.
Family feud.
Well, why the fuck didn't he play Reina?
Good question.
No kid.
Like, I don't think this is cool at all, and whatever's going to happen from this is whatever. And obviously, if he did something terrible, this guy should not be representing the United States of America.
Yeah, why is he the coach?
Did Reina admit to this?
Yes, they came out today. Both the mom and dad admitted that they were the ones that told the.
I read the headline and I said, somebody's got to hate Berhalter. And I'm like, gotta be Reina. But how shallow would that be? Because of playing time? No way.
Man.
30 years later?
I mean, they probably weren't happy.
31 years later, they're married.
That's wild.
Was it just his parents, or can't Reina claim he didn't know? It was his parents?
I would assume Gio did not know.
It's already in Germany.
But why didn't Berhalter play the fucking guy? The families know each other for so long. They've almost had a falling out. And if that's the reason why we stunk at the World Cup, hey, Berhalter, fucking get over yourself,
Yeah,
pal.
we need to can this sack of shit then.
Amen.
Let's get to a break.
Miola.
Tony Miola needs to get the whistle.
Make him the head coach.
Yep.
How come that hasn't happened?
It will.
What?
Tony Miola.
In due time.
Him, Dempsey, and Donovan, they be the MC.
Tony's dialed in.
Yes.
When he was on the show, like that dude is absolutely dialed into the soccer world. We know that.
He's committed his entire being to soccer. He could have, in his words, could have probably been a field goal kicker in the NFL. Too bored.
Yeah.
Give me back to the soccer world.
Hell yeah.
A lot less money. Hey, Tony Miola? He might be on a show. Yeah, let's give him a call. I don't know if we can cold call Tony Miola. We're going to learn a lot right here about us. Let's do that. Not expecting him to answer. We're not that tight with Tony Miola. We are just avid fans of Tony Miola. Do not expect Tony Miola to come on the show.
If not him, then Tim Howard.
When this happened with Berhalter, whatever, 30 years ago, was there like police reports or anything?
There's no way. We're calling him right now. It's a cold call. We shouldn't have him. Tony! Tony!
What's up? All right, let me turn everything off. Hold on.
Thank you for answering, Tony.
I can't even write over here. I don't know what to say. I'm writing right now, so I apologize to your listeners that I wasn't prepared for you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hey, we just
Hold on, I got to turn my volumes down, man. I got 3 games going on at the same time here. I apologize.
Exactly what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Locked in.
So what do you want to know about? Youth soccer?
No, Paisano. That is not what we want to know about. What we want to know about is Are you going to be the head coach of the United States team or what?
Gosh, does anyone want to be?
Yeah. Do you? Would that be something you want to do or no?
And oh gosh, that's such a bad question to ask right now, Pat. Holy cow!
Okay. Don't answer. What's going on in the soccer world? Are we gonna have a new head? Yeah. What's gonna happen from all this? You think?
I don't know. There's a press conference at 5:00 today, and I'm being told by everybody that there's more. So, whatever I'm writing right now, as you called, probably is going to mean nothing by the time I go on air at 5:00.
All right, we appreciate you, Paisan. Just know there's a stage in a studio in Indianapolis that's like Miola for head coach.
Give him the whistle.
Miola's the only man that can fix this all. We appreciate the hell out of you. Sorry for
listen. I can't even get a phone call back from U.S. Soccer. Now you want me to be the head coach, but anyway, that's a different story.
That's a problem. Not even going to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Tony Miola.
Yeah, Tony, love you, Tony.
See,
what a legend.
3 games going. 3 games. This
What
guy knows
a
soccer.
legend.
Dude, he's typing his write-up report for his show at 5, watching 3 games.
Unbelievable.
He's arguably one of our greatest players of all time. Introduced the United States to soccer in a massive way. Loves the sport. Call the guy back.
What are we doing?
I didn't know that was the case. They got a bad program over there.
Probably have to fight Alexi Lawless for the gig, though.
Oh, me old kick his ass. Come on.
Get Lou Holtz to write him a letter.
Hey, shout out to Lou Holtz. Is that
Speaking of Lou Holtz, unfortunately.
what's so funny, Darius?
What happened?
What's been so funny?
That's a very explainable situation.
Because I'm looking here at M on the on the rundown here.
Wait, did you guys think?
Yes.
Yeah, Tony.
Thank you, Coach.
You thought 99-year-old Lou Holtz was running a Twitter
He's
account?
not 99.
Yes.
Can you please? I thought there was a chance. Okay.
He's like 50.
I thought there was a chance that Lou Holtz was invested in our program and appreciate it. When he tweeted me this, can you please? This is how I read it too.
Yeah, I know my glasses on. My eyes are so fucking shitty. I can't really. Can you put it up over here, please? Okay, there we go. That works. Proof positive that big time media personalities make big plays in
Hey-o.
big games. Pat McAfee Show was an athlete before he was a punter.
Thank you, Coach. That was in response to the one-handed catch of the field goal, which I guess like 24 million people saw.
Yeah.
Did not think about that live in the moment at all.
Just kept rolling too. One hand, boom, pass it.
How selfish do I sound though? Thinking like when we were calling that game, I didn't even think about the other. I didn't even think if there was another broad. You know what I mean?
Locked in.
We're
You gotta
standing
be.
behind that upright like this, and I'm not even thinking to myself, we are certainly
Right
5
in the
wide
shot.
right in the shot. Pretty selfish of us. That ball goes through. Ruggles makes that 50-yarder. We are what, 7 wide pretty much underneath, right underneath the uprights. That clip is shown forever. That was not our mindset. It's not like, oh, let's go get in the middle of the shot. That is strictly us being dumbasses and not even thinking about any of the situation happening around us. No self-awareness at all. But Lou, that's not the first Lou Holtz tweet that has come to me.
No.
Lou Holtz tweets me motivation. When I was in Seattle at the Thursday night football game against the Niners, I posted a photo from where I was sitting, and Lou Holtz goes like, look at this guy from Plum High School now to a king suite on the 50-yard line. I'm like, Lou Holtz? Hell yeah, coach. Hell yeah. A tweet came from that account this weekend, and I'm not sure if that's Lou
What about
Holtz.
it?
Not
I
positive.
think it's Lou's words and thoughts, just not his fingers doing the typing.
I don't know if this is what Lou Holtz's fingers look like. I
No.
I don't know if that's what Lou Holtz's fingers look like.
Wait, they tweeted this picture?
Yeah. And I did see it, and I sent it to the group, and I said, oh, no, that might not be Lou Holtz.
Yeah.
Now, unless Lou Holtz has incredibly manicured hands and young and vibrant looking fingers.
That is Notre Dame Green, by the way.
That is Kelly Green.
I'm just not sure that that's Lou Holtz running that Twitter account.
We can't say one way or the other, really.
We don't know.
No.
We don't want to judge, but this was tweeted out. We must have missed what it was referring to.
What was this? What's the context?
I think it was the bowl game.
Was it the day they won?
Yeah, it was the bowl game they won. I think this is Lou still.
I do too.
No doubt about it.
He just dictates his tweets.
Not even a question in my mind.
So you think this is somebody else that tweets for Lou, thought they were on their personal account.
Sure, could be.
Accidentally, because Lou Holtz sends voice memos, and Here we go. This is what he said to
This was 15 minutes ago.
Mark Shipper. This is from Holtz Heroes Foundation 15 minutes ago. Please, Lou.
Coach Spurrier was extremely helpful in ensuring the late, great Mrs. Holtz received the best medical treatment available. We'll be forever grateful for his assistance in a time of need.
Boom.
Clover and chicken.
I wonder if he sends those voice memos to owner of those hands.
Good.
And she or he run that
Mm-hmm.
for Lou. That's what I'm going to hold on hope, that everything that's been said to me from the Holtz Heroes Foundation has been directly from the mind of Lou.
Yeah. It is.
That's what I'm going to hold on hope for.
That's what I 100% believe.
They also tweeted out just a GIF, what appears to be a green wave, I'm assuming, for Tulane winning, and that was right before the picture of the fingernails.
That makes sense because, traditionally Notre Dame and USC, big time rivals.
Oh,
So,
that was for Caleb painting his fingernails.
Yep.
Boom.
Oh, and it was a green wave.
That did say fuck Notre Dame, yeah.
Oh,
Bang.
it is Lou, and Lou's good.
Yeah. Coach Lou's fucking 10 steps ahead of everybody else.
Thank you, Coach.
Lou should be CEO of Twitter.
Hey, Elon, vote to
Populi.
Vote to Dice.
Lou de Populi.
Come on.
What are we talking about? He should be the next head coach of the United States men's soccer team.
Yeah.
Well, does anybody want that job, Tony? How about fucking Tony Miola? Can we please? Let's put a bow on that.
Okay.
Tony Miola was watching 3 soccer games.
Yep.
Writing up thing. We could see in his reflection what he was doing.
Diesel.
Imagine he answers that and old man's that thing, and he's potentially got some bop.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's
He's
so
Tony
sad.
Miola. He doesn't, so that wouldn't happen. But we all could learn a lot about Tony Miola there very quickly.
Yeah.
How about him answering a fucking cold call?
Dog.
Love Tony Miola.
Yeah. Legend.
There's not a lot of people we could do that to.
Absolute legend.
Fucking thank you, Tony.
Love you, Tony.
What a shit show U.S. men's soccer team is.
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody saying that we're going to win the Soccer Lombardi. We're nowhere near winning Soccer Lombardi. The Soccer Lombardi, with how grand that is, you got to do everything right to get the soccer gods in your favor.
True.
That's right.
What are we doing?
Messi had
Not
to go
letting
for
Tony Miola call back? What?
fucking make Reina the head coach again.
Gio?
No, it was dad.
Well, his dad
Sounds
certainly
like
got strategy still.
Sounds like his
he
mom's
does.
a dog too. Fucking sign her up.
What's wrong? That's a reality TV show.
Yeah.
They play. Didn't the tweet say they play a couple games later this month? They don't have a coach.
What if they had Ted Lasso do it?
Now
Like
we're talking.
Sudeikis just became Ted
Why
Lasso.
not?
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
That
Well,
w-
I think
huge.
I think coaching does matter, though. I mean,
Sure.
that one guy went to Saudi Arabia and won.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. But
They'd
Ted,
never won before.
Morocco guy?
No, the
The
Frenchman.
Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf the dentist, the Frenchman.
Have
Wolf
Ted do
Stanson.
it. Call Sudeikis.
Oh. I'm trying to throw it like Teddy Bridgewater, no pinky.
Oh,
There
He's
you
got a
go.
broken pinky.
Gonna have to do that.
B.
Dislocated.
Yeah.
Still kind of sling that thing.
Yeah, I think you could still throw pretty good without the put a little.
Oh, just the pinky?
Yeah, he said it was a pinky
Dislocated?
on throwing hand. though. Pinky
Yeah.
sometimes can get a little bit too handsy
Yep.
and fuck up a throw. You know what I mean?
Stays on there too long.
And then
Hey,
sometimes
buddy
it can
tape it?
slip. Yeah.
No.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't. Would you want a buddy? I don't think you want a buddy tape.
Why don't you tape it in the exact right position of how you hold a football, so it's always in that position?
Like that right there. It's hard.
Probably hurts like hell to put that pinky on the ball.
Tore it all on a pinky.
Oh.
Is that
Right
in?
here.
No, all good.
Some local
I think it was
anesthesia.
in from my angle.
Oh no, I lost it. Come on, it's 20.
Are you trying to shoot
Stay
without a
in
pinky
it.
too?
Here we go.
Come on,
You got this now. You got this now. Come on now.
AJ said you got to shoot with no pinky too.
Come on.
Hey, let's
Yeah,
go
is that-
now.
are you doing that?
I was shooting no pinky.
You got it.
Okay.
Doesn't matter anyways. Don't need the pinky to shoot.
I think I'm gonna use the pinky. I'm not Teddy Bridgewater.
Do
Envision.
you need your pinky toe? You think if you cut your pinky toes off, you'd be all right?
They always said you'd fuck up balance wise.
Yeah, you fall over all day.
Dion got 8 of them things though, right?
Yeah.
Which ones did he lose?
Oh, I think the big ones. I think. I'm not
That's one of the
sure.
greatest. Like, I'll say it. I don't want to say it because I don't want anybody else that's very passionate about this to come after me because I'm not as passionate as they are.
Sure.
There's not going to be a better athlete than Deion Sanders, okay, in the world. Watching him over the last couple of years, I wondered what was going on. I'm very thankful that Shannon Sharp got that information out of
Yeah.
Deion, so we all know. That has to be a miserable experience, especially as he's the amount he has to walk those stadiums in practice and everything. Hey, thank you, Dion.
Thank you, Dion. Thank you, Coach Prime.
Left foot, big toe, and big pointer toe.
Yeah.
Damn.
Second from the pup, yeah. He was awesome on Dude Perfect Cast last Thursday.
Yeah?
He was so good.
Foxy.
What'd he do?
Just all sorts of cool things.
He did say at one point, like, this is the whitest thing I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, he said that. And then they asked him who's the greatest athlete of all time. And he said, that combo starts with me, and then you can start anywhere else you want. But it starts with Dion.
Coach Prime is 100% right with that one.
Yeah.
And then did Taylor say, "What about me?" and like made something on the
What
first
about
try?
me?
or-
Oh! And then threw a football somewhere.
No.
Fucking Tyler, okay? It's not
Tyler.
Taylor. For
Kobe.
fuck's sake.
And he was asking the questions,
Sure.
Tony.
Just real quick, you guys are disgusting. You.
That's what happened.
No, these two. I love Tyler.
That's what happened.
So you don't know his name? You just dropped into an accent?
No, his
right?
name's Tyler.
Okay, all right. It is
Fucking
Tyler.
gig him.
Oh wait, did you guys not understand my accent?
He was nice to me. You have a cowboy hat from
I
Texas?
said Tyler.
That's where the Dude Perfect boys are from.
Yeah.
They've been on. They sell out arenas.
Yeah, I know they're.
Those dudes sell out arenas.
Building their own museum. Boom.
It's fucking hell yeah. This guy yanking on them all.
Yeah.
Yep.
This guy down here,
Kobe.
maybe that.
Ooh.
Kobe's bottom right because he's a dog.
Are those guys
I
twins?
can't wait to see the new headquarters.
Okay.
They're twins. This guy's awesome.
Yeah, Kobe.
I got to hang out with him.
They're all awesome.
I don't know about that, but I know this one.
So Dion didn't know
I get
that.
to hang out with all of them.
Dion didn't know there was two of them until about 30 minutes into his appearance, and he goes, "What the fuck? There's two of you guys?" And it was like dead serious. Had no idea.
I didn't get to hang out with all the other guys because remember he made that shot so
First try.
quick.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was next to
Yeah.
Kobe.
I was next to R1 there, Kobe, for a little bit of time, and obviously they had rented the stage that we were standing on for a pretty good length of time. So we figured, why not just stand up here and hang out?
Yeah.
Me and him got to hang out. I like that guy. I like him a lot.
Yep.
So I will not take any Dude Perfect slander strictly because R1 there, very nice to me. But they are certainly trying to get a much different demo than
Was hot.
we'll ever be popular with.
Very, very young demo.
Yeah, I like how they're all yelling, "Ho!" and then that one guy's just, "Check me out," with the baseball bat in that photo.
On this photo?
Yeah, pretty
see.
sweet.
Let's see.
Can we bring it back up?
They're all screaming, "Oh yeah!" And then bottom left is like, "Yeah, check it out."
Yeah, that's a twin.
Yeah.
That guy looks like he sells houses in L.A.
Oh yeah, like $1 million listing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does kind of look like those guys too.
Yeah.
The brains in this operation, good ones.
Oh, yeah.
They have an amusement park being built.
Yeah.
That's right, in their own museum.
Yeah. And if
Have
my
they figured out where?
I'll take my daughter probably to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Dan Orlovsky's fucking the biggest mark of Dude Perfect.
One of them's like
He is.
Is it angry? One of them becomes what? Angry something?
Yeah, it's fucking Tyler.
Yeah.
Angry elf.
What do they call it? Angry elf. Okay.
What?
I've heard kids talk about
All right,
that.
enough.
No,
Let's move on. I would like to learn all this as we
Not
go.
elf. Angry something.
I want to learn about all this as I go.
Angry Tyler. Probably something like that.
Maybe it's not them. I don't know.
For a lot of people that are wondering about our show, yes.
Rage. Rage something. Rage monster.
Rage
something. Is that
monster.
them?
Tyler.
Tyler.
There we go. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know
AJ.
what's real and what is it. Do you have any idea what's real? Me neither.
Well, AJ acts like he doesn't know. He's watching every. He's got notifications for all.
He's
their
got kids,
YouTube
yeah, of course.
videos.
Everybody that has a child.
Kids are obsessed with all of that.
Bingo.
Tyler?
And I'm pretty pumped up that your kids, AJ, have moved on from poop in my fingernails, poop in my fingernails,
poop.
Played that this morning actually on the way to school. Big hit. Took them by
Banger.
surprise.
Oh, it's like a throwback for them.
Yeah.
That a baby.
Yeah.
Check
Because
this
they were
one
kind
out.
of. It was my boy's first day back at school after Christmas break. They were not super excited. Throw a poop on my fingernails. Smiles everywhere.
Hey, way to read the room, DJ
Yeah.
Hawk.
Save your boy
Go,
from a
AJ.
bad morning.
That's DJ Hawk.
You guys want to listen to my favorite song?
Poop in my fingernails, poop in my fingernails.
It's pretty catchy.
It is. They've also moved on Dude Perfect, though, it sounds like, right? Which is good news for everybody.
And that guy from State Farm.
Yeah.
Jake?
Yeah.
Jake's
Let's
on.
make one.
Let's
Here
do
you go.
it.
Come
Let's
on.
do it.
Go.
Got it.
Let's go.
Follow through.
Jake's on Dude Perfect.
Rip it.
No, it's Tyler.
There
Ready?
it is.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Shit.
Just needed to reset.
Just need to feel a little DP. Dude perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to a break. Dude perfect. DP.
course.
You saw it. It's on
Yeah,
the shirts.
obviously.
Yeah. Just feel a little DP there.
That's how you can poop in your fingernails.
Well, that could happen. Let's get to a break. On the other side, everything DB will take place. Let's
do it.
I cannot wait to learn. I'm so thankful for Darius for all season, being able to withstand the energy that he has had to do, adding the Peach Bowl and game day. Hey, you two, great job.
Crushed it.
Very good, D-Bud.
AJ, you didn't see it because you were cleaning poop from your fingernails. Poop from your fingernails. Connor was on College Game Day on Saturday. Everybody call him.
Yeah, it was wild. It was a great time. Thank you for putting me on.
You did amazing. Darius, you were fantastic as well, pal.
Yeah, until I got routed. At the end, got
Yeah,
caught
he
off
did.
guard.
Yeah.
Shit happens, though.
Absolutely dominated.
The guy that did that to you in
Boot.
cowboy boots and a tank top
On Supergrass.
just made a shot, though, too. So, you know.
Athlete.
Actually, the coolest moment about that was your guy's dad, Kirk Herbstreit, just so proud up in the balcony.
Boys!
Send it back to
That
us.
was cool.
Hey, boys! What did Herbie say afterwards? Yeah, there's no way your segment was just going to end with a, hey, guys, see you later. Like, what are we talking about? Herbie said. Genuinely, I'm a massive Kirk Herbstreit fan.
Yeah, he's a top 5
The
human.
best.
He really is.
He's from Centerville, so we should have known. He's just Ohio fuck or whatever. But he has been so cool.
Yeah, he is the man.
When he doesn't have to be. He's the face of college football.
Oh, yeah.
Could
Been-
be a massive prick.
Been there, done that with literally everything.
Yeah.
Rose Bowl's, his name's on the fucking stadium. Thank you, Kirk.
Love you, Kirk.
Kurt.
All right, let's take 5 and get smarter on the other side. Oh, wait. If I make another one.
Okay.
Should I do this? Why would I? I
Nah.
just made one.
Yeah, I think you should leave it in D.
I can make another
Yeah,
one.
make another one. Why not?
Yeah, why
Come
not?
on.
Oh, no, he missed.
Hey!
Yeah, bring it back.
On the putting green. Over Jawba. Ball to Darius. Pass back. Ball to Toad. Good ball movement. Over there. And we're back.
Oh, yeah, throw that drill in. There you go.
Yep.
Oh.
Good ball movement, though.
Yeah, it was. Everyone touched the ball. It's like
Chest
Spurs.
pass, overhead passes, right back to the fundamentals.
Sorry to knock it down for us, boys.
Good shot.
All right. Hey, you already
Get
made
another
one.
possession.
Yeah,
Damn
your
right.
percentage right now is Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah.
All 5 guys touch the rock.
That's important.
What more can you ask for?
It's good offense.
Let's get to a break. Take 5, boys. Fuck.
Take
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Pat McAfee. Used to hold balls for Adam Vinatieri. Now I'm in his home state. College Game Day is absolutely electric. And Brookings South Dakota. Let's go!
College Game Day has made the voyage to Brookings, South Dakota to experience a game with the best fans in college football. I unfortunately cannot attend because I have a game this Sunday, so I sent a man I trust to make my picks. A man who was my holder for almost a decade. Please be nice to him. Welcome this week's celebrity guest picker, Pat McAfee.
Go big, go blue, go Jacks.
Hosting Auburn. Yes, everybody saw this. The best fake punt in the world. What do you think, Pat?
I absolutely loved it all the way up until execution time. That is not one we like to show in the brand headquarters and punting and kicking world.
Oh, dance off. Oh, let's get weird. Yes. Duck that, huh?
Bang! Right off the top of the dome. That makes it a lot easier when you got a dummy standing right in front of you like that.
Running. He's Daniel Russo.
Wax on, wax off, knee to the face.
World Series.
Go,
Yes.
go, yes.
These teams stink. With that 15, they celebrate by doing shotguns. And I'm a big fan of that. I'm going with the University of Virginia Cavaliers. That was great. Whoa! And I will never, ever in the history of my life bet against that ball. Oklahoma State is the winner here. It does not matter. Not so fast again.
But I'm going with Trey.
my dumb friend Kirk. Look at this crowd. They've been out here since 4 a.m. College game day comes to town. They lose their mind. The population of this state is about 800,000. And when the Jackrabbits take the field, they're alongside all 800,000 South Dakotans. The Dakota marker was in Fargo for far too long. Today, 5 o'clock local time, the Dakota marker is back in beautiful Brookings, South Dakota. Terry School. They might be the Jackrabbits, but they're the Goats today, ladies and gentlemen. South Dakota State with the win.
Give me that place in.
No, don't do that. No, leave. Coach.
He has the
Pat says it'll be no.
I told you I came on your radio show that we were going to get you on College Game Day.
Not only are you incredibly intelligent and handsome, you're a man of your word. You picked North Dakota today, so I had to bury you.
That's okay.
But it's been nothing but incredible. The College Game Day crew is hospitable. In South Dakota State, I think we can all agree, they showed up here.
Yeah.
But I loved it. I've watched the show, obviously, forever. And it's on in every single NFL locker room. I told you that.
Yeah,
So this is a big-time deal for me, my family, my friends.
All right, I'm back in the day here. Appreciate you, boys.
It's from the training room of the Colts.
AJ Watt tweeted.
I think it's very hard to process the human being on television.
Get texts from every human that I've ever done television with, like since way back in the day. They're like, we knew this day would come. Equipment managers, old teammates. I mean, you don't get to trend on Twitter often anymore. They make it damn near impossible. Go up onto a stage with a couple legends, talk some shit in front of the incredible South Dakota fans. What an awesome opportunity. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Dan in Connecticut. Lovely place here on the 5 Energy phone line. What's going on, Dano?
Oh, what's up, Pat McAfee?
Dan, you are too young to listen to this show. I can tell through. I think. How old?
I'm not Dan. I am Owen.
Mitt. Owen, how old are you?
It's so different.
I am at 8.5.
Oh, that's cute.
8.5. If you're telling us you're half age, you're too young to be listening.
That's a record.
It stinks.
What's on your mind, pal?
What do you want to talk about, Owen?
I want to talk about how inspiring this show is and how you're inspiring this whole entire world with how you're talking about sports and how you're talking about your life experience.
Thank you, Owen.
Owen, thank you.
Love you, Owen.
Thank you,
Owen, I'm taking her on
And
the
also, fuck Boston College.
I will let Owen know, if you're still listening, Owen, you're inspiring.
Best kid ever.
Owen, the way you talk about sports is inspiring.
Yes!
I didn't know 8.5 could do that.
Wow.
Shout out Owen.
That time.
Go, Owen.
Hey, Owen. New generation in Connecticut, I guess.
He was making me feel good, too, by the way. He was making me feel good, making the show feel good. He was talking us up. He was hyping us up, and then boom, a little...
Was this Aristotle's brother?
A little misdirection from Aristotle's brother, Owen, at 8.5 there. That was awesome.
I'd say he put his balls on your forehead, but I don't think they dropped yet. So.
I haven't been this confident in a Patriots game in 2-3 years.
Oh, no!
Let's keep in mind, we have all watched the Bears on primetime. The Bears just are not a good football team.
Oh, no!
That might be 41-3, one extra field goal.
Alternate spread, are you going to change it a little bit after seeing the fog over there?
Yeah, this morning I took him at 13.5. Before the show, I took him at 20.5. And then after the show, I'll take him at 28.5.
Oh, no!
Give me a good night.
You need to relax.
Hey, I'm
Don't lose to the Bears tonight. Don't lose to the Bears.
Don't worry.
You hear me?
Don't worry.
You know what I'm going through today? You better not fucking lose to the Bears. Your team's fucking dead. You guys lose to the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football?
Wow.
Oh, no! Your thoughts, Connor?
You know, it is what it is. Football is football. None of my bets hit, and because of that, I will not be able to gamble at FanDuel or anywhere for the rest of my life, I don't think, because of those losses. However, you know, it's a humbling experience. I'm very glad that we're getting this game out of the way.
What are you going to do to change and make Tua better? Have you gotten into that? This is very early in the whole process, and you're shaking hands, kissing babies right now, and you're a 0-win head coach that everybody loves.
0 wins.
0 win. But what are you thinking about that for Tua? How do you make him better?
We're going to start with scoring more points than the opponent.
Wow!
Holy shit.
Oh, no.
You are changing the game.
Changing the game.
Yeah.
Through math.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I think there's... I was just so fortunate in my career to be around the process of how I look at things with the empowerment of the right teachers, that I look backwards, forwards, okay? What things do I see that are really awesome about his game on tape, even though we're at...
He's accurate as heck.
Boom! That's what I was just about to say.
Oh, I didn't know. I was just... you were leading me. That's how, you should do this, maybe.
Dude,
think about it in the future.
Dude.
But he's so accurate.
Or we should just spend the time finishing each other's...
sentences.
Oh, okay.
Hey, have we known each other for...
our whole lives?
Oh, my God.
You tell...
Me?
Wow.
This is weird.
Dude.
Whoa,
Seems like you guys just became.
Dude.
Wow, this is fucking weird, AJ.
Bro.
Hey, this is...
Did we swap skins?
Wow, we learned a lot about yours, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
Dable coming in there now, and you got an entire new operation. What are you looking forward to change the path here of how your career has gone thus far? I think everybody watching the Giants goes like, man, it'd be awesome to see him on a fully ready-to-go team because of how talented you are, how electrifying you are. Out of nowhere, the game can change with you. It's awesome. You and Jonathan Taylor, very similar styles running, two very different programs right now. Whenever you look ahead to the future, versus what you've been through already in your early career, what are your thoughts and what are your projections?
Well, I think you got to learn from what happened in the past. Obviously, we're going into our third head coach, but with Shermer, with Judge, obviously it was unfortunate that they got fired. But
hey, that's not normal, by the way. You're very young.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
Yeah.
This is not a normal thing.
So like you take what you take from that, you learn. They did some great things that we're going to have to be able to carry over, and we got to be able to keep the core. You know, we got some talented players. We have very talented players. We got to find a way to stay healthy. We got a whole new system, whole new coaching staff coming in. So it's new. The energy is going to be different. As players, we get a chance to prove ourselves again.
Yeah.
That's something big. That's something that I'm looking forward to. Is to prove myself and show there's different things I can do in my game to help this team win. And it's I know it's been rough, but like the past couple, we're not that far. And I truly believe that we're not that far. We have the talent. Now we bring in the right pieces, the right coaching staff. Obviously, we got to go in the draft well, bring some guys in free agency.
When are we going to watch that? What is it? What is the show?
It is Max. Shh.
Jude?
It is.
Please.
Max is homesick from school. Quiet.
Oh, Jude. Godspeed.
Yeah, sound very sick.
NFL players won't be the only great thing you'll be able to watch on TV. I cannot say anymore, but perhaps I'll be on it.
Max, what's the name of the show he was on?
Max.
Say it, Max.
Max, what was
Say
the
it,
name
Max.
of the-
Takedown.
Can you?
Okay.
Oh, he just-
Thank you, Max. That was awesome. What is it? Something takedown?
Tailgate takedown.
Thank you,
Max. Thank you, Max.
Can't wait to watch that. Connor, your question.
We're gonna have a major conversation after this.
If you'd have sent him away for 6 months in summer, he would have done that.
Yeah. Connor, your question for. Well, what is it about Tom that last night everybody on earth watching was like, he's gonna fucking score here. This game's over for the Saints. Sorry about it. Even though there's little to no time left.
He's the clutchest performer of all time. I mean, I think that's neither here nor there. He prepares so well throughout the
More
week.
clutch than Adam Vinatieri?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think you have to put him there,
He's
right?
had so many more moments.
So many more moments, right?
Like Vinny's
and answered every time.
Yeah, he's had, well, not every
so-
time. I guess that one time.
And against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's so hard because Vinny's answered every time.
Vinatieri's clutchness comes from his competitive juices. Like Vinatieri is so competitive, so competitive. He does not want to lose. And I don't think people fully comprehend, like the people up there, the Jordans, you already saw his whole last dance.
Yeah.
The Peyton Mannings, the Wayne Gretzky's, Serena Williams's. Kobe, yes.
Yeah.
The Mamba mentality. It's
Right.
described as the Mamba mentality. What that is just being more competitive than fucking everybody else. I think it all revolves around the competitive juices. Is that what you think it is with Tom or no?
I think it's a little bit of that, but also same thing, going back to Kobe, right? Like whenever if you guys saw that Redeem team or whatever on Netflix, and they're all going out and having a good time at the club or whatever, and he's shooting shots at like 6 a.m. and they pass him coming in the night before. That is Tom. That is Tom. Like they are so prepared. They care so much. They want to work on every little detail that when it comes to the game, when it comes to those situations, they have no excuse because execution execution is the only thing that matters. They have all the answers to the test.
Guys, so the story, as I remember it, we were just on the jet skis yesterday afternoon. It was me, my middle brother Tyler, and my younger brother Brett, and they just got in town yesterday from St. Louis. So I was like, all right, let's go poke around a little bit. It's a warm December afternoon. So we left our house, kind of went around the south side of Davis Island, and I wanted to show Brett the yacht club just to see all the sailboats and whatnot. So we kind of poked around in there, and I vaguely remember hearing a faint noise. And so we turned around, left the yacht club, and I just remember looking to the west and seeing it almost looked like a crew boat in the water that had broken up into about 4 pieces. And I vaguely remember seeing like 2 yellow life jackets. So I was like, all right, we got to go check this out. They looked like they were in duress. We raced over there. The youngest kid had just came up and said he was pinned in there, and I asked if anybody else was trapped. And then I called 911. Tried to remain as calm as possible, but no, it all turned positive. They were healthy, scared, nervous, but it was a pretty crappy situation that turned good in the end. So I was just right place, right time, I guess. The credit really goes out to Tampa PD, you guys, the fire department, the sheriff's department, because they were there within 5 seconds. It was pretty remarkable. And we got them. I got 2 on my jet ski. My brother's got 1. The pilot was still in the water. And that was when you guys pulled up. And I dragged him a little bit towards the boat, and he got on. And luckily enough, we were probably 250 meters from the beach. So we got him to the beach. The fire department was there. Everybody was there. And, the rest is history. But it wasn't me. It was just my brothers and I out having fun. And the credit goes to these guys, because if they weren't there in the nick of time, it could have turned bad. And I'm glad everybody's healthy.
Hey, I saw a ball last night, no laces. Is that normal?
Yeah, I also threw a sidewinder, a helicopter ball out to Jonesy. I don't know how he caught it. We were going in the red zone. And the ball got snapped to me, and it just said, I don't know if Josh's hand was wet or if the ball didn't get wiped off, but it got to me. I didn't have laces. I was trying to throw out in the flat, and it was like just totally slick. And I threw this absolute sidewinder helicopter out to him. And, classic Jonesy, just like, meh, easy catch, 5 yards.
It was Dobbs' first little out or whatever. And you had time from the side, can I go back to the beginning of that? From the side angle, from the full play, you had time to adjust that if you wanted to. You just apparently did not. You don't care? Is that a thing? You just don't, it's all about your grip? It doesn't matter where the ball is?
Yeah, on that play, and that's cool. I didn't actually know that. But on that play, we had a little 3-man combination to the right side we have motion. And a lot of times on that play, the back's coming across, so he's not a part of the 3-man side. But a lot of times on that play, you kind of just catch it and trying to get the ball out. Christian run down sidelines. You got Joe in the flat, and Allen was snapping up at 5 yards. So you're trying to really get the ball out quickly. And Dobbers is actually number 4 in the progression on the backside. So I probably just was thinking, oh, this ball's going to the flat right away, so I'm going to catch it and get the ball out as quick as possible. And then sometimes, that doesn't happen. You come back and find a way to throw an accurate ball without the laces. But that's why, a lot of the pre-practice work that I do is all this. I never throw the ball with the laces in pre-practice. And there's plays, reps during practice and drill work that you do this stuff because you never know what's going to come up in the game. And that's a cool clip. I'm glad you guys got that. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're thankful for NFL Film sending it over, and the angle is perfect because it's literally right down there. And as soon as I saw it, we were watching all the clips that we have every single morning. Foxy brings it over, and we watch through it. And I just see the laces just staring. And I remember back in the day, there was a couple quarterbacks, Nate Davis, I think, of Ball State. Whenever he was making a transition in the NFL, it was literally the only conversation. This guy doesn't throw with the laces. This guy doesn't throw with the laces. And then I see the best thrower of a football of all time having time, not using laces, and I'm like, how come that's I'd never known that about you. So you're telling me you no look and no lace?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, I just found that out. I didn't know you could throw the ball pretty good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Welcome back to the Pat McAfee Show on Winter Wednesday, January 4th.
Hell yeah, dude.
Today's show is sponsored by SeatGeek.
Hell yeah.
Shout out.
This is your weekly reminder that SeatGeek gave us all 15% off football tickets, whether you're a first-time buyer or not.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
If you're looking into playoff tickets, SeatGeek has you covered.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
But they got tickets for the national championship on there too.
Oh yeah,
Something to think about.
Nice.
Just click the link in the description, and the 15% off code will be auto applied to your account. No code needed.
If you're going through SeatGeek to the national championship, all we hope is that you're loud.
That's right.
Amen.
I'm probably gonna lose my voice again Monday night.
Good chance.
Bring the juice.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't know that was even possible. Me losing my voice. Now I'm a little bit more worried about the future. You know?
Well,
I didn't even know I could lose my voice.
I heard you got to add ginger to your diet.
So this is an interesting thing. Do I change anything up? It's the first time it's ever happened in my entire life, pretty much. But I do a lot of talking, a lot of yelling, like when I went to the WWE, I assumed at some point the voice would feel something, and maybe I changed an octave or whatever. Always there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Always there. After the Saturday night thing, I wake up Sunday in Pasadena, and I'm like, oh my God. Am I sick? That's what I started thinking. Am I sick? Is that why I lost my voice? And then my body feels perfect, energized. I'm ready to go. And then I go to talk to somebody, and it's, oh my, what just happened? And then Monday for the Rose Bowl game day, I'm just chugging liquids, and every single time towards the end of a segment, no voice at all. So I'm like, I'm not talking all day Monday. I get in here yesterday, I couldn't hear a thing. I couldn't speak a fucking word. Had to just chug a bunch of liquids. Monday night, I'm going to lose my voice again, aren't I?
No, this is a specific Georgia, Ohio State, two biggest Colts alive. That'll probably be what the loudest type of college football game out there because of those two?
Maybe honest. Did they have the decibels rolling in there? You think? Have we heard anything? It was.
Yeah, they had to, right?
That was absurd.
It was so fucking. I'd been in Seattle, right? I was in Seattle for the Niners game, Thursday Night Football, a couple weeks ago, and obviously the Niners won that, but the Seahawks had a chance there late, and when it was a third down, I think, and Purdy was in the end zone.
Yes.
Needed to have it. He stepped in, made the throw. By the way, it was loud in Seattle, and Seattle's built so like one yell is actually four yells because it's coming back. It is built to be loud, and I have respect for it. And I was in the booth, so I wasn't on the field, so I wasn't getting everybody's direct yell like we were in Georgia. I feel like I've been a part of some loud. Atlanta was fucking loud. That was very, very loud down. That was one of the loudest environments I've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe the loudest I've ever been in. I think.
Very, very loud. You felt it when you were on that field. I know those players, you saw the vibes on both sidelines, but being on that field, in that environment, that was incredible.
So loud. You're saying it's not going to be like, I think it will.
I don't. I think Dome closed, and I think the national championship is a lot like the Super Bowl, where there's a lot of people who aren't fans of either team.
Worried about that, but we talked about this earlier. Georgia fans have money. TCU fans have money.
Yeah, but the Super Bowl, and I might be wrong, don't corporations just have tickets and then they're given out?
Super Bowl, yes. I think national championship as well.
That's what I mean.
We've been dealing with that. Right?
I mean, when we were all there, it was loud last year, right? Well, I mean, the stadium, Lucas Oil is not a loud stadium, but
I think it was loud. It was people were yelling, but we were in a very nice.
Yes.
But we were also by the cheapest seats in the place. I think the price is what drives away the atmosphere in a lot of these situations.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Which is why my big takeaway is a lot of money in these alumni. So maybe that'll be different this time. I don't know. Maybe AJ. Maybe.
I mean, just out of the buildings that you're going to be in, SoFi isn't completely, what did they call it, a canopy? So it's not completely closed, so sound can leak out. It'll be tough.
Yeah.
We got to hope for no lightning on Monday night.
And Georgia's a little far away. You wonder how many of those fans will
No
go.
tailgating out there either.
And also, last year, Gump and I were as close to the field as you can. We were right behind the Bama bench. It wasn't even close to as loud as what Georgia Ohio.
Oh, yeah, you guys were dressed like assholes right behind that.
Yeah, I had a Mac Jones jersey. Two jerseys. We're supporting Bama.
And Vipers, right?
Yes,
if I do, yeah. I remember you guys down there. It wasn't, right?
It was not even close. No, it wasn't close to as loud as it was.
There's also a difference when you're just like there watching the game and when you're there and you have like earbuds in and you're trying to like talk and like be on TV.
Sure.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Normally it's just like, holy shit, it's loud. But like, you're just there to enjoy the game. It's not like, oh, I actually have to like hear what these people are saying and like be able to respond and like it made a big difference.
It was loud. There was some times where I took the earpiece out and it didn't sound as loud. I was like, oh, my mic is potentially amplifying
picking everything up.
What's going on in here. So I turned it down, and then I turned down. I couldn't hear a word.
Right.
You guys were saying. So it was quite a dilemma in there. There was definitely a time where I was just yelling.
Had to.
Oh, yeah.
Right on TV.
The touchdown.
I was thinking about people listening and watching, like, this guy's just yelling at us this whole time. I thought about that while I was yelling. But if I didn't yell, I couldn't hear me, and there's no way you guys could hear it. Like it
Nuh-uh.
was a wild scene. I think it'll be good Monday.
It's gonna be awesome.
My
What are you talking
vote,
about? It's a national
loud.
championship.
Connor, your vote?
I am I mean, what are we just saying? Loud in general, or in comparison to the standard last week?
No, loud in general.
I do not think it's going to be loud.
In general?
Think about the game that we were also at, like the roller coaster of emotion that the fans were on. Like there was times where their team was dominating, and then one side of the fans were down. Early it was Georgia. Then Ohio State starts to fall. The Georgia fans, explode, and then it was just back and forth.
They were able to
basically from then
rest.
on.
You're saying each
Yeah.
fan base
Yeah.
was able to rest with the way the game was structured. So when Georgia was had pent up energy, it was good
Exactly.
time because their team was coming along at that exact time. So we were getting their best shot.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden, line change. Ohio State fans kind of put onto the bench a little bit. Take a breather here for 20, 25 minutes or so. Your team's about to get fucking smacked by Georgia real quick this whole game. And then all of a sudden, Ohio State comes back and it's like, ooh, 27 minutes. Ah, maybe you're onto something.
That's just what I think, and I pray that this game is close, and I also really hope that TCU wins. I am more so saying that I don't think it's going to be loud because of the fact that that place isn't going to be entire TCU and Georgia fans like it was entirely Georgia and Ohio State fans.
I think normally the corporate fans were all Georgia fans.
Yes.
At this last one, all the suites, because that's in Atlanta. All the companies that own those suites,
Bingo.
they're all dogs. So it's like everybody was invested in the game. I guess you're right. If there's lightning in that canopy, we saw it on what, Monday night or
Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football. Do you remember that, AJ? Had to delay the brand new stadium in LA. Why? Because there's lightning 10 miles away. Lightning. We thought it was a dome. Then that's when we learned, no, this is the most expensive canopy of all time. Yeah, they put the LED board over top of it like a lean-to.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Bingo.
It's like a lean-to on top of it. $6 billion.
Come on.
$6 billion lean-to. Can't, because there's lightning in the area. And sometimes that son of a bitch can shoot sideways, come in the canopy. That's
right.
Down on the field. So
Oh.
they delayed like 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to rain this weekend in LA, right?
Tony said bomb cyclone.
I think I don't know if it's happening
What?
today or whatever, or this weekend, but I looked, there's supposed to be rain there this
I
weekend.
don't know what that means. Bomb cyclone.
An atmospheric river. I don't know what either of those mean either.
And rivers flow this way, which is
I'm
not
a big
good.
weather guy.
Rivers do flow this way, but it's coming from the sky, so it's coming this way, right?
Right.
I hope. I don't know.
Just keep the lightning. Once again, we've talked about this. Somebody needs to figure out how to corral lightning and utilize it as our power.
Exactly.
Well, they did that with the key. No, they found out that they could. And I understand they put lightning rods up. We have a friend that is one of the greatest lightning rod salesmen of all time. That's just keeping it away from other places. We need to corral that son of a bitch. We need to get that lightning in. Rear naked choke it. And then start sending it out so we don't lose power 3 times on a Wednesday in Indianapolis.
Bingo.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do know.
Should put one on the roof of this place.
I would like to corral it, though.
I mean, at the very least, SoFi should be running on 100% of, purely sustainable lightning.
Are we not worrying about the future? We've been letting this lightning go to waste for how long?
Hundreds of years.
I just heard that over there in Saudi Arabia, they're going to spend a couple $100 billion to make a ski resort in the middle of the desert. I assume it's going to be a very nice ski resort. Can we not spend a couple $100 billion to figure out how to fucking power the world with lightning?
Please.
Can we not figure that? We got fucking water running on those
Windmills?
windmill things to generate power. We got those big things out in the middle of farms that I'm sure they're mixed reports coming from those that are just slicing birds' faces off.
Yeah.
Which are they real or not? We don't know.
Bingo.
How come we don't have anybody working on capturing the lightning and using all that power? I don't know.
Something to think about.
It snows in Saudi Arabia.
While we're at it, let's work
Well,
on that supergrass.
That's a couple $100 billion.
Yep.
Supergrass for sure. We need to make that happen.
I think if you harness lightning, though, you have the most power of anyone in the world.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, big energy wouldn't let that happen.
And if you're harnessing lightning, then none of us have to worry about dying from it either, right? Because everybody's got it under control.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you want to take someone
What's
out.
going on, AJ? What's so funny?
They're going to redirect. So they're just going to, all the lightning that happens in the world, they just suck it up and they use it for energy for us.
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Suck up the
Precisely.
lightning.
Suck it up.
This sounds amazing. I can't wait till this happens.
You'd be Zeus.
It's going to look like a fucking massive glass Coke bottle on top of SoFi.
That's what I'm saying. It would have to be metal, I guess, right? Because that is what we have learned.
Yeah.
Metal does attract.
It is a conductor.
Ooh.
I was just thinking purely aesthetic.
They could just put a bunch of sand on top of SoFi because when lightning strikes sand, it just adds more glass to SoFi.
Oh, because it would cook it, you're saying.
Do they do rubber?
You ever seen, lightning strike sand?
How come humans try to take advantage of literally everything else that is presented? Literally everything else. Except for lightning. What's that all about?
They say it's very unpredictable.
The stadium could be a one massive Nike shoe because they have a rubber
Rubber.
insole.
Yeah, if you put the bottom of that massive Coke bottle as rubber.
Or if you build the entire stadium on rubber, you don't have to get.
Is that that's grounding something?
Yeah,
that's not collecting.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
not going to work.
I thought that's where.
That's why, like,
it
being in a
goes
car is the safest place to be during a lightning.
Because it goes to the wheels, right? And then it just
Put
bounces.
SoFi on wheels. Put SoFi on wheels.
But I just wanted to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
You know?
Like Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
How come we can't do that?
Yeah, those are sweet.
Pretty simple.
Then we got to store that power somewhere too.
What do you mean?
Oh, we
store?
don't have those? We don't have
Go
places
use
we
it.
could put it?
Well,
Well,
then
actually,
it-
a
then
guy
it
put
falls.
guy started shooting one.
And then it falls into the
Over there in Carolina.
What about that
Falls in the
massive
wrong
atom
hands.
collider?
All right, let's move on.
That's
we talk too much about the future.
that's
We're
a
trying to
hydrogen.
save it. Hey, is anybody else?
Does anyone care?
I think it's in Germany. Right?
Elon to figure it out.
Willie
He's got to figure out Twitter.
Yeah.
Vox do probably.
and his truck. You saw the Cybertruck?
When's that coming out?
It came out recently.
See, it's on the
Not
waiting
as
list.
cool.
Yeah, I think
Well,
so.
yeah. When that thing's technology was debuted to us, we had no idea about like other cars that were going to come. So the pop was like, "Oh, this is futuristic." Then the delay was like, "Oh, this is historic."
Yeah.
Yeah, like I thought it was gonna be as big as your truck. It's not even close to that. It's like half of that.
I do try to save the world, people. I got 2 electric cars.
That's right.
Thank you, AJ. I would like to go to a lightning
Congrats.
storage
It's
place.
easy. Easy to
and
make
fill-
all those batteries. I know that.
Of course, those batteries were made in a way that was not harmful to the planet at all.
Nope.
What are the people that dig it up? Yep.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but I do know that I was told if it's electric, I'm saving the world.
Wait, are those batteries like a blood diamond situation?
I don't know.
Way worse.
Probably worse. Yeah.
We need to all.
Well, actually,
But it's the lesser of two evils. You got to pick one. You want the planet to run too hot and everyone to burn, or do you want a couple people dying from making batteries?
Well, see, so
That's just the
both those are
old-
bad.
that's just
And who
the-
knows if the first one's real? Second one, I guess, apparently sounds like it is
That's a good question.
Yeah.
100% real. Although we understand
The movie about
that
these
the world is
batteries.
changing drastically, and
It'll be fire.
I think what California said all electric vehicles by 2030 or
Yep.
something.
Yeah.
It's the lesser of two evils. It's that philosophy question. You know, would you kill one to save 100, or would you let 100 die?
Let them die.
What's your problem?
Jesus.
Let's not. We don't have to make an answer. Nobody was saying, "Hey,
Oh,
Tone, need an
sorry.
answer."
Sorry, my bad.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
No, nobody was on this particular program saying that.
Thought we were talking about saving global warming.
But when he debuted a Cybertruck,
push
Yeah.
it down towards
the Hummer EV thing wasn't even really thought of, right?
Yeah, that's when they had the patent, right? Wasn't that like the first few years?
Yeah, Tesla like allowed GMC to utilize what Tesla did to
Yeah.
create the Tesla vehicles, just let the patent out. And I believe Elon's exact words were, if you were on a sinking ship and you knew how to clog the holes, you'd be an asshole not to tell everybody how to do it. So he released the patent of what Tesla did. Then you saw Mercedes come in and GMC come in and everybody come in with the same type of thing because of, and I don't know, they were probably working on it, right? I mean, people were working on it for like 100 years. They weren't able to do it. This alien shows up from South Africa and figures out how to have a more efficient, faster, quicker, and prettier car than anybody else in the history of cars. So that's certainly alarming how that took place. But yeah, when the Hummer came out, it was like, oh, this is what the Cybertruck would want to be, I think.
That thing's awesome.
And then the Cybertruck has come out and it stinks. Is that what everybody's saying?
Yeah,
That's what it
boy,
looks
does
Yeah.
it not.
Well, how
look
much is it
cool.
though?
So the email I got, it lost 30% in size. So when it
What?
originally
Okay,
came out,
garages.
it literally shrunk because they couldn't fit.
It's
in
not fraud.
garages.
It's not fraud.
No,
It's false advertising.
that's right.
Shout out to Ja Rule in the Fire Festival documentary.
Oh, yeah.
At the end, that was his last line in the movie.
That's right.
That guy's out.
We also lost bulletproof windows.
Well, those things
Well-
were never really in there, right? Because he broke the glass,
With the rock.
Yeah.
which we thought at the time was great marketing.
Yeah.
Because everybody talked about how, yeah, he has these bulletproof, and then he puts like movie windows in there, and they
Candy glass on there.
just explodes or whatever. It was funny. Elon.
Oh, hilarious.
What was that? Is that an Elon? Do you have an
Yeah.
Elon Musk
Not
impression?
really, but that's kind of the one clip where he, oh, hilarious.
You should work on that, I think. An Elon. What is he? Is he just a South African accent? Do you know? That has to
I'm
be
not
something you
sure.
can pick up.
He doesn't have a
He's
South
been
African.
away from
Yeah.
South Africa for so long. I
Yeah.
feel like he's
Saturn
kind of
accent.
a man with. He's got his own accent, and
Yeah,
that's it.
actually.
Maybe
I can
Jupiter.
take a peek at
What
it.
year does it come out that he's visiting from another planet? What year?
2026.
Whatever year we introduce aliens, he'll come out next to him and be like, see, we're not
Turns
that
out,
bad.
it'll be like, turns out I actually have been.
Yeah.
I apologize for lying, but I think I made the world a better place, right?
Mhm.
Even Twitter, some people said I wouldn't. I think I did.
Then his face will open up.
And he said, but we do have to worry about, and then somebody else comes in.
Shams.
Yep.
This particular alien here is not good. And then all of a sudden we have all-out battle where the humans are the worst.
I guess.
Yeah, but Elon has a alien clan that is on the side of
That piece
the
with the
humans,
fingers.
and they come together to defeat the
I assume
bad
we have allies, right, with some of them?
Absolutely.
Have to.
That Israeli
for sure.
general of security, he says they're already inside Mars working together.
That's what Space Force is for.
Inside, huh?
Inside Mars, yep. They have a base set up there.
Never would have guessed that.
Dark side of the moon. Too.
How'd they find it?
The inside, well, they had that rover rolling around on the outside.
That's right.
Oh,
So everybody
they
just
snatched.
thought.
They snatched it. They come up from the ground and snatched it.
I think the first conversation was like,
Fucked it up.
how do they have enough service to send clips back from Mars? This thing all by itself? And then natural thought is, well, it has to be some sort of something somewhere. Well, it goes to the International Space Station, then it comes, it's like,
Yeah, then there's that door on Mars that made its rounds last
that
year.
little-
Mm-hmm.
is that our lifetime?
Yes,
Yes.
100%.
Yeah?
Yes.
Man.
No
That'd be
doubt
cool
about
to be
it.
able to.
Yeah. I mean, when's TC going to space? That's basically.
Yeah.
So we're sending, who do we put off the bus first? Brock,
Rock,
TC.
TC,
Yep.
The Rock,
just to
Dewey.
showcase the different sizes.
Yeah.
Dewey for
Dwayne
sure.
Johnson,
Glazer,
The mountain.
James Harrison,
The mountain from Game of Thrones.
TJ Watt,
yeah,
Wide.
Nick Bosa,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Zito.
Hezbollah,
Boban.
That Georgia defensive lineman.
Jalen Carter. Need him not to tap out though. Need him to
Yeah.
have a little bit more
Sorry,
cardio.
Bob Dahn.
Ngannou.
Justin Fields.
Jonathan Davis. Right?
Raina's parents.
Whose?
Raina's parents for negotiation
Yes.
if we need it.
Oh yeah, because they
Yeah.
will.
Mike Dick.
Remember when you guys did this?
Might as well send Mule.
Barrio.
Don't sleep on Barrio.
He'll be useful.
AJ.
These
There
are
it
just Americans,
AJ.
aren't most? Everybody we're sending out is American.
Are we sending the best or not?
Sylvester Stallone.
Like should Mbappe maybe show up? He's
You taking a
pretty-
year long?
Bob.
You taking a year long trip out there? to
Ronaldo.
Mars? You gonna go meet him?
To me?
The Klitschko twins.
Yeah,
These
for
people,
sure.
you think you get all these
Brothers.
people on one craft?
The ghost of
Yeah, it's
Kiev.
like Noah's Ark, pal. We're sending it.
The ghost of Kiev should fly them all there.
Is it bad that we're sending all our best soldiers though?
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a bait and switch situation.
Yeah.
They have to come to us, but do we want them on our land?
No,
See?
no.
Got to meet halfway. Space station.
SpaceX.
Space station.
Methy with a soccer ball. Watch this.
We need Messi's dog. I don't know if we need Messi.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those giant.
All right, let's move
Alaskan
along.
dogs.
We've wasted a lot of time.
There it is.
We got to the bottom of it, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's going to happen, so we have to start thinking about that.
And congrats to all those people that have been sent out there.
We should send Santa too.
What about that right tackle for Ohio State?
Sam.
DeJuan Jones, yes.
Santa.
Yeah,
Santa
DeJuan
Claus.
Jones.
DeJuan Jones, right tackle of the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Sent him out there.
Holy fuck. 6'8", 380, they said?
He's a big boy.
Biggest dude I've ever seen in my life.
His head, like they're in the huddle. It was like the Blind Side movie, where at
Yep.
the
Yeah.
beginning, when he's in like high school or whatever.
Yep.
That's what it was for Ohio State and for the Georgia D line, which is notoriously large. Good for definitely need to send him.
Yeah, sent him up
Who's
there.
rallying the troops?
Mike Vrabel.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, because Vrabel's player coach in this
Can't
situation.
Leader
can't
of
smoke
men.
on the space station though.
Yeah, you
Braves
can.
got to bring his vape.
No,
Shaw.
they'll change the rules for him.
Commander Aziz.
He can go.
Oh,
Kidding me? Gotta say Belichick.
yeah, Bill should definitely go
He's,
up there.
It's gotta be
Can
I
he
wouldn't
pass
mind being
physical?
on the trip just to
Get all
talk,
the intel
though.
we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, game plan.
I would like to be a talker.
Spiritual advisor you need as well on the trip.
Yeah, if anything, we
Blue.
should leave
That's
all those
Tebow.
people on the plane.
Tebow, definitely. Did you see Tebow?
Yeah.
Holy
so jacked.
You saw him, AJ, didn't you?
Oh yeah, game of phys- I think we were just about to go live when he was walking by us.
Oh yeah.
He is jacked.
Yoked.
Huge.
Well, Nick
So was-
said he
so was
fucking
Marty,
took
though.
a 15-pound shit in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Marty's awesome.
Yeah, Keto's getting to him, it sounds like.
What happened?
Yeah.
Nick just so happened to go into the bathroom right after Tebow. And
They had to mop the walls.
Tebow dropped a fucking nuke in there.
What do you leave the
Bowling ball.
body of Christ in there?
Oh, and some.
Mopped the walls.
They did.
Oh,
More
that'd
too.
be terrible.
This show is the worst. You guys are the worst people on earth.
Sorry, Tim.
They came up to me and told me this story. I was just standing there. What am I expecting to hear right now? Who knows? Hey, ask Nick about the shit that Tebow talks. What?
True.
He was eating so much cabbage and like.
Yeah, he didn't have any of the catering. He just brought a bag of cabbage with him, eating it all day.
Still remnants in
To
the
be
bowl
clear,
after the-
okay, it does feel as if the show has done what this show does on a regular basis, which is start to assume things and then start telling fairy tales, and then those somehow become reality.
Oh yeah.
There's possibly 150 people that could have went into this bathroom before Tim Tebow went in there. And
He was in there for a while.
Yeah, I
I
thought-
was standing there
he
waiting.
could have got changed. What if he was getting changed in there in the midst of somebody else's shit?
I agree with you. 'Cause
Well, he was
I'm
wearing the
pretty
same
sure
thing.
that Tim Tebow does not poop.
Or smell. His shit does not stink.
I don't know if it stunk, but
It didn't.
from what Nick said, he had to take a dump naked because it was. I mean, it was like a 12 to 15 pound shit. You know, you can't do that with clothes on.
And Nick said that there was a scripture on the floor, so you knew he was reading.
Yeah,
it while
he had been in there. Everybody's using the same bathroom.
I didn't
It's
say that.
One staller.
Oh, that's what you didn't say, Nick?
I'm not
Okay,
gonna lie
I'm glad you clarified that
about
one.
Tim.
Thanks.
Anyways, let's move on.
We love Tim. We love him. Good
I
guy.
fucking love him.
Great guy. Love Tebow.
He was so. Every time I see him, I take a selfie with him. I post it like one time out of every 3 times. And I'm always like, I'm posting that right now. And then I watch him walk away. I'm like, God damn, look at Tebow, how big he is. I asked him if he's going to be an Olympian lifter.
Should.
Because he's just like, he looks like a bodybuilder right now.
You
though.
should try bobsled. Don't you think he could be one of those guys that does the bobsled deal?
Mm-hmm.
I can see that.
Anything but hit a
So
curveball.
powerful.
Probably too big.
He's going way too fast on that thing.
No, because you want to be big, right? Because the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
big guy in
We
the
can't
back.
have Tebow going down that thing going
Yeah, Herschel-
1,200
I mean,
miles an
Herschel
hour. He's
Walker
not
did
going
it,
to be
right?
able to control it.
Sam Giguère. You remember Sam Giguère?
No.
He was a French-Canadian wide receiver. Phenomenal specimen of an athlete. Like bald head too, 10-pack, incredibly quick twitched. Got hurt a couple times playing because of how quick twitched he was. It was almost like he was so athletic and so fast. Like practice every single rep. It was like, here we go. We're watching an actual Olympian run. And also he is a hound dog too. Like he is going to dive his farthest and he's going to, there's going to be collisions. I don't know if he ever made it into real time, but he retired from football and he joined the Canadian bobsled team, and it was like, that's the right move. Seems like that's the right move. They're like Olympian sprinters, I think. I don't know. That's why I laughed. Like, in my head, I was saying, like, how far do I go with Tim Tebow? Do I say Tim Tebow can run a 4.4 right now? That's what I was in my head, and I started laughing because I don't think he's fast enough to be a bobsledder.
I don't know. You need at least like one big brute to get that nice push off to start.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Sam Giguère, I don't know what his weight was, but he was fucking
total package.
He was a monster, and he was very fast. And I don't think the Canadian bobsled team was good.
Yeah, probably not.
Maybe.
No, we know from the documentary, sprinters.
That's
Yeah, the who's the girl sprinter?
Lolo Jones.
She made Lolo made the Olympics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait.
I see a bad mother who don't take
No shit
from nobody.
Senka, you dead man.
Senka. Great movie.
Yeah, man.
Rest in peace.
Great movie. Was that real?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's probably some Hollywood in it.
Yeah,
A little bit,
based
for
on
sure.
it.
Based on a real story?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fucking A. I love, that's my favorite bobsled team of all time then. I'm going to say, if that's a real team, that's my favorite actual bobsled team of all time.
Absolutely. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. That's
Get on
what
up. It's bobsled
bobsled
time.
time.
Cool. Think about how cold
Yeah,
they
true
had to be.
events of the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Senka. And that's what the Olympics are all about.
right.
All right, let's move along. Let's learn and wrap up this glorious Winter Wednesday by learning about some secondary football with Everything DB. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Darius Butler to make us a more well-rounded football fan base. It's time for Everything DB. with DB.
Oh, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darius Butler.
Let's go. We good here? Mike, good? We starting off with this one?
No.
Oh, okay.
We will. Will.
All right, let's get right to it. Lions, Bears. So this is 7 seconds left in the first half. So 7 seconds. So this is a situation where obviously they're out of field goal range. So the offense can either go Hail Mary or get an out route and get out of bounds and then kick a deep field goal. So you got the 3 deep safeties. You only got one guy that's going to rush the passer here. You got a defender up here. Obviously, these defenders are here. And then you got a defensive end, a rookie defensive end out here, Aiden Hutchinson. And his job is to just keep vision inside, protect the sideline, right? He doesn't want to let him catch an out route and get out of bounds here. So once again, 7 seconds for the offense. No timeouts. Typically, you'll get like a bunch here. And this is something you practice as a defense. You'll usually get a bunch here. You'll usually get a low out, a medium level out, and then a deeper out route. But they don't run that for whatever reason. Aiden Hutchinson does exactly what he's coached to do. And obviously he's been a great pass rusher all year, but also got 3 interceptions on the year. So obviously he's a freak athlete, great ball skills. So right now, as you can see, everybody's outside leverage protecting the sideline. These guys protecting the deep part of the field. And then, just like you said, vision inside, he's going to, I think he throws to that guy, ends up.
Has there ever
Look at this.
Beep. Definitely looks like the Bears practice.
Boom. What a play.
So, yeah, that's one of those situations. I mean, I would have just threw the Hail Mary, especially if you get this look.
No, but look at this, how sweet these route concepts are.
Yeah, it looks crazy. Like I said, I've usually seen the out routes, out, 3-level out routes. But, I mean, if you got one pass rusher here, just let the guys run to the end zone and let Justin Fields throw it 55
I mean,
yards.
what are the Bears doing?
Shit show. Absolute shit
7
show.
seconds, you said?
7 seconds.
Hey, 7 seconds. If you're over here and you're getting over here, you got to scoot. If you're going here and you're going over there, you got to fucking go. Like, hey, we're not just trying to gain yards here, right? I mean, that isn't
terrible.
Get out. That isn't the goal. Like, what?
Yeah, he's probably confused. Like these aren't the routes we practice against. But I mean, they're better off just letting Fields just tuck it and just have these 5 motherfuckers just
Look,
lead him to
nobody rushing, dude.
That's awesome.
Not a single soul rushing for the Lions. 11 in coverage. And the Chicago Bears are like, we didn't practice against 11. What are we?
So, yeah.
Gimme.
But boom, great execution on their part, obviously. But good job by the young fella.
AJ, what's going on there, pal? Are the Bears fucked? What?
Yikes.
I mean, you can see them pre-snap kind of their alignments. They're not really sure who's in the front of the little bunch or the stack and who's not. And then I'm sure probably threw them off a little bit, seeing this 1D lineman just head up. And then I wonder if they even saw Hutchinson up there before, like, pre-snap.
No, but, like, did the Bears wide receivers just tell each other, like, hey, let's all run, like, just run whatever you want and get open, or it's just not a play?
Cuz left 3 different spots. Isn't this something you practice every single week, right? It's normally the last thing of the walkthrough.
This is situational. So for the offense, once again, you're trying to get in the field goal situation. Got to get the ball out of bounds here. This is either a Hail Mary or one of those plays where you catch it, you pitch it back, but you usually don't do that at the end of half. That's usually like an end of game desperation situation.
What are we?
Big brain stuff, though, from the Lions, huh?
Yeah.
Look at that.
The Lions
New Lions.
Lions were prepared and executed. Here, we're going to have 3. So this is something that you don't see much of from Patrick Mahomes. Poor decision, poor throw here. You got Travis Kelce isolated backside. He's going to be backside. You're going to get an over route. Pass rush late. He's going to break the pocket, throw to his left. A throw we've seen him make a ton here, but a great play from Justin Simmons at that safety position.
Dog.
One of the best young safeties in the league right now. So you got pressure here. You got Kareem Jackson. He's coming in helping the corner with inside leverage, right? Because you got Travis Kelce. Don't want to leave him one-on-one with anybody in this area of the field. So pause it right here. So right now, if Patrick Mahomes, I would assume if he can step up in his pocket and make this throw right here, this is a throw he'll make. We've seen him make it a ton. DN dives at his legs late. He escapes the pocket. By the time he throws it, it's too late. Justin Simmons covers that ground, makes a great play.
Oh, behind him. This isn't a Patrick Mahomes throw.
This is not. And watching this was a great take by 15. Numbers are all right, but third down, red area was not typical Patrick Mahomes that you want to see at this part of the season.
Really? What's that all about? He has had a couple games where that's happened through his career. He's so young. If he has a bad day, everybody knows about it. But I didn't know that this was happening. I mean, that's 100%er for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And this is something that we were talking about on the college on O State, Georgia. Like, if you're going to throw these types of balls, you got to miss. You got to miss out there, right? Remember a couple of
right in front of us.
Yeah, you got to throw it out of bounds if your guy can't catch it. You can't make this throw back into the field of play.
How do you feel about the hip flip, AJ? You got that in the bag?
No, I don't think I quite have that. Is it possible, D-Butt, that he thought maybe his wideout was going to stop and Simmons would go flying by?
I don't know. It's so much.
He's open.
It's so much space. I feel like it'll be this is a tough throw.
No, just really tough throw. You're right.
Unbelievably
really
tough throw. But he wanted. If you go back to the beginning, he wanted Kelsey. He wasn't even looking at 84. And this was now years past. That was always Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
So he would take a quick peek at 87, and you see the safety down here. He's going right to Tyreek Hill. So now with it being 84 there, no disrespect to him, I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Justin Watson.
He gets to him late. He gets to Watson late, makes that throw. And think about those crossing routes. If you give DBs enough time, they can close the ground. But crossing routes, they usually open up early, and it's a window that you can hit those receivers. Obviously, he got that one late. Now, this was Russell Wilson played probably his best game that I've seen him play this year.
Oh, his teammates said that they like him, and he played good football.
Yeah, and he cried at his press conference.
Awesome. He get choked up.
Swear to God, I'm all in on him.
Yeah, you know a win's coming.
Dead serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now this is pause it. So right now, as a quarterback, actually rewind a little bit. We'll go pre-snap. As a quarterback, he sees he has single high coverage right now. Single high, that's going to let you know you got one-on-ones in the outside. Okay, so after the motion, so he's going to see single high. This safety's going to rotate down. So he's going to know, okay, boom. It's going to have a play action, so he is going to turn his back to the defense briefly. But he knows right now I got one-on-ones in the outside. Why? This corner can't roll up because there's no safety to protect him over the top. So once you get single high as a quarterback, you know these corners have to run vertical. So pause it right here. So in his mind, this corner is gone because he know he has a vertical route out here. Now, this other crossing route, Judy, he's going to be running across her, and this is the flat defender on the opposite side. So that's the defender that's going to be, if you put a vision thing here, that's going to be, he's looking for him. Yep, he's looking him up right now after the play action. Bites on the run, comes back, he's looking him up. So right now, in Russell's mind, this is the only defender he has to beat. So he just has to throw this receiver away from that defender. But Snead does a good job with vision back here. And it's kind of risky, too, because he kind of just drops this receiver and lets him go. Keeps his vision on the quarterback. Russ is under a little pressure, throws the ball. But right now, Russ, in his mind, because he can't really look over there before he throws it, but in his mind, he knows he's gone because you only got one safety. Snead comes off, vision back, boop. So when you're watching it live, when I was watching live, not being able to see the all 22, you're like, yo, what is Russ doing? Like, this was the throw. This is the one throw that you're like, oh, man, this was horrible. You see it, if you see it from the back copy, you can get even a better picture of it. But, I mean, risky from Snead.
Judy stops too, right? Was he looking to break it down?
Judy's not expecting that either because he's running away from his cover three. So right now,
he slows down right there.
Yeah.
Was he looking for a hole?
He was trying to. It looked like Russ was trying to put him like kind of over.
He thought he was maybe
getting
here.
hit too.
Yeah.
So.
And Russ was thinking he's over here.
Yeah. Running through the ball.
Wow.
Dang.
Smart play.
Good play by Snead. Heads up play, having vision back. But for a quarterback, you can't see everybody, right? So you get a picture of a coverage, and if it's single high, I don't care if it's fire zone, I don't care if it's man, I don't care if it's cover three. I know this guy's running that cornerback off. So
yeah, so in his head checklist, that corner's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gone.
Now we got to make another decision real quick. That corner's gone. Cross should be good.
Yep.
Turns out,
not gone.
Reading him the whole time.
But is that thing if the wideout takes an outside release there, his eyes won't be back, the corner's eyes won't be back to the quarterback at all?
If he takes outside release and force him to man turn, probably not. But as he covered three, the way he plays it.
Oh, I guess he's outside right now.
He's so
you think there's a chance these corners talk pre-snap because it's only a two-man route, so they know like something's probably coming here around the sticks. I wonder if they talk pre-snap.
I wonder if this guy and this guy talked pre-snap because watch him turn and bail for his.
Yeah.
I mean, Snead is all over that. That is a ballsy play too.
And if he talked to anybody and plays it like this, I would have thought he would have talked to that safety to be like, hey, get me over the top. I may jump some shit here. But I believe that's Sutton up there too. So that's really their wide receiver one. But, I mean, sometimes you drop your nuts, you just get lucky and make a play. And that's what Snead. Snead's been around for a while. He's made some heads-up picks this year.
Great hit.
And it's another big play for him. Oh, shit.
He did get smacked.
Got him.
Yeah, it was good.
Pause it real quick.
Yep.
So, if you run it back to the beginning, last week we talked a bunch about playing cover 2 from a disguised pre-snap look. And now we talked about how I didn't like corners playing that deep half of the cover 2. But this is a different situation. It's 3rd and 15, right? So these corners, you see the depth. So this is cover 2. Corners are obviously typically flat defenders up here. They're going to be the deep half defenders. And I talked about how I hated the deep safety playing the middle read from back here and dropping down, because if you're going towards the line of scrimmage, you're never going to be able to run with that deep guy. This defense does it differently. They do it with Duggar. He starts kind of near the line of scrimmage, and he's the run-through guy, but he's going away from the line of scrimmage initially. This nickelback was lined up at nickelback. Patriots play a bunch of DBs. They give you a bunch of different looks. So pause. It kind of looks like a pressure look almost pre-snap, and then post-snap. Now you got him going to the flat, him going to the flat, him going to the half.
Genius.
And now Duggar is that middle run-through defender.
Best player
Boom.
on the field.
So he plays it,
Jeez.
fucks him up,
See
gets
ya.
the play.
Right at the sticks.
And
Right at the
Duggar,
sticks.
when he's been getting the ball in his hand, I think it was 4 touchdowns this year?
I believe so. 3 or 4.
3 or 4 touchdowns this year. So he's been a dog
Gets
with
it
that
and
ball in his
goes.
hands. Big-time punt returner in college. So he knows what to do with when the ball is in his hands.
Bro, look where he is.
Yeah, so he's starting here, 3rd and
a freak.
15. So this is the look. This is the look that the quarterback is getting pre-snap. You're taking your scan. Okay, what coverage can I potentially get? Okay, kind of looks like 0. Maybe he blitz 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe all those guys are pressuring, and these guys are covering those guys, right? That's the body posture that they're kind of in. But then once the snap goes, these dudes actually turn into the corners.
He's a D2 guy as well.
Yeah.
Duggar?
Yeah.
So you only get a 4-man rush. Those 2 safeties go out, and they pretty much become the corners. He's the middle run-through. He knows landmark, what's coming. Boom, Teddy B. You got time. You got a pocket, but
Sorry, Teddy.
That's the combine drill there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Running backwards, flipping hips, breaking.
Flip back, boom, get his
Boom.
head, boom. So
Pick.
that's probably just how they repped it in practice.
Great stiff
And then
arm
a
on
great
Teddy.
return. Yeah, I think this is the
Ooh,
play
right
that Teddy
here.
got
Gotcha.
hurt on.
Oh, sorry, Teddy.
Broken pinky there.
Yeah, that's the play he got hurt on. Oh shit!
Of
Shit,
course
might
it
have been
was.
facing. Rewind it. I think I saw that pinky when he got out.
What?
Teddy B, man, he been getting banged up
For a long time.
These Flintstones vitamins, man.
Yeah, he does. He takes some shots. Yeah. He's a veteran quarterback too. Is this just good disguise? Too good of
Good
a
disguise, good execution. Because these are timing routes, man. You want to complete that dig ball,
See ya.
2 yards outside of them. It's usually digs. You know, that's a good route to throw
Gotcha.
against cover 2. But you got a very athletic DB. Maybe not.
Still feels like they are going to be that 7th team.
Patriots?
No, Dolphins.
Huh?
Yeah.
They beat the Jets.
They got the Jets.
They've gone
Go.
real cold though.
Yeah.
They have.
It's gone real cold down South Beach.
And there was just breaking news. They took the ping pong table out of their locker room.
Oh,
This
no. I thought I was told McDaniel was a fun guy.
He was a cool coach.
AJ,
Oh, guess I was
what's
wrong.
going on down there?
It is weird, not mid-season, very end of the season, taking this thing out.
David Ferones, the Miami Dolphins ping pong table has been removed from the heart of the team's locker room ahead of Week 18 finale versus the Jets with a playoff spot potentially on the line. They're panicking down there, huh?
Come on.
Well. Funny, cool guy isn't so fun anymore, is he?
Might have been funny as he took it out. Not cool though.
Nuh-uh.
He thought he had to think to himself they're playing too much ping pong.
Is that how Teddy heard it?
We're trying to figure it out if this was the case. We're trying to do a little journalism here. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Week 18?
I either don't like how the players have been treating having a ping pong table in their locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you showing up late to meetings because you're in the middle of a fucking ping pong game? Are you not paying attention because you're in the middle of a ping pong game? Did a fight happen because of the ping pong table? So I'm either upset with the players, abusing something that is put in there to have a good time with, or like McDaniel, relax.
Come on,
What are we, so it's one or the other. I'm not happy about it.
Not happy about the situation.
Whatever way it is. I don't know which one it is. It could very easily be either one of those, but it seems like classic overreaction here. AJ.
Lose games. You lose games. That's all you can do is overreact and try to take things away.
Yeah, because he can say, I tried to change everything.
We were rolling too, man.
You know how much they were probably playing ping pong? I assume a lot if it's in the heart of their locker room.
Mike
there.
White's coming to town. Buttholes get real tight.
No more ponging around.
Can't have it.
Let's go to the next one.
Great
What is
rep
that
there.
about?
Great disguise.
Weird.
Have it.
Don't like it.
Very curious.
Speaking of Mike White,
No shot.
Mike White on one of those things we were talking about with young quarterbacks getting early starts, those eyes, right?
The ping pong table.
You start to stare things
fucked
down.
up.
Quandre Diggs, 3-time Pro Bowler, one of the best post safeties in the league. You'll see this from the back copy too. Gonna get a good double move here. Great break out of the post. Give me that.
Oh, punt.
Wow. Yep. So we got pressure up front, but just watch his eyes and then watch his reaction. As soon as those eyes go left, you're gonna come out, make a peek right, and then boom. As soon as he goes left, so right now you see his body part. Next step for Diggs. Great post safeties. Great, you do a great job keying the quarterback. Boom. Let me get over there.
From what you saw, is the book out on him, or is this just a unbelievable play by Seattle?
You're gonna. I mean, he had more throws this year that were this game that weren't great. This was, I want to say, it might have been a first drive.
It was early.
Yeah, but you know,
Look at that effort.
he'll learn though.
Yeah, Jordan Brooks, he also tore his ACL, unfortunately, on Sunday.
5'6".
Not on this play. Look at this. What a play by him here, though. If you watch Brooks, the back
Yeah.
tries to pick him up. This is how athletic he is.
Yeah, this is what
And
causes
his effort.
help cause
Keep
the
it
short
going.
throw too.
It's amazing.
Yeah, freak.
Hand on the ground, doesn't go down.
Still eats afterwards, too.
Yeah.
Still hungry.
Still got a left
What a
up.
play.
He's second in the league in tackles, maybe first.
Jeez.
I like to hold the ball up after you pick it. Move.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah,
windy
that's
there?
awesome.
It's that prime time.
This is mine.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Look at.
Oh, little Packers defense.
Hell yeah.
Packers, man. Now, you know, us, Ty been giving a lot of shit all year. You know, they came in as one of the best, should have been one of the best.
What did Ty ask you 2 weeks ago? Do they practice?
These guys fucking practice.
That's yeah.
Well, now they do. Yeah, when it matters.
You know, they were. It was some bulletin board material given to the Vikings in 18, first game. Justin Jefferson, first game of the season, 9 catches, 184 yards, 2 touchdowns, and you can tell. Sometimes you can watch film, and you can know and tell teams' defenses, secondaries take a certain matchup and the challenge personally. This was definitely one of them. You saw some grittying on the sideline. You saw them get jumped pretty much on the sideline. So I'll run this back, please. So you got you're gonna have Justin Jefferson. Shout out to Savage too. Savage, got benched, came in, played great against the Dolphins. Played great in this game as well. So you got Justin Jefferson in the slot. He's gonna carry him vertically, take care of that. Rudy Ford had a couple interceptions a few weeks back against the Cowboys. He's gonna once he basically eliminates that deep threat on his side of the field, he's gonna peek to the opposite side of the field. Thielen's gonna be running a post route, so once he's gone, boom, eyes go right back, and he high points his ball. Once again, pause it. This quarterback, he's not really in the picture right now.
Hell of a throw, hell of a game from Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. So to him, he sees Thielen, and he's like, oh, he's open. I know where I can put this ball. But Rudy Ford, fine work, deep safeties. You know, deep threats. Go across the field, fine work. Savage had a pick 6 off a tip. Amos had a pick in this game.
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, great hustle.
Yes.
Great effort.
Jair Alexander.
Got the
half
ball
tripped,
back.
half buried Jefferson after that.
Really?
Yeah.
I think this is what Jefferson wanted.
Oh, yeah, he was coming after.
Yeah, you'll see it.
Justin Jefferson was very
on the
angry.
sideline.
Look
right
at Justin,
here.
though. I mean, that's
great. You want to see that from
Jair right behind him. Ready? Boom!
Ooh.
He kind of trips, lands right on him.
Those are a little slick over there. Those matches are a little slick sometimes. There's a lot of, speaking of slick, this field, I don't know if this is intentional, Ty.
I saw the video.
Yeah, I saw a lot of
Field
that.
looks like it stinks.
No one's saying that unless the Vikings get the shit beat out of them. But I don't know if it was dry. You think they win that game?
Are they both playing on it?
That's a good
on the
question.
same field, right?
That's a good question.
Get some cleats that work.
Here, let's see how this looks here. Gotcha.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took him a while. It took Jefferson a while to get out of the sideline too. If you watch his game,
I mean, he trips. It's not
Yeah, he feels the accident. I'm sure he got up and said sorry immediately.
Yeah, of course.
Definitely. I'm so sorry,
He was
Tristan.
running over there to gritty in his face again. I'm
He
pretty
probably gritted on top of him.
Yeah.
Pretty quick bounce up there.
Oh, yeah.
Think about how fast that guy's on all fours on the ground, head in the middle of 2 guys, and then he's down.
Came close to hitting
He's
his
up.
fucking heater too.
Yeah, there was some real damage could have taken place there. Let's stay with this game, shall we?
Ooh.
Oh! This game. Now, this is more so in your lane, but I'm not a special teams guy, but you can see how this unfolds. So you got from outside in R1, 2, 3, 4. Left side, same thing, L1, 2, 3, 4. And just watch this 5, right, Pat, and this 4.
Yeah, that's problematic. And the way this normally goes is, 5, 4, 3, 2, you let the 1 go, okay? And on the flip side, same exact thing, 5, 4, 3, 2, you let the 1 go, okay? And this is exactly what they do. Normally you try to hide the 1 somewhere, like here or here, line them up at the 4 or the 5, so that this team, whenever they're doing the counting, trying to figure out who the fuck they're gonna block, they have to try to figure it out and decipher it. Vikings just say, nah, they're the fucking 1s, dude. They're just all the way out the end. And the reason why you let the 1s go is because they are safeties. They are safeties. The kicker is supposed to create a triangle with the safeties to kind of be the safe folks while 5 goes to the ball. 2 sets an edge. 5 goes to the ball. 4 goes through. 3 goes through. Bam, bam, bam. That's what's supposed to happen.
Lane integrity.
Everybody. Very important. Bang, pow, boom, boom. We're all the way across this motherfucker. All you need, though, D-Butt, say it.
One motherfucker go out of their lane.
That is it. And all of a sudden, you got a big, gaping hole. Once again, to D-Butt's point, look at this 5 and look at this 4. This 5, I believe, now D-Butt, I might be wrong, thought that this 5 was going to cross and they were going to do this number to set up the blockers who were trying to block the 5s, because 5s are ball guys.
Yep.
L5, which is this particular guy, gets pump faked by R5. R5 starts to go in front of his face. Boom, right there. Starts to lean this way. So L5 thinks, you know what? I need to go this way then to make up for that lane. At the same exact time, L4 is deciding to go this way because he thinks he's getting blocked by that guy. Turns out that's a fake block, which sets up this block perfectly. And with this 5, pump faking this way, then going back this way, and with this guy thinking he had to make up for that 5, he goes that way, and we're talking about a big, gaping hole. I mean, that's not good. That's not good.
And then it's your safety right here.
He is fake.
Boom.
Wasn't, yeah.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Out of there. That's
Can't
all it
happen,
takes.
Darius.
Can't happen.
Sideline.
Now that cross from the 5, is that something that's talked about from the coaches, or is that the players? Like, hey, we going.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to know the personnel. You know, I'd have to know the personnel, how long these two have been around each other, because that could be a feel thing. Because this guy is winning the race down there, which is a big deal.
Absolutely.
So that person decides what's going to take place. I think this guy saw that guy and said, you know what, I need to adjust. And then this guy just got baited into thinking the wrong person was blocking him. So he thought he was setting an edge almost, thought he could get around him. Like, he thought he could get around him and get back.
Yeah.
But instead, it was just a setup, bang, pow.
Is this what Richie tells him to do?
Oh, yeah.
Like setting those guys up like
Oh, yeah,
that?
the feint block is
Yeah.
certainly that's a very large part of the old kickoff return game. And this one just works out perfectly for the Packers.
That is their first kickoff return touchdown since 2011.
Wow.
Damn.
Long time.
Just as somebody that played in the special teams world, that's crazy because every single kickoff return that could happen. All you need is what? One fucking guy to accidentally get fooled and one guy to get fooled and go this way, and then all of a sudden you just got fucking wide up. You got to hope the kicker can make a tackle.
Yeah.
And this would have been a tough one to make.
Yeah.
'Cause these motherfuckers ain't back there getting tackled by kickers.
Whoa. Yeah, they are.
Shit, me.
25 times.
Yeah, Matt Gay absolutely
That was a tough attempt.
blew some great buddy up earlier.
I love Greg Joseph. I love this man. Right here. Great kicker.
Tough spot to be in right there.
Yoked up. This is no fun at all. He's got no shot. He's at a standstill. Feet are flat. This dude's been running fucking 30 yards already. Next to no shot here. And your team completely fucked up. One went that way, one went. They asked you to be run over, basically.
Get a two-way go there as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, well, that's going to happen.
To Roger's point, too, I mean, he caught that, like 6 yards deep. That was like a 105-yard kickoff return. Packers haven't had a guy like that in a long time.
Yeah, and it motivates everybody else to block well, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like that feint block is giving a lot more effort out of that feint block, I'd assume, because you got Keyshawn Nixon back there.
You said you would try and bait him into the sideline. If you're in the middle of the field,
yeah, you're fucked.
Okay.
This is a tough one.
Okay. Yeah.
You just got to go.
That's the other
Tie
part of it,
him
right?
at
Kicking
shoelaces.
it. You don't want kicks in the middle of the
Yeah,
field.
right down the middle. I think he's supposed to kick a touchback 6 yards deep. They probably thought that'd be a touchback.
No.
So these guys might have thought it was going to be a touchback too. The coverage team, you know,
Yeah.
and they kind of let up.
3/4 away down. Oh shit.
You give up a kickoff return, Tud, though. The energy.
Oh, I mean, the game was legit over after this because they blocked a punt the previous possession, got it on the 1 yard line. Packers held them to a field goal, and then they fucking took the opening kickback and then had a pick six on the next possession.
DB, thank you for letting me
Yes,
be a
sir.
part of that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, got one more actually.
Do you?
Yeah. I think, yep. Boom. Here we
Oh,
go.
it was hot. Yeah.
Eyes. Eyes. Young safety. This is a tough play too because he gets a run read here. It's going to be play action. He get a run read here. White. Pause. Is it right? This is the guy who made that big against the Jets.
He had two again.
Yep, against the Jets. That late fourth down. This is another great acting, great patience. You got play action back here. Once those eyes, that's exactly what he said in his head because he got that run fake, and then it's a late leak to the flat.
Gotcha.
Boom.
Bam. And just that little step in, it's a tutty. So eyes. Young fella.
Eyes, seen you peeking.
Most tight end touchdowns in franchise history this year.
As a group?
Yep.
Wow, I guess trading TJ.
You bring in a tight end head coach and see what happens.
Bingo.
Boom. Great touchdown for the Lions there. Great coverage on everything, DB. Thank you so much,
sir.
Darius.
D-Bud.
Now, Darius, you want to attempt to do a giveaway because I couldn't make 2 in a row?
Let's do it.
What would you like to accomplish? What would you like to do?
We got footballs up here?
We do.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Here we go, D-Bud.
Spin that son bitch.
Come on.
You going to the
now.
net?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. If Darius Butler, host of the Man to Man podcast, NFL matchups and everything DB, can bury a football into the net, we will give 10 people $500 who retweet this and say something nice to somebody.
Oh yeah.
It's a holiday season, spirit of perspective. Put your cash tag in there. There's
Good zip on it though.
Dart.
For the first try here, if Darius...
Beautiful.
Over. Damn it.
Also a dart.
Ladies
Coming
and
back.
gentlemen, Darius Butler will attempt to win some money for people. This is his first.
Yeah, light him up.
All right, ladies and
Are you
gentlemen.
sure?
Jacket too tight to shoot.
Are you sure?
What's that? You getting fat?
No, this jacket's
Oh,
just...
Trembolone sandwiches are starting to work, eh?
no.
See that on the...
You and Vinatieri.
Hey, happy 50th to Vinny.
Happy birthday, Vinny.
He looks unbelievable. AJ, did you see him? Him and his kid look unbelievable right now.
Both of them look awesome. I love the tank top there. Vinny is doing something right.
Yeah, he is doing something right, and that's working hard.
His
Everything
boy
else-
is also yoked up.
All right, so these are a couple practices here.
What is going on
If
right
Darius
now,
can make
D-Boy?
one of these putts here, this is his first try. If he can make one of these 3, we'll give 10 people $500 who retweet this tweet. Say something nice to somebody and put their cash tag in the reply as well so we can pay them officially on Cash App.
Relax.
Darius,
Here we go.
maybe you need to take a beat here. You're just powering through.
AJ, come on. I need some...
Come on, AJ.
You got this one. You got it, D-Bud. Follow through with it. Stay with it. Follow through.
Stay in it, D-Butt. You're an athlete.
There we go.
Big hole, small ball, bury it home.
Take the jacket off and shoot a couple basketballs because you haven't missed.
Still has a
shot
putt
in a
left.
long time.
10 people to win $500. Darius J. Butler, one of the greatest athletes walking this earth.
For sure.
Makes this putt his first attempt. 10 people. All right, we'll move to the basketball.
Don't even get it there.
Here, I'll hold your jacket, sir.
Sheesh.
It's a good lag though. That's definitely a 2-putt.
Excellent lag putt.
You're not
there.
trying to lag putt from 8 feet, AJ.
Some people are.
Damn, you look sweet in that jacket.
All right.
Holy
Ladies and gentlemen,
shit.
if Darius, this is his first try.
Uh-huh.
This is his first event.
Gotta get the collar.
No, that's the style.
There you go. Ooh.
Yeah.
Clean.
Guess what? You're not going home with that one, D, but that thing is sweet.
If Darius can make this shot, we'll give
Glass.
10 people.
Ooh.
A little more.
Darius J. Butler, for the first try today, will attempt to win some money for some people.
Come on,
if
D-Bud.
he can make this basketball shot, we will give 10 people $500 who retweet this video. Say something nice to somebody, and in that same reply, put your cash tag so we can pay you officially on Cash App. First try, D-Bud, bucket me! All right.
Come back, come back, come back.
Extra ball, too. Got an extra ball, it seems
There
like.
it is, there it is.
If
Come on,
Darius J.
D-Bud.
Butler can make this first try.
There we
Has
go.
to be first try.
First try. Here, D-Bud.
10 people can win $500.
Oh,
boy.
I thought that was in.
Damn, that felt good. All right, let's run it back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to that time of the show where it is time to try to give
got the ball
some money away to people. This will be Darius J. Butler's first and only attempt to win $500 to 10 people who retweet this video. Say something nice to somebody and put their cash tag in the same reply so we can pay them officially on Cash App. Darius J. Butler for all the marbles. First try, last try.
Hibachi.
Come on! 10 people.
Let's go, AJ.
Who retweet this video.
Huge.
Say something nice and put their cash tag.
Why?
Great shot. Way to show up for the people.
First try.
Way to show up for the people. AJ, anything to say to the
Sweet
world
Jack.
before we get out? Thank you. Thank you.
Sweet jacket. No, I like that. I don't even know where you got that, D-Bud. That's good.
Gotcha.
Great work there, Darius.
Great shot.
Great everything, DB.
Beautiful.
Great man-to-man pod. Great NFL.
Wide.
Great
Wide.
season.
Wide.
Big thanks to Ian Rappaport for joining us earlier and all of you for allowing us to be a part of your afternoon programming. We will see you tomorrow with another big one.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's a massive day. Why? Because it's the next day.
Hell yeah.
Let's enjoy every one of these. Week 18 is just a few hours away. Let's take it all in. Let's enjoy the ride. And let's say something nice to somebody. Cheers. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.